orders of the day. Before we go to orders of the day, it being 11:01, the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Now we'll do orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-293, Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness Act, standing in the name of Mr. Erskine Smith.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to join in the debate to discuss Bill number C-293, an act respecting pandemic prevention and preparedness. And Mr. Speaker, on this side, I don't think you can find anyone in the House that would be against being prepared for when and if the next pandemic does come to our country, but I do think we would have a different way of going about it, Mr. Speaker. And looking through the bill as brought forward by the member from the government side, a few questions that came to my mind right away, Mr. Speaker, are one, in one of the sections, it talks about agriculture and industrial agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just going to get to the exact line where we're going to have a conversation and put on record some of our interesting. It's after consultation with the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and the Minister of Industry and provincial governments, provide measures to reduce the risk posed by antimicrobial resistance, regulate commercial activities that can contribute to pandemic risk, including industrial animal agriculture, promote commercial activities that can help reduce pandemic risk, including the production of all alternative proteins. I'll get back to that one, Mr. Speaker. And for phase out commercial activities that disproportionately contribute to pandemic risk, including activities that involve high-risk species. I don't see a definition of what those high-risk species are in this bill. That's another thing that we'd have to have a question about. And including the following information to be provided by the Minister of Environment. After consultation with relevant provincial ministers, a summary of changes in land use in Canada, including in relation to disturbed habitats that could contribute to pandemic risks such as deforestation, encroachment on wildlife habitats, and urbanization, and that were made in the case of the first plan since the last report on changes in land use published under the Federal Sustainability Development Act, or in the case of updated plans during the reporting period for the updated plan. These are the issues that we'll have discussion about this bill, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would ask the member that brought forward the bill, did they have those discussions with the provincial and territorial health ministers already? Because when I read this bill, there is a lot of encroachment on jurisdiction when it comes to the provinces, and I think some of our bloc members would have concerns about that as well, moving to take over some of the main things that are in the province's hands. Another issue I have is when we're talking about the agriculture file, Mr. Speaker. I'm on the Ag Standing Committee, and a few of the things that are put in here that could limit the use of agriculture land have big concerns for me and for people I represent across Western Canada and in Saskatchewan. I do believe that our producers do a fantastic job with managing their land use, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that part of this preparedness plan has some land use issues in it, I take great I raise concern about that, Mr. Speaker. Also, when you talk about deforestation, one of the biggest countries that is in competition for agriculture and for our producers who they are competing against is in Brazil. And Brazil is doing a lot of deforestation right now and putting more and more land into agricultural use. So if we could actually use our land and produce more, we'd actually be helping the environment on a larger scale by ensuring that other countries would not have to use deforestation so that they have to put that use of land into agriculture, which I think is great for our environment, Mr. Speaker. Some more concerns around the Pandemic Preparedness Act that were brought forward are just some of our encroachments on our civil liberties, Mr. Speaker. And one thing that is mentioned in this a few times in the pages is the One Health approach. And I think myself, like many people, maybe don't know what the One Health is, but I got the definition off of their website, Mr. Speaker. What is One Health? One Health health is an integrated, unifying approach to balance and epitomize the health of people, animals, and the environment. It is particularly important to prevent, predict, detect, and respond to global health threats such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The approach mobilizes multiple sectors, disciplines, and communities at varying levels of society to work together. This way, new and better ideas are developed that address root causes and create long-term sustainable solutions. One Health involves the public health, veterinary, public health, and environmental sectors. The One Health approach is particularly relevant for food and water safety, nutrition, the control of zoonosis, diseases that spread between animals and humans such as flu, rabies, and Rift Valley fever, pollution management, and combating antimicrobial resistance, the emergence of microbes that are resistant to antibiotics. Mr. Speaker, this on the surface sounds like it's a pretty good approach, but one of the concerns I would have is some of the loss of our own ability to get ready for the next pandemic. And the problem is what formed One Health initiative is to integrate work on human, animal, and environmental issues. But I think it also loses a bit of its our ability to look after our own Canadian citizens, and this is more of an overarching, it's from the WHO, overarching approach to healthcare, and I think that still should be central in our governments in their own countries, and not to have that loss of control, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's something we need to dive into and look a lot closer at the One Health approach. I hear my colleague from Winnipeg North speak, and I hope he gets up on his feet today, Mr. Speaker. And like this bill, unfortunately, we have the concern, as most bills with what the Liberals bring forward, they take a decent idea in theory, Mr. Speaker, but then they overcomplicate it, Mr. Speaker, and that's what this legislation does, and that's why one of the reasons is that we won't be able to support it. Also, when it comes to their approach to the pandemic, Madam Speaker, nice to see you this morning, when it comes to the approach to the pandemic is, all that we've seen throughout this pandemic is a lot of money being thrown at some of the issues when it comes to some of the programming. And we found now from the PBO that 40% of that money was not even used for the pandemic services. And that's a big concern for us on the side, and we believe it was one of the major factors that has been hitting inflation so hard for Canadians across the country. So the approach that we are taking on this side is we'd like to see a little bit more control and a lot more consultation. I asked this about the dental program that my friends across the way hail so largely, and I asked the Minister of Health if he consulted with the health ministers of the provinces and territories before they brought forward the dental program. And to this date, Madam Speaker, he never answered me. So I'd really like to see some of the follow-up of the consultation that this member did with his private member's bill with the other jurisdictions, our municipal and our provincial leaders, and did they have any input into this private member's bill before it was tabled, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, just wondering. Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Speaker. So I would like to see some follow-up with the consultations that were had with the appropriate health ministers and also with the agriculture ministers, because they do talk about agriculture and land use within agriculture and animal health. So I'm wondering also, did the member that put this private bill forward have discussions with all the agriculture ministers across the country as well when they were going to talk about changes to land use and agriculture land? Because I know in Saskatchewan, I've reached out and I haven't heard if this member had spoken to the Saskatchewan agriculture minister, and I'm wondering if there's any conversations with those ministers, because I think when we talk about consultation, we talk about working together on other governmental jurisdictions with our provincial, territorial, municipal leaders. I believe that this government has failed on those consultations many times. So I'm wondering if this is another stack of failed consultations that should have been done before this bill was brought forward, Madam Speaker. So I'm looking forward to hearing other speeches, and if other members are going to support or not support this bill, Madam Speaker, but I'm happy to take my feet and lay out some of the reasons why I feel that this government is not does not have the capacity to be prepared for the next pandemic, and I'm hoping that we can work together with our provincial and municipal leaders to make sure that we do have things in place, and the Conservatives do believe that we have to be ready for the next pandemic. We just don't think that this bill is going to get the job done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. March 12th, 2020, for many of us, was the official start of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was an event that had a major impact on all our lives, on the organization of our societies, how we organize our lives, how we organize work, and our social relationships. 3 years later, as citizens, we are entitled to an accounting of what really happened and what lessons we can learn, even though we don't want another health crisis, but what we can learn from this unprecedented public health crisis. The bill before us today, C-293, an act respecting pandemic prevention and preparedness, would require the Minister of Health to establish an advisory committee to review Canada's response to the pandemic. Obviously, Madam Speaker, we cannot be against virtue. While the intent of the bill is laudable, the Bloc Québécois has said, and I will say it again today, is that a public and independent inquiry is the only acceptable way to judge the actions of the government and shed light on the chain of events. We must hold a national independent inquiry so that citizens can know, in full transparency, without partisanship, in a calm manner, and in a constructive dialogue with all the various players. We've all heard the horror stories, and the book The Longest Spring, a journalistic account by Alec Castonguay, which I invite you to read, is chock full of examples of the Liberal government's chronic lack of preparedness. Our situation was orange and then red. But the inaction in a time of crisis, characteristic of Liberal ministers, had serious and catastrophic consequences on all our systems, including our health system, in Quebec, but also all of the provinces. Madam Speaker, I want to shed some light on the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, which is like the CSIS of our public health agency. It's an invaluable tool in government activity and is a leader in prevention. For 85 countries, Canadian scientists are the go-to source for health system alerts. They're able to detect chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats to public health while constantly scanning public, open source news in real time. Mr. Alec Castonguay told us in his investigation, and I quote, "Due to the changes in priorities of the Public Health Agency of Canada, the GPHIN was not able to sound the alarm earlier. That is what we need to get to the bottom of in the first place, which is why we need an independent public inquiry." End quote. GFIN had its mandate changed by the Liberals because they wanted to control the message. This is the same government that told us in 2015 that they would no longer muzzle scientists. They're doing the same thing as the Harper government. It's not looking good. Our world deserves so much better than what it went through over the last several years. It's only in July 2020, again, after the work of journalists in search of the truth, that the Minister of Health at the time was forced to launch an internal investigation to find out why public officials had not given the alert earlier. Will we ever know why? Sincerely, I doubt it. There's other examples, Madam Speaker. In the 1950s, during the Cold War, the Canadian government created the National Emergency Stockpile. Essentially, it's used to store medication, supplies used by social services, medical equipment, and supplies. It's a strategic stockpile for pandemics or health crises. What did the Liberals do when they came to power? I'll tell you. For those listening to us, they neglected this strategic resource, and that led to the destruction of thousands of pieces of personal protective equipment, including the famous N95 masks. If we go back in time, you'll recall that the then President of the United States decided to invoke the Defense Production Act to prevent the delivery of equipment to fight COVID-19 to foreign countries, including us. More than 500,000 N95 masks were held up in the United States. Thousands of healthcare workers were put at extreme risk because this government did not manage the state seriously and respectfully. It was Quebec, Madam Speaker, that had to charter the world's largest plane, fly it from Ukraine to China, and fill it with protective equipment. They paid cash on the tarmac at Shanghai Airport and landed it at Mirabel because the federal government was unable to properly manage the stock of masks for which it was responsible. Seriously, what a nightmare. In the rush, Frank Baylis, a friend of the government, who sat with them on the Liberal benches, got the contract for the ventilators. And I met him at the Ethics Committee. The worst estimates were that we'd need 13,500 ventilators. How many did the government order? 27,148. Double. I think that a buddy is a buddy applies wonderfully in this case. Now, when it comes to borders, because I've got a few minutes left, once again, it was chaos. Valérie Plante and François Legault, the mayor of Montreal and the premier of Quebec, respectively, had to coordinate and send public health officers from Montreal and Quebec, I saw it for myself, to the airport to enforce quarantines while the Trudeau government, always more concerned with its image than with results, we do not use the names of members in the House. Thank you for the reminder. All right, picking up the thread. In Laurentides-Labelle, my team and I have to say that we worked tirelessly to repatriate our people, over 50 people who were stuck abroad, and the government left them behind. It was urgent. For the record, I remind you that this happened during school break weeks when thousands of Quebecers go abroad every year. We wondered if we should do anything. It's pretty much their only jurisdiction in health matters, and they weren't able to uphold it. Imagine that, even with national standards. Well, that's another debate. The COVID-19 pandemic has killed over 6.5 million people worldwide. In Canada, that's 45,000 deaths. Those 45,000 families are owed answers. Our role here as legislators is to monitor government action. Yes, monitor government action. It's not behind closed doors that we're going to be able to shed light on a critical and tragic period. What we went through is not insignificant, and we all know it. People have died. It was urgent to act, but we need to investigate actions taken to improve. Our style of governance is based on ministerial responsibility. The government is responsible to the House, but all of us, MPs, are representatives of the citizens of the 338 ridings all over the country who were strong and remained united during this difficult time. To conclude, as a G7 country, we owe it to our citizens a national independent public inquiry, and that is why we are against Bill C-93.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The pandemic has been difficult for Canadians, and it has been especially difficult for frontline workers. Nurses, physicians, long-term care workers, cleaners, retail staff, transit workers, and more. They have been there for us throughout this pandemic, but this government has not been there for them. For 3 years, they have been on the front lines with no relief in sight. This government called them heroes, but those accolades have not been backed up with tangible investments in their pay, working conditions, or mental health supports. It is absolutely unacceptable that investments in mental health have not come to frontline workers, while this Liberal government sits on $4.5 billion of unspent mental health funding. That needs to change. As the premiers arrive this week for healthcare negotiations, I think about the workers who are part of the growing care economy. This includes nurses who are disproportionately women, especially immigrant women, who have been underpaid and undervalued for decades because of gender discrimination. Now is the time for the federal government to step up and end that discrimination, to do the work required to improve the working conditions of nurses across this country. As Linda Silas of the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions has long said, it is past time to address, with actions, the dire shortage of nurses in this country. With that in mind, I highlight for the Liberal government a study that has been going on in the HoC committee for nearly a year on labour shortages. Its imminent report will hold critical testimony that outlines solutions to improve working conditions for healthcare workers, as well as to attract and retain more nurses. It was informed by unions across this country who understand firsthand this critical problem. This government must listen to them and act with urgency. Action is not something we see much of from this Liberal government, and it is one of the shortcomings of Bill C-293. 293 represents an unacceptable attempt to provide the illusion of action, accountability, and oversight with respect to Canada's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but won't actually achieve it. What is really needed is what the NDP and the member from Vancouver Kingsway has called for throughout this pandemic: a root-to-branch, independent, penetrating and comprehensive review of Canada's COVID-19 preparedness and response. An advisory committee approach, as proposed in C-293, has not shown to have great results. The proof is in the fact that even after the SARS Advisory Committee recommendations, Canada was ill-prepared for COVID-19. Now, some good things did come out of that National Advisory Committee to SARS, like the initial emergency stockpile of PPE. Yet, and it's been mentioned today, it was proven to be not properly maintained, with millions of N95 masks that had expired and needed to be destroyed as the pandemic began. So as COVID-19 hit, workers did not have the PPE supplies they needed to stay safe. A May 2021 report from the AG confirmed that negligent management of Canada's emergency stockpile resulted in shortages of PPE for essential workers. Serious issues with the stockpile had been raised for more than a decade, and the Public Health Agency of Canada, with its specific mandate to plan and coordinate a national response to infectious disease, was reported to have limited public health and emergency response management expertise in its own agency. How is it that the PHAC did not have the required expertise to manage PPE stocks? This lack of internal expertise played out in other ways too. When the pandemic hit in early 2020, the supply of essential medicines became a critical need, but Canada had walked away from investing in biomanufacturing capacity in this country decades earlier. Fast forward to March 2021, and the lack of domestic production capacity of vaccines was a problem for the Canadian government. In response to the insecurity of adequate supply for Canadians, a federal COVID-19 vaccine task force was formed to seek out high-potential Canadian candidates for the manufacturing of vaccines. Of course, the first thing the Liberals did was outsource, because the knowledge of Canadian companies with capabilities did not already exist within Health Canada. Deloitte was contracted, and at least one potential candidate was identified, BioLise Pharma, which, as per John Fulton's testimony at Indue Committee, was several years into the construction of a biologics manufacturing centre. BioLise could repurpose its facility for vaccine production with an investment from the federal government for as little as $4 million. Yet, the lack of government expertise, response, and political will did not make this happen. I mentioned at this point, Madam Speaker, that this is the same for the TRIPS waiver. I want to take a moment here to recognize the honourable member from Oakville, the Minister of National Defence. Her skill and determination in securing life-saving vaccines for Canadians after initial government missteps should never be forgotten. Back to PPE. At the beginning of the pandemic, Canadian manufacturers stepped up with production, and companies like Novo Textiles in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam invested quickly to retool their facilities and take up the government's request for critical PPE. Yet even though Novo Textiles and other members of CAPM made the investments to ramp up production, the government did not come through with timely certifications or purchase orders to support these heroic initiatives. And to add insult to injury, it took a motion from opposition party in this House 2 years into the pandemic to get this federal government to even purchase Canadian PPE for the Hill and federal staff. In this very place, Madam Speaker, there were no Canadian-made masks until 2022. It seems, Madam Speaker, that it is not the lack of government-created and chosen advisory board members, consultants, or plans that is missing. It is the ramping up of internal expertise and the political will to act that is needed. That is why New Democrats call on the federal government and the Cabinet to launch an independent public inquiry into Canada's COVID-19 response under the Inquiries Act without delay. As I mentioned earlier, my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway has been calling for a comprehensive review of Canada's COVID-19 preparedness and response throughout this pandemic. It is the only way to have accountability and adequate preparedness and prevention management going forward. Canadians want and deserve that too. According to an April 2022 poll from research company, 66% of Canadians support holding a public inquiry into the way the COVID-19 pandemic was managed by the federal government. Last week, the Director General of the World Health Organization noted the 3rd anniversary of the declaration of the COVID pandemic and said that it continues to constitute a public health emergency of international concern. This pandemic is not over, Madam Speaker, and the Liberals can no longer hold off on an independent inquiry into their handling of it. They must act now. While we are in a better position now than we were during the peak of the Omicron transmission 1 year ago, this pandemic is not over. We cannot get complacent. Surveillance and genetic sequencing have declined globally, making it more difficult to track known variants and to detect new ones. At the same time, Canadian health systems are on the verge of collapse. Frontline workers have been heroic, yet it has resulted in burnout, fatigue, and early retirements. As we work through this reality, more federal investments are needed in healthcare, in nurses. There needs to be respect for women in the care economy because they have always been the true backbone of the economy. The current nursing shortage has certainly proved that the Liberals need to take the work of solving the nursing shortage seriously and take action. The Prime Minister must not let down nurses as the Premiers arrive this week. This Liberal government has a responsibility to be part of the solution and to act on the healthcare crisis exacerbated by COVID-19.
Here.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak today to a bill put forward by my friend from Beaches, East York. I want to wish him well with his explorations with respect to provincial Liberal leadership here in Ontario. It'll be interesting to see how he does with the caucus management side, given his independent streak. But the good news for him is that it's such a small caucus to manage here with the Liberal Party in Ontario that it should be a little bit easier. Anyways, I do wish him well, although I am...
May I just remind the member that that is not the business of the House, and so please let's stick to the point. Thank you.
I had a slogan suggestion for his leadership campaign as well. It was get high in the polls. But anyways, I'll carry on with my remarks here. Madam Speaker, I wish my friend well, but I will not be supporting his bill. This bill is about a review of our pandemic preparedness and comes out of course, the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's sort of cliche to say, but it's obvious, a seminal event in all of our lives that has had so many dramatic consequences. There's the health consequences for so many people, of course, but I think also the social and cultural consequences of this pandemic that have deeply shaped us and will continue to shape us. And most of those consequences, quite frankly, are negative, and they require a reaction to, I think, the social and cultural damage that's been wrought as a result of the divisions that have been created through this pandemic. Some of them maybe just incidental or unintended, but some of them, I think, very much intentionally sown. So it's right that we should be, as politicians, as leaders, but also as a society in general, evaluating, reviewing the effects of the pandemic, saying what happened here, how did we get some things so badly wrong, or what were the things that we got right, how can we approach future pandemics in a better way. So in principle, I agree with the idea of having a post-pandemic review and having in place provisions to ensure that there's a plan for future pandemics. I don't regard this bill, sadly, as a serious approach to those things. I'll just mention some aspects of this. One is that Liberals love to put forward new advisory councils which will be appointed by government ministers. We saw this with their child care bill, C-35. We see this again with C-293, where they're saying, we've got this issue that we've got to think about, therefore we're going to have an advisory council that's going to be responsible for advising the government about it, and the minister responsible for that area is going to appoint the advisory council. And by the way, the advisory council should be in certain respects diverse, reflective of different kinds of backgrounds and experiences and so forth. But what guarantees diversity of thought in an advisory mechanism is diversity in the appointment process. That is bringing in multiple voices in determining who are the right people to sit on this advisory council. If you have a minister that chooses who sits on an advisory council, then obviously they're going to be tempted to appoint people that share their pre-existing philosophy and aren't going to necessarily dig into providing the kind of criticisms that are required of the government's approach. So various members have put forward proposals in terms of the kind of broad-based, genuinely democratic post-pandemic review that we would need to have. And I think many of those conversations are already going on, of course. I think there should be a mechanism within the government to have this kind of review. And I know various provinces are looking at this already. There should be international mechanisms around pandemic review. All these things are important, but those review processes shouldn't be a top-down controlled whitewash. They should be authentically empowered to hold governments accountable, to say, hey, we got some big things wrong in the context of the pandemic. Why did we get them wrong? And how can we ensure we fix those issues? So in the time I have left, let me just highlight some of the things I think we got badly wrong about the pandemic and some of the ways we need to think about how we go forward. So there were a lot of things that we didn't know about COVID-19 when it started. So let's acknowledge that it was probably inevitable that we were going to get some things wrong. But at a basic level, we should have had the stockpile of PPE that was required. This was coming out of past pandemics that people could eventually come to conclusions about, okay, to what degree degree did certain kinds of masks or not limit the spread of the virus. But at the very beginning, before we knew anything, it was a good kind of default to say, let's make sure we have protective equipment in place, that we have that stockpile available so that it can be available to people. After the SARS pandemic a couple decades ago, it was out of the discussion around that we created the Public Health Agency that was supposed to help us be prepared for these things. We weren't prepared. We didn't have the stockpiles of PPE. In fact, we sent away PPE at a critical juncture early in the pandemic. So there was a lack of preparedness, particularly around having the equipment that was required. And members will recall, I think it's important to recall that the leading public health authorities in this country and in the U.S. said, don't use masks. Masks are ineffective or even counterproductive. That was the message at the beginning, and I think likely part of the reason that message was pushed in a context where, of course, doctors and nurses were using that equipment, but the general public was told, don't use these things are counterproductive, because there was a shortage of supply. And the government could have been more honest about acknowledging the fact that there was a shortage of supply, that they had failed to plan and prepare for that reality. But it speaks to another point, actually. So the lack of preparedness in terms of having the PPE available, but also we would have been much better off if governments and public health authorities were more willing to openly acknowledge the things that they didn't know. I think that the tone we had, and early discussions around masking were a good example, where people were told, if you were for masking when you were supposed to be against masking, then you were anti-science. So you were pushing an anti-science message. And then later, there was the revision in terms of the government's messaging. And if our public health authorities and governments had shown a greater degree of humility and just said, hey, there's some things we don't know here. Masking is a reasonable precautionary measure. This is right at the beginning of the pandemic. There are just things that we don't know. But there was a very kind of assertive approach that carried itself throughout the pandemic, really, saying that any diversity of opinion in terms of pandemic strategy, if you were disagreeing with the prevailing consensus, then you were supposedly anti-science. And in fact, as members have pointed out, the way that science itself progresses is through some degree of open debate and challenging presumptions. But the reality is, public health bodies and governments were expressing certainty about things that they were less certain about. And let's acknowledge that throughout the pandemic, there were various revisions. I recall, for example, when vaccines first came out, the government's message was, take the first available vaccine. And then they said, actually, don't take AstraZeneca. We recommend Pfizer or Moderna, not AstraZeneca. And at the same time as the government was not recommending AstraZeneca for Canadians, I had constituents who said, well, okay, I did what they told me to do with the first shot, and now they're telling me, okay, I'm supposed to have a second shot of a different kind, and that was apparently totally fine in Canada, whereas other countries were saying, no, you needed to have two of the same dose. And I understand that as the science is unfolding, there's going to be things that we don't know, but if the government was willing to kind of acknowledge in a more honest, transparent way throughout that process that there are some things we don't know, I think we would have been much better off. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by just saying I'm very concerned about what has been, I think, some of the social and cultural impacts of this pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we were already seeing these trends where there was sort of a breaking down of traditional community and a greater kind of political polarization, whereas people were less likely to be involved in neighborhood, community organization, community league, faith organizations, these kinds of things, and becoming more polarized along political lines. And those existing trends were dramatically accelerated through the pandemic, where the restrictions made it difficult for people to gather together in the kind of traditional community structures that had existed previously. And we've seen a heightened political polarization, people being divided on the basis of their views on masks, their vaccination status, and And I think we need to, as we evaluate what happened in the pandemic, and this is more of a cultural work than a political work, but we need to think about how we can bring our communities back together, reconcile people across these kinds of divides, and try to rebuild the kinds of communities that we had previously, where people put politics aside and were willing to get together and focus on what united them.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 35 months ago, things came to a halt in Canada and throughout the world. This was a stressful period, and I hope that we'll never experience it again. However, I must be clear without being alarmist. Epidemics and pandemics are bound to become more frequent for various reasons. Today, we are studying Bill C-293, which aims to prevent and prepare the country for a pandemic. When I saw it on the order paper, I was rather appalled, I must admit. I would like to take you all back to 2020 to explain the dismay that I felt. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, I was reassuring myself and my family by saying, listen, since the SARS crisis, epidemiologists have been warning all governments that the next great pandemic would probably be a coronavirus pandemic. Here I'll digress for a bit, and you'll understand why, Madam Speaker. Epidemiologists suspected that the pandemic would be caused by a coronavirus because, thanks to SARS, they noted that we know very little about coronavirus. They knew that we were perhaps not ready to fight coronaviruses, given that we didn't know them. There's no conspiracy here, just good old-fashioned analytical logic. Close parenthesis. Knowing that, we had been warned since the SARS crisis, and knowing that we had had some sort of practice with the H1N1 incident in 2007-2008, I thought that we were ready to face the pandemic, that Canada and the provinces had the necessary tools to do so. Well, nope. Outdated masks, no respirators, investments in tests at $8,000 a box, then the end of these investments, then difficulties in finding reliable suppliers, then catching up, etc., etc., etc. To err is human. Madam Speaker, everyone, of course, has the right to make a mistake. Planning something and making a mistake is one thing. To fail to plan, to work sometimes blindly, to give a contract that turns out to be overvalued to strangers who pass the contract on to a very recent former Liberal Member of Parliament is not human error, but very much a blunder. The only image that comes to mind is that of those movies where the lover tries to get away from the husband by pulling up his pants because the husband's just kicked the door down. But the lover would not have been in that position had they planned by not trying to court the husband's wife. Now, if I remind you how surprised I was at the lack of organisation in Canada and elsewhere in the world, despite more than 15 years of warnings, it is not for nothing. This is directly related to Bill C-293, which shows that there was not enough preparation. If the mechanisms had already been in place, well, they were in place, but had they already been placed back in place, would we have needed a new law? No. We would only need to adapt existing statutes and legislations or adapt policies, regulations and work methods. Once this whole consternation is over, we still have to read the bill. The preamble sets the table. First paragraph, it is true that it costs quite a bit less to prevent than to cure. We won't talk about that further. Second paragraph, and I quote, Parliament is committed to making efforts to prevent the risk of a pandemic and to prepare for future pandemics. Shouldn't this have been started in 2003-2004 after SARS? Just a thought. Wasn't it Jean Chrétien and then Paul Martin who were in power, and then Stephen Harper during that entire period? Prevention involves a host of measures, particularly in the environment and health. The more we invest in energy sources that produce greenhouse gases, the more we set the table for rising temperatures, which melts the virus and bacteria freezers that are glaciers and permafrost. Prevention of pandemics should have started a long time ago, but it's never too late to do it right. In health, the great initiator of cuts and transfers to Quebec, the provinces and the territories is, in fact, Jean Chrétien. If, as early as 2003-2004, health transfers had been restored to their constitutional level, the impact of the pandemic on our health networks would have been much less significant. Here again, it is not too late to do the right thing. There is a meeting today on this very subject. So I hope that it will come out that the federal government must respect its own constitution. Now back to the preamble. The third paragraph lists viruses and diseases that have hit the world without necessarily hitting Canada hard. The fourth and fifth paragraphs state that we need a multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary, collaborative approach to prevention. I agree with this. But once again, as for collaboration, I refer to you to the constitutional agreements on health transfer. If these agreements had been respected in 2003 and 2004, the sums paid to Quebec, the Canadian provinces and the territories to support their respective health systems would have been much lower. During the pandemic, since these systems would have had the necessary resilience to face the situation. When you've been missing up to 32% of your budget for 30 years, Madam Speaker, whether you're a human being, a company, a not-for-profit or a government, well, it's not. This has an effect. It makes things more difficult during a crisis. And before my colleagues rebuke me on the amount of this aid, the amount that government gave to provinces or territories during the pandemic, I would like to remind them that it is the federal government's constitutional role to provide aid in the event of a major crisis. They have no constitutional agreement with countries in crisis, and yet they send them money. They send them goods and services. Here we have constitutional agreements. And, well, it's not really fair to be rebuffed when we demand that they be respected. To conclude, Canada is responsible for its own lack of pandemic preparedness. The Global Public Health Intelligence Network alert system was deactivated in 2019. The National Emergency Stockpile was so poorly managed that millions of masks that were essential to hospital services, by the way, were discarded because they were out of date. The management of our borders and quarantines was chaotic. The pharmaceutical production capacity was undermined over the previous decades, and so on and so on and so on. You may want to ask me if the government has done anything right. Catching up with mistakes, a lack of planning and prevention, has finally made things better. And in that respect, I commend the unparalleled work of the then Minister for Supply and her team, who did not count their working hours and worked relentlessly. Yes, the management of the pandemic needs to be analysed in order to shed light on this completely neutrally, in order to figure out what the population and the health systems experienced. Let us take the issue out of the hands of the politicians who were at the centre of the storm. This bill is interesting, yes. It asks the implementation of an advisory committee in order to study the before and the during and make recommendations. But this bill already includes a list of items that the plan should include. So what will these recommendations do if decisions have already been made? Let us take politics out of all of this. I commend the goodwill of my colleague from Beaches, East York. I consider prevention to be a much less difficult remedy to swallow than treatment. However, in order to ensure that this remedy is non-partisan, it is imperative that we ensure that it is created outside our political walls, and that is a reason for which we need an independent public inquiry. Only an independent public inquiry can ensure an unbiased and non-partisan analysis. Complete neutrality is absolutely necessary to shed light on what the public and health systems have experienced. Let us take the issue out of the hands of the politicians who have been at the centre, once again, of the storm.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beaches East York for his right of reply.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start just by asking all of us to consider what the role of a member of parliament is with respect to private members' business, because I am not a member of the government. This is a private member's bill. And for all of us across party lines who have introduced private members' bills, we know how much work goes in. And the rule, the guidance we receive as parliamentarians, the convention, as it were, if we respect it. I heard my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan say, in principle, I agree. I heard the Bloc say the intent is laudable. And I heard NDP colleagues say that they agree with the general purpose of a pandemic prevention and preparedness strategy, but it needs to be an independent review. If one agrees in principle with a bill, and one takes one's role seriously, not as a cabinet minister who sees with government legislation, but as a member of parliament considering backbencher business and private members' business, one should send to committee the legislation that we agree with in principle. And we can work out the details. I'm certainly open to amending the legislation based on the details. But surely we shouldn't kill a bill at second reading, a bill that has merit in principle, a bill that obviously we've just lived through the most serious health crisis that we've ever lived through. And here's a bill that says, let's make sure we're more prepared next time. And the conversation for today is, well, that sounds great, but we're going to kill it right now before we have experts attend a committee. We're going to kill it right now before we have provincial ministers attend committee. We're going to kill it right now before we have PHAC attend committee. We don't actually want to think about this issue again. We just want to rail in a political way about an independent review. So let me turn to the need for an independent review. Of course, there should be an independent review. Of course, there should be one. And the NDP referenced SARS, and good on them for referencing an independent commission and the SARS commission, which was led by then Justice Campbell. But let me tell you, there was also an advisory committee. Yes, there was a national advisory committee, a separate dual track process under Health Canada, led by David Naylor. And there were recommendations from that National Advisory Committee that were implemented ultimately by the government. That's why we have the Public Health Agency of Canada. So forgive me if I'm astounded at the lack of history by my colleagues who say we need some independent review and therefore we need to kill this piece of legislation. No, we need both. And in this particular instance, the accountability, the core accountability to a law like this is not in the review function. That's laughable. The core accountability in this bill is parliamentary accountability, is that the government should be accountable to us as parliament with respect to its pandemic prevention and preparedness efforts. So when the member from Port Moody, Coquitlam says, well, we need more emphasis on nurses. Well, guess what? This bill would require the government table every 3 years to us in parliament a pandemic prevention and preparedness plan that speaks to supporting local public health and primary care capacity building. Yes, it speaks to nurses. It also, by the way, speaks to the working conditions of essential workers across all sectors. The government should be creating these pandemic prevention and preparedness strategies and then tabling those strategies to us in Parliament. If you kill this bill, it means, yeah, rail about an independent review, but what it functionally means is that it's going to be this government, future governments that create these strategies, and they are not accountable to Parliament for those strategies. For the same reason we need climate accountability legislation, it doesn't mean some independent review of how climate change is occurring. It means that the government is accountable to Parliament for its climate action plan. Similarly, the accountability mechanism in this bill, the government is accountable to us for its prevention and preparedness strategies. Now, I heard my colleague from Regina Leuven read out One Health approach and say, maybe a good idea. It sounds too internationally for me. We literally have a One Health approach in Health Canada to prevent antimicrobial resistance. If people are going to vote against this bill, please just read it first. Honestly, just read it first. Don't read it for the first time in Parliament when you read a section of it while you're railing against it. We need a pandemic prevention and preparedness plan, full stop. We need accountability to Parliament, full stop. And please, as legislators, as parliamentarians, my instinct as a parliamentarian, and you all know this, I've supported conservative bills to get to committee. I've supported NDP bills to get to committee because my role in this place, and I hope you see your role in the same way, our role is to get bills that we agree with in principle to committee so we can improve them. Thanks for the time, and I hope we all change our minds.
The question is as follows. Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that Bill C-293, an act respecting pandemic prevention and preparedness, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of the recognised party would like the motion to be adopted or adopted with on dissent, or would like a recorded division, I'd like to ask them to rise and indicate it to the Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 8, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Sorry. Yes. Est-ce que j'ai le consentement?
Do you have the unanimous consent so that we suspend to 12:01?
La Chambre est suspendue.
The House is hereby suspended.
House will now resume. On reprend. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak about Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Bill C-34 implements a set of amendments to improve the national security review process of foreign investments and modernize the Investment Canada Act. Collectively, these amendments represent the most significant legislative update of the ICA since 2009. These amendments would also ensure that Canada's review process is consistent with our allies. This consistency is something that business owners and stakeholders within the riding of Waterloo have also spoken to me about. It's something that's important to them, as Canada is a trading nation, and being aligned with our allies is something of importance. Madam Speaker, Canada has a long-standing reputation for welcoming foreign investments and a strong framework to promote trade while advancing Canadian interests. In fact, Canada has one of the earliest and most robust screening processes for foreign investments in the world. For some history, the Investment Canada Act was enacted 38 years ago in 1985 to encourage investment in Canada that contributes to economic growth and employment opportunities. The Act allowed the government to review significant foreign investments to ensure these benefits exist. The Act was updated in 2009 to include a framework for national security review of foreign direct investments. Since then, and for the longest time, the ICA was one of the only pieces of legislation in the world that provides a reviewing mechanism for the net benefit and national security threats of foreign direct investments. It is clear that the federal government has long played a leadership role in setting a framework for investment review that attracts needed, positive foreign direct investments without compromising on national security. However, the world looks a lot different now than it did in 2009. The global market has rapidly changed, as with shifting geopolitical threats. Canada is growing, and our interactions with the rest of the world are changing. The government has seen a rise in state-sponsored threat activities from hostile state and non-state actors. They are attracted by Canada's technologically advanced and open economy and world-class research community. This is something we know very well in the riding and region of Waterloo. The level of sophistication of these threats has also increased. Hostile state and non-state actors are deliberately pursuing strategies to acquire goods, technologies, and intellectual property through foreign investments that could damage Canada's economy and undermine national security while possibly controlling the supply chains of critical goods. These concerns are real, and why debating and advancing legislation is necessary. The COVID-19 pandemic has created additional vulnerabilities that could lead to opportunistic and potentially harmful investment behavior by foreign investors. In response, the government has taken swift, concrete action to enhance scrutiny on inbound investments related to public health and critical goods and services. The government has, again, taken action recently by enhancing scrutiny on investments involved in sensitive goods and technology, such as critical minerals, critical infrastructure, and sensitive personal data. Through these investments, the government is prepared to once again take action to strengthen the national security review while allowing for positive foreign investments. Canada is a trading nation, and we work with international allies. The reality is that economic-based threats to national security are an area of increasing concern, not just for Canada, but for our allies as well. Madam Speaker, other jurisdictions internationally are moving in response to the shifting geopolitical threats, either by amending or by putting in place new investment screening regimes. Our action is needed to bring Canada into greater alignment with our international partners and allies. For example, I understand Australia has updated its laws on foreign direct investment. It has made a prominent change by introducing authorities to protect national security in January 2021. These include fresh powers for the Australian government to require mandatory notification for transactions involving a national security business before the transactions are closed. Additionally, the United Kingdom introduced a new standalone regime on national security and investment in January 2021. The Act creates, for the first time in the UK, a mandatory obligation to secure clearance for transactions that acquire control of a business and in around 17 specified and sensitive sectors before they are completed. The UK has also introduced legislation that allows the government to impose interim orders while the review is being conducted, preventing foreign investors from obtaining confidential information or accessing sensitive sites or assets until the review is complete. Our cousins to the south, the United States of America, has overhauled its foreign direct investment laws in 2018. The amendments added new types of transactions subject to government review, and for the first time ever, mandating notification in transactions involved in critical technologies, certain critical infrastructures, or sensitive personal data of American citizens. New regulations fully implementing the Act took effect in February 2020. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments in Bill C-34 address the concerns we have heard from Canadians and which have been echoed by our allies. The proposed amendments in Bill C-34 address these concerns by introducing new pre-implementation filing requirements for specified investments and the power to implement interim conditions during national security review of the investment. This will provide Canada the new governance capacity to address the increasingly complex threat landscape. Bill C-34 will also ensure that Canada's foreign direct investment screening regime remains world-leading. Madam Speaker, as I have shared, Canada and our allies share similar national and economic security concerns. They are concerned with threat actors operating in multiple jurisdictions to secure a monopoly in critical assets and technology. It is becoming increasingly more important to share information with allies to support national security assessments to prevent these threats from happening. Previously, the Minister had limited capacity to share case-specific information with its international allies. Bill C-34 introduces the authority for more direct information sharing by the Minister with international counterparts for national security reviews. This could help both Canada and our partners defend against an investor who may be active simultaneously in several jurisdictions and seeking the same sensitive technology or critical assets. For example, the amendment will allow the Minister to reach out to a foreign partner and disclose information about the investor to gain additional information and to support Canada's own national security assessment. That said, Canada would not be obligated to share such information where there are confidentiality or other concerns. Madam Speaker, there is never a shortage of critics, but this legislation is about making sure Canada welcomes foreign investment and trade that encourages economic growth, innovation, and employment opportunities in Canada for Canadians. I believe, Madam Speaker, that this approach is pragmatic, principled, and provides a coherent, solid framework to address evolving geopolitical threats while allowing Canada's review regime to be more aligned with our international allies. And if there are ways to make this legislation better, I believe we have the opportunity now to work together to make that happen. We are currently at second reading. This legislation is being debated in the House. To see it go to committee where it can be further scrutinized, where witnesses can attend and appear and amendments can be made, would really allow for this legislation to work for more of the Canadian economy. With Bill C-34, Canada will continue to encourage positive investment without compromising national security. And I think it's really good that this legislation is being debated as a standalone piece of legislation where we actually can get into the details of what will work better, because it's important that we have legislation that promotes and supports foreign investment, but also make sure that we do not compromise national security. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her speech, and I know that the member has been a cabinet minister, so I'd like to ask her this question in the context of her time in cabinet. This bill removes the minister's responsibility to go to cabinet to actually seek agreement to do a national security review and removes him from having to report back to cabinet on that unless he deems it to be a national security review. Do you think that removing cabinet from the process of determining that will help? Because in the past, this government, which I think you were in cabinet for, the member was in cabinet for.
Wasn't anywhere. Okay, thank you. Just a reminder.
In cabinet for, actually approved 2 acquisitions. One, Hytera acquiring Norsat, and the Chinese state-owned enterprise mining company acquiring a mining entity which has 65% of Canada's lithium production, approved it without a national security view. There is nothing in this bill that will change that, especially if the minister doesn't have to go to cabinet. I'd like her views on that. I'd like the members' views on that, please.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will thank the member for the comment. And I think within my comments that I shared today, I did state that there will never be a shortage of critics, and it's important that we do debate and that we do make sure that we get this legislation right. And this is about economic and national security of Canada. Foreign investments and trade are necessary for Canada's economic growth and employment opportunities, but needs to be done while protecting Canada's national interests. And I think that's why looking at this legislation is really about making sure that the way we move forward is better for Canadians, for Canada's economy, and ensuring our national security. And I think the member knows very well that we do have a process, and providing feedback that's going to improve this legislation, this is the time. That's why the member was elected. He was not only elected to oppose, but how do we make legislation work better for his constituents, my constituents, our country? And this is the time to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Verchères, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague for her speech on C-34. 634 gives the Minister of Industry more authority, more power to review foreign investment, which in and of itself is positive. But when it comes to national security, I think that there should be other subjects or criteria which would trigger reviewing an investment. But when it comes to reviewing investment, my colleague talked about the government's role, but I remember a time, a specific case, the sale of Rona. There had to be a government review to determine the overall advantage for national security. At this study, though, we weren't able to get any documents about the study reviewing the sale of Rona. So I'm wondering whether this government study, this government review is done in a thoroughly or if it's just done quite randomly. The Honourable Member for Waterloo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that now is the time to have a conversation, to have debate on this bill. In doing so, we can ensure that we have the right solutions and the right processes which will work well for Canadians.
That what's taken place in the past, but how do we go about to make sure that we have systems in place where these concerns that the member is raising are addressed, to make sure that information is available and that we move forward in that way? And I think that's where this legislation today is a standalone piece of legislation. It's not within a budget bill. It's not within something else. It is one piece of legislation that we are debating because of the importance of the topic. And so I think everything that the member has to contribute is important, and I think that once this legislation gets to committee, we can ensure that any of the concerns that he's raising are addressed, and I'm sure the government looks forward to working with him. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
And I want to get a kind of a perception in terms of where the Liberals might be open for amendments on this. I remember coming to this place and watching then Paul Martin sell off Petro-Canada as an example of that with regards to foreign investment and not having any type of concerns. In fact, this issue was first raised when Chinamin Metals, we brought that to committee because it was actually buying up part of the Canadian oil sands. And so subsequently we've watched iconic companies like Nortel disappear. We've watched Future Shop, Zellers, Rona, for example. And what I'd like to ask the member is that whether or not the government now has at least a perception or at least a thought that consumer and also market issues in Canada are part of actual national security when we actually block Canadians from having competition and also subsequent lose products because we actually allow these takeovers to take into the market of consumerism.
A very brief answer from the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have to say that I am elected to represent the riding of Waterloo, and Waterloo is world-renowned for the innovations and technologies. And when the member mentioned Nortel, I remember very well the impact that had within my community. It's 2023. I'm still carrying a BlackBerry to support my local economy, that brain power. So what I would like to assure the member is that I'm confident that this government is always open to amendments. I think we've demonstrated many a times that we can work together in the best interest of Canadians. And so I would like to assure him that, as he has done in the past, let's continue working together to find the best way forward, because when our constituents in our country benefit, we all win.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the honourable member from Calgary Shepherd. Madam Speaker, to understand the significance as we debate Canada's future prosperity and security, you only need to look up over the weekend as the Chinese spy balloon floated 60,000 feet from Alaska over to Canada into Montana. And of course, it was shot down by a few F-22s and plummeted into the Atlantic Ocean by South Carolina, carrying its cameras and equipment. China wants what the West has, and it will go to new heights to get it. And it's a sign of the new world. And just like America and our major trading partners, the future of our country, of Canada, is protecting our sovereignty, our technological assets and IP, our land, our farms, and our natural resources, while simultaneously attracting foreign investment into a country that benefits Canadians. The Investment Canada Act continues a trend by this government of coming late to the party with changes that try to catch Canada up without serious strategy to advance Canada into the modern era. The result is not just a balloon's bubble bursting over the weekend, but the threat of Canada's too if we are not right. And Conservatives believe that the right way to create paychecks for Canadians is a strategy that encourages made in Canada, grown in Canada, and ensuring our companies, our resources, and our IP stays in Canada, while ensuring that any investment in Canada benefits Canadians and the people, companies, and resources that we grow here all across all of our ridings and our regions. I'm sure we're all familiar with the story of the Giving Tree. See, in the Giving Tree, a man and a tree were friends, and when he grew up, he would eat the apples and climb on the tree, and when he was older, he would ask the tree for its apples to sell them for money, and would take all the fruit away, would take the branches to build a house and take all the branches away, would come back later in life to ask for the trunk because the man wanted to build a canoe or a boat. And the tree gave all that. And at the end, the man came back and all that was left was the stump. You know, Canada has given away large swaths of land or agriculture, fisheries, and infrastructure. We've given away a lot of our IP without investing in ourselves. And what we're left with, and what Canadians are left with, is the stump. You know, we have IP leaving the country. I know our colleague from Waterloo just spoke about IP. It's missing from this bill. And, you know, what alarming statistics about how much of our intellectual property leaves. In the University of Waterloo, 75% of our software engineering grads get pilfered and they leave to Canada to go to the U.S. The U.S. has 169 times our IP production in Canada. Canada produces $39 million of IP, but the U.S. produces $6.6 trillion. We're not developing, protecting, commercializing our IP. We're about to do a study in science and research because what we have is called the Valley of Death. We're not developing our intellectual property. Our intellectual property gets pilfered and it becomes someone else's, not Canadians. And we have the largest gaps in the world, so much so that the OECD has forecasted that Canada will have one of the worst performing economies in the developed world in the next century. Canada has not been able to keep up to the world when it comes to IP and a knowledge-based economy. Canadian policy is not caught up to the rest of the world, firmly grounded in industrial-era concepts, failing to develop national strategies for IP and data. For instance, China, last year alone, developed 30,000 patents in AI. Canada, for the whole country and all of our advancements, developed less than 30,000. The future of Canada needs to be protected in the airwaves, in blockchain, in AI and quantum computing, and in the sky overhead, but also in our farms, our food processing plants and genomics, our oceans, our fishing, in developing Canadian LNG, which the world wants, and in our Arctic. In the Giving Tree story, unlike this government, figuratively and literally, Conservatives would just plant more trees, especially the trees it says it would. The world wants what Canada makes, and we have what the world needs. When we give the world what Canada makes, Canadians make paychecks and Canadians benefit. And this bill has a long way to go. Is it flawed? Yes. Can we agree to do some of it? Sure. A new pre-closing filing agreement? Sure, that makes sense. Increased penalties for non-compliance? Yes, as long as we are calling these companies out. Improved information sharing? Sure, as long as we are acting on it. Closed court proceedings? Well, there's a red flag. Why do we need to do secretive closed court proceedings? One alarming sentence includes the word secret evidence in this bill. That's really concerning. New ministerial powers, again, red flag. We have concerns on that. There is no mention of protection for intangible assets, such as intellectual property, which are the backbone for our knowledge-based economy. And this bill does not address or lower the thresholds for national security reviews of state-owned enterprises, which will allow for even further control of our economy by Communist China. This bill doesn't address at all about dropping the threshold for state-owned or state-controlled enterprises to zero, or automatic national security reviews of companies based in nations that threaten Canada. If a company is based in, controlled, or owned by a country which has a heightened national security review, we should review all proposed activity in Canada, and we cannot allow control of any critical or strategic sectors to fall into these nations' hands. The main threat of state-owned industries is from Communist China, who will ruthlessly use their companies to advance their long-term national interest. It was stated in Indu. In Indu, there's a Professor Balding who testified at committee every year the Chinese government makes a list of assets for Chinese companies to acquire. If that's not an alarming statement, I'm not sure what is. Let's take our critical minerals, for example. China is eating the world's lunch when it comes to critical minerals. China controls 80% of lithium. They control 66% of cobalt. And yet this government is pushing for electric vehicles, so much so that it's mandating electric vehicle sales only in Canada by 2035. But is allowing the sale of critical minerals that are essential to those EVs to China state-owned companies. Neolithium was allowed to be sold without a security review last spring. It was a Canadian-owned company sold to China. Many Canadians will be alarmed to know that Canada only has one functioning lithium mine, and guess what? It's owned by China. Fossil fuels will be used next, Madam Speaker, as a weapon, or they'll weaponize fossil fuels, and as they weaponize fossil fuels, they're going to weaponize critical minerals, and you can bet on it. The member for South Shore St. Margaret's highlighted how state-owned companies are controlling parts of our infrastructure and our critical fisheries industry, including controlling or owning the majority of the Halifax airport. It does not stop just at corporate takeovers. Huawei created 17 research partnerships with Canadian universities, and this week it was revealed that taxpayer-funded universities have been partnering with the Chinese National University of Defense Technology for the last 5 years. That included quantum cryptography, photomics, and space science. IP that we were funding with taxpayer dollars that went to Chinese military scientists. In the United States, Huawei, the Chinese company that makes the tower technology, was banned by U.S. carriers in 2018, and it took us until 2022 to follow suit. Why? In 2018, the heads of major U.S. intelligence agencies warned Americans against Huawei. In the U.S., some of the things the FBI uncovered pertain to Chinese-made Huawei equipment atop cell phone towers near U.S. military bases, and again, close to critical infrastructure. Beijing has been leaning on to extradite Chinese scientists And certainly lately, we've heard reports of Chinese police stations here in Canada. This bill will remove oversight and proper security from national security review processes under the Investment Canada Act. And, you know, we need to look at this open versus closed court process. Why the secrecy? Why do we need to tuck this away? Why can't we have these proceedings in the open? This bill gives the minister sole power to create a list of industries which will be subject to automatic national security reviews. We all know what sectors should be protected, and the government should commit to protecting those vital sectors: health, pharmaceutical, agriculture, fisheries, manufacturing, natural resources, IP innovation, AI, and data. However, we have no idea what will be on that list, with all the power being in the minister's office and having that taken away from cabinet. We saw what happened with Roger Shaw and Global Life, and we saw certainly what's happened with McKinsey. Madam Speaker, the future of this country depends on a Made in Canada strategy that in some ways mirrors the Chinese spy balloon that flew over Canada last week, that looks at Canada from a 60,000-foot view with bold strategies. A Conservative government will focus on growing the economy that provides paychecks to Canadians by focusing on Made in Canada, grown in Canada, and strategies that ensure our resources, our people, our and our talent stay in Canada and are protected. There is investment, Madam Speaker, and there is theft, and there is no room for theft. We want to encourage investment that brings real benefit to Canadians, their paychecks, their savings, and their lives. We want to ensure, Madam Speaker, that we have greater prosperity for our region, and that's for Canadians, not just for China. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, when I take a look at the legislation, I see a modernization of an act that will better provide transparency. We've seen a great deal of investment over the years. The Minister of Industry and Trades talked about some significant investments just in the last number of weeks. A member made reference to the battery industry and its potential growth, and how Canada is actually leading many other countries. I believe we're somewhere around number 3, number 2 in the world. And I'm wondering if the member can just reflect on the potential of some of those industries and why it's so important that we modernize the legislation so that we can provide more clarity, because there are many of the investors that want to continue to come to Canada.
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we want Canada to lead the world in battery production, but also battery manufacturing. And, you know, the problem with Canada over so many years is that Canada has become a branch plant factory. We bring multinational corporations in, and certainly that provides jobs, but we're certainly not helping Canadian companies develop critical minerals and then manufacture those minerals in Canada. Like I mentioned, Canada has one lithium mine, and it's owned by China. Canada is certainly working at Volkswagen and other great companies to come in here and manufacture, but where are the Canadian companies? How are we helping Canadian companies grow? And the end result, Madam Speaker, is we want GDP per capita, which means paychecks for Canadians, to go up. That means growing Canadian companies. That means investing in Canadian critical minerals and ensuring that Canada benefits, not the rest of the world solely. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I carefully listened to my colleague's speech. He emphasized the issue of China a great deal. I think it's a good thing. We need to be concerned about what's happening with China and the investments it's making and the fact that it doesn't always respect our laws. But there's not just investments coming from China. There's many other countries in the world who are investing too. And often when they make significant investments in Canada, the Investment Canada Act, which we're discussing right now, is such that when the investment is significant, the minister needs to look at it and determine whether it's a good investment. Is there a net advantage for Canada beyond national security concerns? For 2021-2022, we received 1,200 investment notices. That's pretty significant. And only 8 were reviewed. What does my colleague think about this government on the other side, who's looking at things with rose-tinted glasses and not doing its job because less than 1% of investments are being reviewed?
Thank you to the honourable member from the La Belle Province for the question. 100%. You know, we've talked about, and I mentioned in my speech, lowering the threshold. We should probably be looking at most investments. Most importantly, Canada needs to be proactive. We need to look at acquiring and attracting investments. We want investment in Canada. My speech focused on we want Canadians and Canadian companies to benefit, and they do benefit from international investment. As long as it is invested in Canadian companies, that will grow and will stay in Canada, and we protect IP that's here. But certainly I agree with the member on lowering thresholds, that we look at almost all investments that come to Canada, because we should be in control of those investments. If Canada is going to grow and it's going to prosper, we're also attracting investment to Canada, which means we know where the investments need to go, and we're making sure that those Canadian companies, that IP stays in Canada and Canadian companies are growing here in Canada. Thank you.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Listening to the Conservatives talk about jobs and trade and supporting Canada, it's like looking into the distortions of a funhouse mirror. I remember when Stephen Harper sold off $15 billion of the oil sands to a Chinese state company, when he signed a secretive free trade agreement with China that allowed Chinese state companies to sue any level of government in Canada. And the Conservatives stood up and told us this is a great thing. Could you imagine the Americans ever allowing China's state companies to sue their states or their municipalities? But that's what they did. And when they talk about supporting Canadian mining, it was Tony Clement who allowed two of Canada's greatest companies, Inco and Falconbridge, to be taken off by corporate raiders because they would not stand up for Canadian jobs. So it's a little rich to hear the Conservatives now suddenly saying, you know, they're going to stand up to China, and they're going to stand up for jobs. And Stephen Harper sold us down the river every step of the way in order to favor his friends in the Chinese state companies.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte, 10 seconds.
Madam Speaker, Stephen Harper left us with one of the best economies this country's ever had. So at the end of the day, you know, I look to that government's success if we compare across the aisle. But at the end of the day, you know, the world's changed. 100% the world's changed, right? When we look at a balloon flying over the Earth, when's the last time that happened? And we want to ensure.
For Calgary, Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Glad to see you back in the chair as well. And I want to start by saying, thank you to my constituents again for giving me the great privilege of being to rise in the House and speak on their behalf and the issues that they are concerned with these days. So to the constituents back home, the debate today is on C-34, which is amendments. The government will call it the modernization of the C-34. In C-34, which is the Investment Canada Act, the specific name they've given it is the National Security Review of Investments Modernization Act. Everything that's wonderful, it seems the government will always call it modernization. And maybe I'll take a different tack than other members have taken. Every piece of legislation I find, whether it's Liberal, Conservative, it's a private member's bill, it's in the moment that it's tabled. It's the events that lead up to it are important. And this particular piece of legislation, let's be serious, it is about the People's Republic of China and state-owned investments being made in Canada. So whether those are investments that contravene our national security interests, or whether those are investments which in the long term are not in the interests of the Canadian economy, the Canadian worker, because we've seen the experience of other countries all across the world over the last 2 decades since the People's Republic of China was allowed to enter the WTO, and that relationship has changed in the world economy. So this, I believe, is a response over the last 2 decades of the behavior of the government out of Beijing. Madam Speaker, you'll know that we were together recently in the United Kingdom, in London, and we met with individuals who spoke about the general relationship that the United Kingdom has. I had the great honor to return to the Palace of Westminster also to hear from Alicia Kearns, who is the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the United Kingdom. And there was a long meeting there held about the British business relationship with the People's Republic of China. And it was fascinating to hear experts in the field describe the pros and cons and the pitfalls for British business in having to share their IP, technology, but also just the footprint of their businesses and the exchange of workers that they would be having that would go back and forth, and how some of these workers from the different provinces in China would eventually want to stay in the United Kingdom, so they would be applying and leaving to go to competitors, and the long term, that people-to-people relationship. They talked about 3 stools: government to government, business to business, and people to people, and how all 3 are incredibly important. I think in the description of Canada's relationship, and I'm going to go to my diary because I wrote this down, in our relationship as a Canadian government, as the people of Canada and businesses in Canada, I think our relationship could be defined as broken with Beijing. both at the government level, the business level, and people to people. So I have a Yiddish proverb. Members know I really like them, and I'm going to give my shot at trying to pronounce this correctly. But it's der Jiveg hot oile yoif gewen. I'll send it to the interpreters. The match was a success. They were broke inside of 6 months. And although the timelines are different in this particular situation, over the last 6, 7, 8 years, we've seen a broken relationship. There was an attempt by the Liberal government to negotiate a memorandum of understanding for a free trade deal with Beijing. That fell apart completely. And we had basically a freezing of the relationship while Canada dealt with the Meng Wanzhou case in Canada. But also, the government of China held 2 of our citizens for no good cause. It was hostage diplomacy. And one thing I heard repeatedly when I was in the United Kingdom, shared to me by both lords and ladies and by members of their parliament, was that it's also incumbent on Beijing to watch the language that they use in international diplomacy. It's not just incumbent on us to raise issues of human rights, which are incredibly important to the people of Canada and people in my riding as well, to that business relationship and the effect it has when politicians raise issues of human rights and then has a direct impact on business interests in China. I know in the case of Alberta, we export a lot of agricultural goods. And the Chinese, not the Chinese government, but Chinese companies are amazing purchasers of things like canola and pork, lentils, and other products that Western farmers love to produce, and it is a great market for our agricultural products. I don't represent an agricultural riding, but it has an impact on my riding as well, because many people who live in my riding have family members who continue to farm on their operations. So the events that have led here today to this, and beyond just the balloon drama that we've had over the last few days, and I know we all like to make jokes about it, I think we've all had enough puns. The last review for the Investment Canada Act was, I think, around 2009. But let's look at the behavior of the government of Beijing. 47 of the most prominent pro-democracy activists, legislators, pro-democracy activists, people who are interested in protecting the civic institutions of Hong Kong, the city of Hong Kong, are right now on trial. The largest trial of democracy activists in Hong Kong's history is being held right now. And it does not look very positive for them, and the trial, I hope, will go their way, but I'm not very confident. We have an amazing relationship with the people of Taiwan and with the government of Taiwan. There's a senior Taiwanese opposition leader of the KMT, the Kuomintang, Andrew Xia, who's vice chairman of the KMT, who's right now leading a delegation to Beijing's office dealing with Taiwan relations. That's happening right now as we speak. In the United Kingdom, again, there's a semiconductor company called IQE, I'm using the acronym for their name, which is saying that because of the delays, they happen to be in Wales. As a speaker, you will know, we were in Cardiff as well. And they're informing the government that because of the delays in reaching the strategy on semiconductors in the United Kingdom, the company might move out of the United Kingdom. That is not unheard of as something that's happening across all Western economies right now. As they're seeking opportunities from foreign investors to help build a plant, help finance the operations, help manufacture goods, they're having to review where the funding is coming from and what kind of strings come attached to it. That's what I see in this piece of legislation. And although different members have mentioned there are shortcomings, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's kind of itemized a list of concerns that the Conservatives have with this particular piece of legislation. I think there are opportunities. Reuters very recently noted the fact that this parliament has now called for the resettlement of Uyghurs, Turkic Uyghurs, who are facing a genocide in China perpetrated by the government of Beijing in the Xinjiang region, and now we will be resettling them. Those will have an impact on the business-to-business relationships because the government in Beijing considers any mention of it by any parliament, by any government, as worthy of retribution. Typically, it's business retribution. I am sure that if today I applied for a business visa or a tourist visa to go to mainland China, I would very likely have it refused, and I accept that. Bloomberg recently reported that aluminum products which are entering the United States are actually being detained at the border because they're suspected of being connected to forced labor in the Xinjiang province. And the member for Dufferin-Caledon just last week had an order paper question come back to him from the government of Canada that it has seized 0 products in Canada related to forced labor in this one particular province in the People's Republic of China, while the United States government has been seizing hundreds of millions of dollars of goods where they have evidence that it was produced illegally using forced labor. And now another recent event I'm going to bring up. President Xi has called for more exports, for more efforts to accelerate the establishment of a new pattern of development. And this has been reported by the Xinhua State Agency. Their focus is dual circulation, security, and self-reliance. Our piece of legislation that we're considering here, and I support taking it to committee to do further reviews, I don't think we should kid ourselves. This is indeed about the People's Republic of China. This is about the government of Beijing and their behavior in other countries and what they might intend to do in Canada or have done in the past. In the last election, at minimum, we called for the automatic review of transactions that involve sensitive security sectors, defense, artificial intelligence, rare earth minerals. But that's what a committee of this parliament should do, is review what other sectors of the economy should get reviews. I think that all state-owned entities that come from mainland China, we should set the bar at zero. They should automatically be reviewed. I'm not worried about state-owned companies from France, from the Republic. I'm not worried about state-owned companies from the Republic of Poland, but I am concerned about the People's Republic of China and the direct control of state-owned companies. But we have a broken relationship, like I referred to my Yiddish proverb, Madam Speaker. There is a relationship that we've gotten to this point, and it's not entirely the fault of the Canadian government. The government of Beijing held hostage 2 of our citizens, and there are consequences to every action. I consider C-34 part of the consequences that must be put on them for the genocide of the Uyghurs, for the bad relationship that they've developed with our people, our government, and our businesses, and lastly, for engaging in hostile diplomacy and holding the 2 Michaels hostage. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will sit, and I'm happy to take questions and hear of comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can just reflect on the idea and the principle of the importance of having in place regulations to protect the national security of our different industries that are out there. That it's not quite as simple as it was 100 years ago. Today, with technology and everything from microchips to what's grown in the prairies, there is a need to ensure that we have legislation that's there to ensure and provide assurances to, let's say, investors, and at the same time protect Canada's economy and well-being.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, the member, talked about how business is different 100 years past now. And although he is correct on that point, I think more broadly, we've kind of itemized the list. The member, again, South Shore St. Margaret's had a few concerns he itemized with this particular piece of legislation. But, things like automatic reviews of proposed acquisition of companies' assets, plant, mines, land, IP, data, for the SOE, for the state-owned company that's involved. And also, what happens if they purchase it and then perhaps they break up the company and parcel out different components of it? There needs to be that secondary step that we're taking. This legislation is on the right path, but it's the details that really matter when you're reviewing investments that come from overseas, especially when they're state-owned companies. And it may not be in the interest of Canada for a foreign company to come in and purchase one of ours. Even though it may be good for shareholders, I think at the end of the day we agree that the national security interests of Canada should predominate when state-owned companies are involved.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for his very concerned speech when it comes to China, which is an interesting point of view. I also found it interesting to hear what other colleagues had to say. Colleagues had similar concerns regarding China and investments, and that we have to be careful. We should not be indirectly controlled by the Chinese state. I have questions. In his presentation and in the presentation of other colleagues, I heard nothing, any concerns with regards to national interests, national strategic industries, when it comes to defending key industries in order to keep an eye on them. It seems like the only concern in this bill is China. And so I have questions. It seems that, for example, if any other country in the world were to buy Canadian Pacific, or CN, CP, oil sands, perhaps that might be more interesting for him. Would he not have questions about other countries? Or is it just a case of if it's not China, then it's not an issue? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. The member is right. I do take interest in investments made by large companies. Investments made by China, for example, for the past 20 years, for example, China has led companies that they control, making them invest in other countries without necessarily by taking to heart the well-being of the country or its workers. As I said in my presentation, this bill is an answer to what has happened over the past 8 years and 2 decades, the actions of the Beijing government, and that is the interest and the aim of this bill.
First, I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I have a lot of respect for my colleague, but I have deep concern when I hear Conservatives talking about human rights in China. They signed the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement that locked Canada into an agreement for 31 years, Madam Speaker, to 2045. In fact, the Hoopa-Chesapeake people in my riding had to go to court to defend their Section 35 rights against that very treaty. The Conservatives weren't there respecting Indigenous rights or protecting their rights that were under threat when it comes to the environment and the concerns they have around food security and land security, Madam Speaker. So enough of the past. To this bill, through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague. Does my colleague share in the concern that this bill does not still provide assurances to Indigenous people or consultation to Indigenous people around this legislation and how important and significant that is and needs to be respected and ensured in this legislation? Enough just counting on the minister to do the right thing, but this needs to be dealt with in this legislation.
Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd, 10 seconds.
Speaker, thank you for this brief time I'm allowed. I think Indigenous people in Canada have the highest law on their side. Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada, duly passed in this country, it forms the very foundation of our state, gives them the rights that were guaranteed to them by the Crown. They don't need this inserted into this law. They have it directly in the Constitution of Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to talk about investments in Canada and the way in which this government, virtually from day one, has looked at how it is that we can increase Canada's GDP, support Canada's middle class, build a healthier, stronger economy. Whether it's investing in things such as infrastructure, something that the former Prime Minister failed at doing, or it's taking a look at how we can increase investments coming into Canada, Madam Speaker, something in which we have been very successful at doing in the last number of years, Madam Speaker. And, of course, when you think of the types of opportunities that have been generated or created by a government that has very much a very proactive approach at dealing with trade in general, Madam Speaker. And that trade, I would suggest to you, also supports the encouragement of additional foreign investment. So you'll recall, Madam Speaker, that this government has actually signed off on more free trade agreements than the history of any other government in the House of Commons. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that in itself has played a significant role in terms of how it is that Canada is perceived around the world. Whether it's in Europe, the States, Mexico, in Asia, South Asia, wherever it might be, Madam Speaker. We have recognized that one of the ways in which we elevate the lifestyle and the way of living here in Canada is to look at ways that we can create the type of middle-class jobs that Canadians want, Madam Speaker. And we have been very aggressive in pursuing that, along with a number of other things that I'll save for another debate on another day, Madam Speaker. But I can tell you that you get misinformation consistently coming from the Conservative Party. And I was sitting back listening to the former speaker, and he was talking down Canada's industry, our battery industry. And he was saying, well, how we are supporting China and how we're doing this, and we can't achieve, having electric vehicles being produced here in Canada. And he was literally, no surprise, talking down what's happening in Canada. But the problem is that it wasn't factually correct. And that is an inherent problem, it seems, that the Conservative Party has. That they look for things that they can say for the spin, even if it's true or not, Madam Speaker. The member was talking about batteries. Does the member realize that when it comes to the battery supply chain, that Canada is second in the world? There's a lot of countries throughout the world, and we're number 2. That's something in which we should be talking up, Madam Speaker, not talking down, as the Conservative member was doing, Madam Speaker. In fact, we have a multi-billion-dollar investment that's coming in just outside of Kingston. And I know my colleague from Kingston puts in a lot of work into expanding that whole region, Mr. Speaker, in many different ways. And no doubt he might have even played a role in this, but I can tell you, the billions of dollars that's being invested is going to help secure Canada's second place in the world when it comes to batteries. It's recognizing that foreign investment is not a bad thing. Foreign investment is what's going to help our economy grow. It's going to assist in us being able to create the type of jobs that Canadians want, not only for today, but going into the future, Madam Speaker. It's important that the Government of Canada recognize that by investing in it, not just acknowledging, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which we have consistently done over the years. And sticking with the battery industry and that Kingston area plant that's going to be coming up, Madam Speaker, billions of dollars, is going to create 1,000+ jobs. And what you have is a global corporation, Amacor, working with the province of Ontario and the federal government, and as a direct result, not are we only securing a long-term commitment in an area that's going to be growing in the next many years, we are materializing on jobs, a cleaner economy, Madam Speaker, which will have other type of spin-off benefits. In part, it's possible because we recognize that there are those that are abroad that look at Canada as a safe place to invest. And contrary to what my Conservative friends might try to say, relatively speaking, compared to the world, Canada is doing exceptionally well on the investment front, Madam Speaker. I think that we need to recognize that Canada remains an open economy, and in fact is the envy of many countries around the world. One could stick with the automobile industry and the transitions that are taking place. You know, I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000, 500,000 jobs that are in that industry. And we have heard in recent years investments from abroad coming to Canada to build upon those jobs, to support that industry, and understandably so, because of the resources that we have to provide or to offer, because of an amazing workforce, Madam Speaker. I would argue even because of things such as the universal health care system that we have. Because companies take those types of things into consideration. It's not just the bottom line for many companies that are out there, Madam Speaker, the bottom line over the next year or two. They think long-term for investors. A greener economy does matter, Madam Speaker. And that's why we have seen investments in green technology from this government that are at historic levels. Stephen Harper never invested a fraction of the types of monies that we are investing in a greener economy, Madam Speaker. And as a result of some of those investments, I suspect that we will be seeing more international players looking at Canada as a strong, healthy economy that's worth the billions of dollars of investments that we will be seeing over the coming years, Madam Speaker. So when you think of those industries, if I was to take it home to the province of Manitoba, and we are rich in minerals and resources, we require, I would suggest, foreign investment in order to be able to maximize the potential that is there. We have great investors in Canada, and we continue, I would suggest to you, in leading in many areas, especially on the agricultural industry areas, Madam Speaker, along with our manufacturing industries. You know, one of the high-tech, most high-tech airplanes that are out there are the ones that we just purchased, the F-35. Those wings are actually manufactured in the city of Winnipeg, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have industries that we have seen substantial growth in. You know, I'm always amazed when I take a drive out in rural Manitoba and during harvest season and you see canola being taken, Madam Speaker. That is something that comes from the prairies. It's technology and science at work, and at the end of the day, the world is better off as a direct result of Manitoba producing the type of canola that we're doing today, Madam Speaker. There was a time in which the prairies was seen as more of a hinterland. You just draw out the resources and pay for the resources at a reduced price, I would suggest, and forget about the processing. The prairies wants and demands and has been seeing a divesting, or a diversification, I should say, Madam Speaker, of our economies. Never before have we seen as much economic activity in a wide spectrum of areas. You know, at times I often talk about how wonderful it is, the hog plant, High Life in Neepawa, Manitoba. And it's because everything that goes into that plant and the hundreds of jobs, the hundreds of employees that work there, and the life that it has brought to the community of Neepawa is in good part because of that plant and the hundreds of jobs that have been generated. Everything that comes out of that plant is actually exported out to Asia. We have investments that are internally within Canada and externally that are coming into the province of Manitoba, as I suspect all regions of the country have, Madam Speaker. So the modernization of the Investment Canada Act, from my perspective, what it does is it provides
assurances. It provides transparency and a higher sense of accountability. It ensures that there's certain industries where the minister is able to protect, because there is a great deal of concern that is out there. In recent years, there's two examples that come up in my mind, Madam Speaker. One is the war that's taking place in Ukraine and Russia. And what we have seen is the impact that Russia, from a marketplace, has had, in particular in Europe, Madam Speaker. And it reinforces something in which the Prime Minister has indicated in terms of looking at our allied countries, countries that share the same values that we have, and how it is that we can invest more in that relationship. So it becomes more of a two-way street, Madam Speaker, in that sense. Because not all foreign investment is good. And that's why we need to have this act, Madam Speaker. When I posed the question, you know, when you think of security and safety, you don't necessarily think of the economy for most people. That's not necessarily what they think about. They might think about the Canadian Forces, our military hardware, when you think of the security of a nation. But what's equally important is the security of our economy, Madam Speaker. And that's, in essence, what the Investment Canada Act is there for. Because there are players in the world that invest for alternative motives, Madam Speaker. It's not just about money. And there are some of those players where we need to give, I would suggest, additional attention to. And we often hear in regards to relationships between the different nations. And I like to think that if we've learned something from some of the things that we've experienced over the past, that we could greatly benefit by it, Madam Speaker. You know, when I think of our market, our economy, for most people, you know, we want to have that open market, a free economy, where businesses can strive and consumers would benefit, and we have a growing and healthy middle class. But there are some things that really frustrate us being consumers, Madam Speaker. Things such as the lack of competition in certain areas of the economy, because that has a significant impact. You know, I think it was the member from Windsor that made reference to Target Store from the NDP. I remember Target Store, big American company wanting to invest in Canada. It was going to replace the Zeller stores and close some Zeller stores in Winnipeg, and then had the big store opening and was on St. James Avenue. And then after it was all said and done, Madam Speaker, Target pulled out. And there was a sense of disappointment. There was, at one point, there was a sense of excitement that, look, we're getting this big Target store, and it was fairly well known for its pricing. Consumers felt that it would be a good thing. But then Zellers disappears, and then Target disappeared, Madam Speaker. That does create suspicion in the minds of many. When you have, as it's been pointed out, grocery stores and some of these large corporate giants that are out there, people are concerned about the price that they pay for their food. It's not like it's an option, Madam Speaker. And that's why it's reassuring to Canadians when we have a Minister of Industry that has been very proactive in communicating with these grocery giants, Madam Speaker, ensuring that there is competition. You know, it's one of the reasons why I and many others will often go to some of the smaller family-owned grocery stores, Madam Speaker. You know, when Sobeys bought out Safeway out west, there was a great deal of concern. In my riding, you know, we had a Sobeys on one side of Keewatin Street and a Safeway on the other side. And the one store ended up closing, and it's still closed today, Madam Speaker. There's nothing that's filled into it on the east side of Keewatin Street. But the Safeway, they kept that particular name, Safeway, because it had a history in the Tyndall Park area. But then if you check with the people, you'll hear them provide comment that the competition or the lack of competition between those two stores might have actually caused the price to go up. We could talk about gas prices. We can talk about cell phone prices. One of the disadvantages that Canada has is the fact that we don't have the same size of a consumer economy. We're a population of 38 million people. The USA is 10 times that. Europe has a multitude of different countries that are around there. So as elected officials, we do need to be a little bit more aware of the importance of having a healthy competition. And that's why, as the Minister of Industry, when you talk about what it is that he has been able to accomplish, whether it's attracting foreign investment, whether it's keeping companies that are here more accountable in terms of pricing that is put out there, we want Canadians to understand and to know that we're here to protect their interests. And that's what this legislation is all about, Madam Speaker. Because we recognize the value of foreign investment. And by making it more efficient, by allowing ministers to be able to extend deadlines, for example, we're in a better position to protect our security, marketplace security, Madam Speaker, and working with countries such as our Five Eye nations. My time's already ran out, Madam Speaker. I'll leave it at that, and maybe there might be a question or two. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll let the member opposite sort of continue on his line with my question, which has to do with our Five Eye partners who clearly said they didn't want Huawei to have any access to the 5G networks in Canada, but it took the government 2 years before they came to that decision. Meanwhile, Bell and Telus implemented Huawei's 4G across the nation. So what mechanisms are present in this bill that he believes will help us stand better with our Five Eye partners?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the most important thing within this legislation, I believe, from my perspective, is it enables more discretion for the ministers, whoever that minister might be. And I see that as a positive thing. I know Conservatives seem to believe that there should be a listing of industries in which it would be applied to. I tend to disagree. I believe that's one of the reasons why we have opposition parties. Opposition parties are well positioned to be able to be critical of government if they have a different opinion where investments they believe should have been better tracked, for example. And that's why I would encourage members to take into consideration that the principles of this legislation and its modernization ultimately will provide a higher sense of security, national security, for Canadians. In regards to the specific question, I really can't provide more of a detailed answer than the Minister himself has provided in the past.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member across the way for his speech. We often hear him speak in the House. He is able to speak to many issues and topics, and we see this more and more with each passing day. Now, Madam Speaker, I was listening to my colleague's question, and there was an essential element missing, in my view. In fact, this same element has been missing from most speeches in the House. That is the national consideration and Also, consideration of local businesses. Businesses that are well established in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada, they have headquarters. They have decision-making employees or authorities. There are decisions to make. And they have shareholders who have benefits, and the profits stay here. And there are important assets here in Canada. So the member across the way didn't mention this at all in his speech. Does he feel that there should still be property, we should still have ownership of our own businesses? Should we maintain ownership of our own businesses, local properties, and headquarters? I'd like to hear him on that because it was missing from his speech.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member brings up an excellent point. You know, I look at, for example, and I'll use a specific example, flyer industry, which is now one of the world's best bus manufacturers that exists today. And I know Quebec also has manufactures buses. Flyer industries likely wouldn't be in Manitoba today if it was not for government getting directly involved. Unfortunately, at times, I think of Dominion Tanners where they have a branch, or they supply certain materials to a head office. That head office goes bankrupt or closes, and the subsidiary ends up shutting down. And I think there's maybe more opportunities in how it is that we might be able to support those type of subsidiaries, companies that are in fact profitable ultimately, but we lose those jobs in part because of what's taking place in another region, whether it's within Canada or often outside of Canada because of a closure or because of a decision that's been made that might be evaluated on a different metric than what we would like to see.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I've certainly been in this House to hear a lot of them and appreciate the effort that he takes to make sure that his voice is heard, and as always, encourage him to allow maybe some of the backbenchers to also have a voice. But getting to the point, Madam Speaker, you know, one of the challenges, and he mentioned it in his speech, Madam Speaker, is that Canadians are feeling less and less trustful, and they're very concerned about how assets are moved in this country and how foreign entities are participating in it. One of the things that I have a concern around is a loophole, which really is around post-closure notification requirements. We know that it can go through a process, but if something happens afterwards, there's a certain amount of time, which often allows these foreign investors to move sensitive assets out of Canadian businesses before the federal government even becomes aware of it. And that really concerns me and the NDP because we want to make sure that the process is clean and that if we're going to have foreign investment in this country, that there's accountability at a much higher level, because that's what Canadians need to hear. So I'm just wondering if the member could speak to that loophole and if there's going to be any effort to support amendments that will fix it. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, having had the opportunity to get to know the minister over the last number of years, I am convinced that if there is an amendment that's been brought forward, and I know her NDP critic in his comments made reference that the NDP do have a series of amendments, my suggestion to the member and the NDP would be that they sit down with the minister or the minister's staff, share with them what it is their concerns are, and see if in fact some of those perceived or real loopholes could in fact be addressed. At the end of the day, I like to think that the people that are coming from abroad to invest in Canada are in fact being watched over, at least in good part, so that Canada is a net benefactor of that investment.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the Honourable Friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. I think this is important legislation. It gives us a chance to talk about the way in which so-called investors to Canada actually have an impact on our economy. We saw foreign direct investment take off back in 2006, believe it or not. I think it was 2006 when, 2006 when Stephen Harper broke his promise that there would never be taxes on the investor trusts. Now that ended up having the effect of a lot of foreign takeover of Canadian companies. Investment trusts got taxed, a lot of Canadian investors lost out, a lot of them still remember it, that Halloween change of an election promise. I mention that because when we speak of investors, quite often they're kind of mercenary. They're coming in and buying up Canadian companies when they get the chance. And what they bring to Canada increasingly brings some security threats. So that's in relation to the takeover of many Canadian enterprises by companies controlled by the People's Republic of China. They're protected by another move in the Harper era, which was the Foreign Protection Investment Agreement with the People's Republic of China that didn't expand trade for Canada into China, just protected Chinese investors in Canada from regulations they wouldn't like. All of this is to say this is important legislation, but does the Parliamentary Secretary not think it's time to think about more investment by Canadians in Canadian enterprises and not being so very welcoming to foreign investors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, Canada has billions worth of foreign investment coming into the country, and a member would know full well there is billions of dollars that leave Canada to invest around the world. And I would like to think that out of those billions of dollars that are leaving the country, that maybe they could revisit the issue and look at investing here in Canada, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, I truly believe that we need is to modernize the legislation in which the minister has proposed within Bill C-34, and that should allow for not only more investment, but a healthier system, Madam Speaker. And with that healthier system that provides more stability, not only will it attract more foreign investment, but I would like to think that it'll keep a lot of the dollars that are already here within Canada being invested in Canada.
Lieutenant James. Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noted during the member's speech he talked about the security of our economy. Right now, under the legislation, foreign investment review is triggered only when the assets of the Canadian corporation are at least $454 million. I wonder if you would agree that, given the nature of security threats and foreign acquisitions by hostile governments, if it would be better to have that threshold at $0.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 25 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I would suggest that if there's ideas that members have from the opposition or even government members that would improve the legislation, I would really encourage them not to sit on it, but to let the ministry know about it. It always helps out, even prior to going to committee. But most importantly, hopefully the legislation will pass relatively quickly so that we could at least get it into law before the end of the year.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Aujourd'hui, je vais pas...
Today, I will share my time with the member for Louis Saint Laurent.
And so I rise today to address Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Bill C-34 is an attempt to update and strengthen the Investment Canada Act through 7 significant amendments. Mainly, these changes to the Act aim to protect Canada's national security with stricter regulations and higher penalties. The main tenets of the bill attempt to introduce a pre-implementation filing requirement for specified investments. It will streamline the minister's ability to investigate national security reviews of investments and strengthen penalties for offenders. It creates regulatory power to generate a list of national security industries where automatic proposed acquisitions would be reviewed for national security harm, and it will provide ministerial authority to impose interim conditions and accept mitigation undertakings. The bill would remove the governor in council, replacing it with the minister in making an order for further national security review, and involve the governor and council in the results of the national security review only if the investment is found after investigation to be injurious to national security. It supposedly will improve coordination with international partners and strengthen rules for the protection of information in judicial review proceedings. In essence, this bill will give the Minister of Industry more time and authority to assess foreign transactions that might compromise national security by removing the Governor and Council from the initial process, while also making more severe the penalties for violating the Investment Canada Act. This on its face is beneficial and necessary, but there are several gaps that need to be addressed, which I will outline later. Threats to our national security and sovereignty come in a dizzying array with regard to scope and creativity. Today, I want to focus on threats to our national security via our economy by investment from actors with malicious intent. There is just cause to update and strengthen the Investment Canada Act to prevent such threats, or at the very least, reduce the number of threatening actions made to Canada's economy and national security via investment. There exists a scary number of examples wherein Canada's national security was jeopardized due to a lack of due diligence on behalf of the Industry Minister with regard to foreign direct investment. The Industry Minister's 2021 mandate letter directed the Minister to contribute to broader efforts to promote economic security and combat foreign interference by reviewing and modernizing the Investment Canada Act to strengthen the national security review process and better identify and mitigate security threats from foreign investment. Key words: better identify and mitigate security threats. There is ample evidence to show why the Prime Minister so directed the Industry Minister, as the Liberal record on allowing bad actors to invest in Canadian companies, and therefore our intellectual property and data, is rather horrifying. In 2017, the Minister of Industry failed to request a full national security review of the acquisition of a BC-based telecommunications company, Norsat International, and its subsidiary, Sinclair Technologies, by China-based Hytera Communications, which is partially owned by the People's Republic of China. The Chinese government owns about 10% of Hytera Communications through an investment fund. The United States, our largest and most important trading partner, blacklisted Hytera in 2021. Their Federal Communications Commission says the company poses an unacceptable risk to the national security of the United States or to the security and safety of United States persons. Sales and imports of Hytera equipment are banned in the U.S. as a result. And our Industry Minister let this company, with its ties to the Chinese ruling Communist Party, buy a Canadian company. It gets better, or should I say, it gets worse. Hytera Communications is also facing 21 charges in an American espionage case. The United States Department of Justice is accusing the firm of conspiring to steal trade secrets from Motorola. We know this tactic has been used before by the Chinese government, and yet our Industry Minister okayed a sale of a Canadian company right to them. In 2019, Manitoba-based Tantalum Mining Corp. Of Canada Limited, also known as TANCO, was purchased by the Chinese company Cinnamine Resources. It was approved by the Liberals with no national security review. The mine produces lithium and more than 65% of the world's cesium, which is used in drilling applications, as well as Canada's largest deposit of tantalum, which is used in electronics. Cinnamine was recently ordered by the government in November to divest itself of its investment of Power Metals Corp., a different mining exploration firm in Vancouver, but the government was apparently totally fine with its continued ownership of the Tanco mine and its critical minerals operations, as their divestment order said nothing about it. In 2020, our Department of Global Affairs awarded a $6.8 million contract to state-owned, China-based NukeTech, which was founded by the son of the former Chinese Communist Party Secretary General. $6.8 million of Canadian taxpayer money, basically directly into the Chinese Communist Party's pockets, along with precious data. As John Ivison wrote for the National Post in 2020, NukeTech is known as the Huawei of airport security. The contract was to supply security equipment for 170 Canadian embassies, consulates, and high commissions around the globe. A security industry source told Ivison for the story that he was concerned there were now significant pieces of Chinese technology sitting in every embassy, and that the contract included delivery, installation, operator training, and software. For the same article, Guy Saint-Jacques, a former Canadian ambassador in Beijing, explained that the Chinese business strategy overseas is to win market share and, once dominant, dictate prices, illustrating that not only are there security concerns with these problematic investments, but there's also long-term economic implications. We cannot continue to let China and other actors with malicious intent interfere with Canada's economy and national security, even if they do offer the lowest prices for the service. That said, the pattern of allowing risky investments without full security reviews continues. It was apparently briefly acknowledged in 2021, with the industry minister updating and enhancing guidelines for national security reviews of transactions involving critical minerals and state-owned enterprises in March of that year, but 2022 saw a number of lapses, even with this enhanced protocol. In January 2022, the minister failed to follow his own updated guidelines when he fast-tracked the takeover of the Canadian lithium company Neo Lithium Corp by Chinese state-owned Zijin Mining, again without a national security review. Wesley Wark, a visiting professor at the University of Ottawa, who specializes in international affairs and intelligence gathering, told the Industry and Technology Committee while studying the takeover after the fact that it was a mistake. The value of the transaction was close to $1 billion. Then, in November of 2022, the minister ordered 3 Chinese companies to divest their ownership of 3 critical mineral firms, but Neo Lithium was not included. In December of 2022, possibly the worst offense, the RCMP awarded a contract to supply sensitive hardware for the communications systems to Sinclair Technologies, which, if you'll recall, was sold to Hytera Communications, that Chinese company partially owned by the Communist Party and blacklisted in the U.S. It was also revealed in December of that year that the Canadian Border Services Agency had been using communications equipment and technology from Hytera. A CBC story says that public services and procurement didn't take into consideration the security concerns about Sinclair and the ownership during the bidding process. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the Quebec-based Comprod's offer was $60,000. The Liberals love to hand out money left and right. They couldn't spend $60,000 and keep our security hardware domestically sourced and provide Canadians with jobs while we're at it. So as we can see, the bill is sorely needed, but there are a few areas for improvement within the bill itself. I don't like the part that requires or gets rid of the governing council approval and gives the power just to the minister, so I think that should be fixed. And the legislation should also consider updating the Act's definition of a state-owned enterprise, which is now too vague. There's no provision to block any subsequent takeover by a state-owned enterprise of a previous Investment Canada Act-approved acquisition. And so, Madam Speaker, it's my hope that the government learns from its mistakes, listens to the opposition parties and experts, and gets this legislation right. We can't keep selling off parts of our economy, national security, and precious resources to bad actors. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I love the last line about learning from mistakes. There is the Conservative Party that when there was warning after warning about Chinese state companies stealing IP from Canadian companies, Stephen Harper was selling off key assets, $15 billion in Nexen to a state-owned company. That when HD Mining in British Columbia, a Chinese company, announced they couldn't hire Canadian workers, Stephen Harper gave them 14 years to bring in Chinese workers to exploit Canadian assets. And Stephen Harper thought that was so good, he went and signed a secretive free trade deal that allowed the Chinese state companies to sue any level of government. Can you imagine the United States letting Montana be sued or Miami be sued, but Stephen Harper was more than willing to sell us down the river, sell out our assets, sell out our resources while we warned them about the theft of IP and resources from Canadian or Chinese state companies.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I see the outrage in the member opposite, but perhaps he could apply that to the party which he is supporting. Remember this party that sold out health care in BC to Ong Bong? You remember that? And then it was a total disaster, and we had to come in and rescue them in the pandemic. Huawei, another example where the government sat on their decision for 2 years and let Huawei build all the 4G networks under Bell and Telus in this country. So why doesn't he take his outrage and apply it to the government that he's propping up? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member has identified some areas which she suddenly feels need to be addressed. I'm curious if she can tell the House how many times, because we are in fact only amending a piece of legislation here, can she tell the House how many times she has raised her concerns with the minister before today specifically about how the legislation should be changed?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a great question, actually, because you may recall that I was on my feet in this House criticizing Navdeep Bains when he was the industry minister that did Ong Bong. I was on my feet in this House criticizing every time one of these things has come along and calling it out because of the danger and the breach to our privacy and the fact that they're allowing the Chinese Communist government to put security systems and information systems and software into parliament, embassies, etc. It's outrageous. It needs to get fixed. I've been calling for this now for 8 long years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share my colleagues' concerns with regards to Chinese investments, which are sometimes ill-advised, partially attributable to the laxism of the government on the other side. Recently, in Quebec, there was a Chinese individual who was arrested at Hydro-Quebec's headquarters. The Liberals like to talk a lot about electrifying our energy infrastructure, but there was a person who was taking photos and collecting data and communicating that to the Chinese government at Hydro-Quebec. All that to come to a question on the bill before us. When I was elected in 2015 for the first time, we were talking about foreign investments. There were notices of investment sent to the government, and according to government data, in 2015, 10% of foreign investments were analyzed by the government. The most recent data shows us 1% is being reviewed. What does my colleague think of that? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for that question. Yes, absolutely. There are many examples of security problems. Organizations here in Canada did not make good choices. There needs to be better review of details. And I think we would like to see that in Bill C-34.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Very pleased to participate in this debate, especially after my colleague for Sarnia-Lambton. Madam Speaker, we're here today to talk about a bill regarding national security and trade. Canada has these relationships with other countries. There are opportunities for foreign investors to come and invest and buy here in our country. One thing I want to be clear about, we're going to talk a lot about China in this speech and because of this bill, but there's a big difference between people living in China and Canadians of Chinese origin and the Chinese Communist government. They are very different, and everything that we are going to say regarding China's overweening ambitions have to do with the case of Communist China and not the individuals in China, and even less the people of Chinese origin in Canada. Now, trade between countries. As you know, we welcome everyone who wants to invest here because we want to welcome Canadians and we want to welcome people from abroad who want to invest here. We are open to that. We conclude free trade agreements with other countries. We have about 40 of them. In 1988, Brian Mulroney, after being elected, received his mandate to pass, or rather to conclude, NAFTA. And then there's the Three Amigos Agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And after that, allow me to pay tribute to my colleague for Abbotsford, who was the actual architect of dozens and dozens of free trade agreement with foreign countries. The member for Abbotsford was the Minister for International Trade for more than 6 years, and he is the one who held that position in the history of our confederation, and it's a good thing because his relationships with Asia, America, and Europe were excellent. We will recall that the government elected in 2015 had set aside some agreements and renewed them later, but on less advantageous terms. We are in favor of free trade. Canada is a free trade country, but we can't go abroad to open the doors and just close the doors here without doing it intelligently. We have concerns about this bill. This bill intends to tighten public safety measures when it comes to reviewing through a national security lens foreign investments that come here. What is this bill about? Essentially, it emphasizes in its objective to tighten up the security analysis lens of foreign investments. We can say that on the principle, we don't disagree, but like anything else, the devil is in the details. That's what we're focusing on. We agree with the principle that we have to review security and we need to review foreign investors through a national security lens, but the bill does have some serious flaws, which I will demonstrate. Over the last 7 or 8 years, the track record of this government when it comes to foreign investments coming from China is unfortunate and does not meet expectations. You'll understand, Madam Speaker, that at the beginning of the 21st century, China was not under the yoke of the current Chinese government. But if things deteriorated, well, we're paying the price today. In 2017, the Minister of Industry did not ask for a complete national security review of the acquisition of the BC Telecoms company Norsat International and Sinclair Technologies by the Chinese company Hyteria Communications, which belongs in part to the People's Republic of China. In 2020, the Minister of Foreign Affairs gave a contract to a Chinese company, NewTek, founded by the son of a former General Secretary of the PRC, to provide X-ray equipment to 70 embassies in Canada. When we talk about national security, you can't be more specific than that. We're talking about X-rays in our embassies. And we gave that contract to a business founded by the son of the first secretary of the PRC. In 2021, the minister did not follow their own directives when accelerating investment in Neolithium Corp. Zizing Mining, a Chinese company, wanted to invest, and there was no national security review. We know that cars are transitioning to electronic models, and $500 million have been invested into that transition. If you want an electric car, you need lithium. If you talk about lithium, you're going to talk about Canada. And here, the government decided to let another Chinese company invest in that essential natural resource to develop the economy of the 21st century, and that is a significant loss.
Hyteria Communication is another example. December 2022, a contract granted by the RCMP for sensitive communications technology. This was granted to Sinclair, and we all know the history. That, Madam Speaker, is where we are today, after years of liberal governance. Essential elements like lithium or X-rays in our embassies or RCMP security, these are investors who come from Communist China. I would like to remind you of this, Madam Speaker. There is a big difference between the communist regime in China and the Chinese themselves, and for Canadians of Chinese origin. We're accusing the government, the Chinese government in this case, not the people. Now back to telecommunication, which is partly owned by the PRC. It provides resources to the Chinese government. In 2017, the CBSA was using Hyteria Communications technology. Hyteria was accused of 21 counts of espionage in the United States and was banned from use by President Biden. With friends like that, we don't need enemies. The government, over the past years, has felt more pressure because of companies owned by the PRC government, and the government here has not acted. That is why they've tabled this bill. This bill, yes, grants more power to the minister. It gives more power to the minister, but we need even more powers. Here are a number of elements that we will be tabling during clause by clause at the committee in order to strengthen this bill. All acquisitions that will be examined will need cabinet approval, irrespective of the result of the inquiry. The bill does not have provisions that allows it to draft an list of autocratic companies, autocratic countries rather, so China and Russia. There is no net benefit investigation that is provided for under the investment threshold. This bill does not bring changes to how a business is defined. So, Madam Speaker, let us be clear. We are for free trade. Free trade equals trade with other countries, which means that yes, we can invest abroad, and yes, foreign entities can invest in Canada. But let us be clear. When it's a question of China and its a communist regime, we have to be very, very vigilant. They're not our natural friends. We have to remember this, and so we have to increase security measures so that errors are not committed. We don't want lithium companies to be in Chinese government hands. Embassy X-ray should not be under the control of the Chinese government. And the RCMP's communications infrastructure should not be in the hands of the Chinese government. There's a limit to respect, and that is what we want to do by strengthening this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments, Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Patriote Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent for his very good and interesting speech. It was intellectually stimulating. It's always a pleasure to hear this kind of speech. I would like to hear what he has to say on the matter of the net benefit analysis. He mentioned it. There is a threshold in the ICA. Sometimes there are increases. In 2015, the threshold was $369 million. This year, the threshold with countries that we don't have economic agreements with, so the lowest number in 2023, this was $1.3 billion, which means that any company that is bought for less than $1.3 billion won't be examined. It'll be automatically rubber-stamped. A few businesses have been mentioned in your presentation. Lassonde, for example, $800 million. So under the radar. Cascade, $909 million, under the radar. Presse Continentale, $1.3 billion. They're borderline. We don't know if they'll be examined or not. And then Produits Forestiers Résolus, $1.6 billion. That would be under the $1.9 billion threshold for countries with which we have an agreement. Is it normal that the thresholds are so high? Because these massive companies would just be rubber-stamped. There wouldn't even be an investigation in the case of acquisitions. The Honourable Member. I greatly appreciate the question from my colleague. There was just one mistake in his question. I'm the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, not Louis Hébert. He's on the other side of the room. We've seen him. We saw him on TV with the leader of the Green Party in the House. Thank you for having clearly showed that we have to be vigilant, and when a threshold needs to be increased, then risks are increased equally. And I'm going to show some fair play. The situation has very much changed between 2015 and 2023. In 2015, there was less of a strict eye on China, but now we have to be rigorous. We have to be serious, as my colleague for the Bloc Québécois showed. Current thresholds need to be tightened, and I would like to thank my colleague for having highlighted the issue that happened for Hydro-Québec. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? So the Honourable Member for Saanich-Go-Filans.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his presentation. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent. It's very important to get the name right. Let's not forget our riding names. I believe that in this bill, he mentioned some good points. He talked about some changes. He talked about the new definitions under C34. I have a question. Are there improvements already in the bill, yes or no, to the current regime? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, of course, because on the simple fact that a bill has been tabled in order to rectify this problem, that is to increase surveillance because of national security reasons on foreign investments, especially from communist China. This is a step in the right direction, but it's a tiny step in the right direction. It's too reserved. We have to step further, give more bite to our experts. Yes, the minister will have a bit more bite, yes, but as I have noted, and as a number of my colleagues have noted, over the past 4 or 5 years, there have been failures in the system, and so we have to better equip our intelligence apparatus, our police bodies, those who ensure our security nationally and internationally, and this bill does not go far enough. So we're looking forward to the committee study where we'll be able to strengthen this bill.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time today with whom I'm not exactly sure of yet, but it will happen after QP that somebody will come in and take the other half of my speaking time. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill C-34. This is an important piece of legislation to ensure that we continue to keep up with the evolving global economy that's out there. We know that there are a lot of great opportunities that Canada has been able to seize over the last number of years, and I'll speak to one in particular in my riding in a few moments. But this legislation is there to enable the minister, whomever that may be, to ensure that they can put in the proper measures in place and to take the proper approaches to maintaining Canada's national security, but also at the same time enhancing our economic security. And the two absolutely have to go hand in hand. And that's why, one of the pieces of this legislation that I was particularly interested in was improving giving the minister the ability to improve the information sharing with international allies, because having the ability to share information back and forth with our allies in regards to various different economic opportunities, various different international companies, certainly will give us some of that ability to be able to protect that security for our own, because we know that economic security and national security do go hand in hand, and they absolutely have to. This particular piece of legislation, the Invest in Canada Act, was established, Madam Speaker, to provide investor certainty while reserving Canada's ability to block individual investments under specific circumstances. And I think it's key to mention that, because without having, it's not just about the security of our own nation or the security of Canada. When we're talking about investing, we also want to make sure that the rules are absolutely clear so that those that are looking to invest in Canada know exactly what to expect. And I think that that's why this legislation is so important, and why it's important to continually update this legislation. The last time that was done, I believe, was in 2009, and now we're seeing that happen again as a result of changes in the global economy. And I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to talk about one investment opportunity that particularly is coming to my riding, or I should say it's actually just outside my riding. It's the riding of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington that is a Conservative member represents, and I know that she is very excited by a new opportunity that was announced last summer, and that is with respect to a German-based company that has ties throughout Europe. Actually, it's not just Germany, but they invest in they invest in battery manufacturing. And this company has chosen just outside of my riding, in her riding, a particular location in Ontario to establish what will become the largest battery manufacturing plant for EV electric vehicles in North America. It is amazing, I agree. And it's amazing because this company has chosen Ontario. And I'll tell you why they chose Ontario, Madam Speaker. When they were looking at the various different options, they were basically shortlisted down to 3 cities. I won't name the 2 other cities, but they were both in the United States. And the reason why Ontario was chosen was because of the company's ability to access clean energy. See, what they're producing, and when they are producing electric vehicle batteries, it takes a lot of electricity to run that process. And what they said, and they made very clear in their press announcement, was that they wanted to know that when they're making a sustainable product, electric vehicle batteries, that the inputs into that product were sustainable themselves. And they knew that in Ontario, because of a former Liberal government, I would add, we no longer burn coal in Ontario. We have one of the cleanest electric grids. And as a result, I know, Madam Speaker, you're from Quebec, and we can have a debate about this later on. But as a result, they chose Ontario because of access to clean energy. And I think that that's very telling that the move towards sustainability is no longer just a movement that's driven by individuals and political leaders with these aspirations and ideas, but it's actually, you're now actually starting to see it built into corporate decisions. You're seeing these large multi-billion-dollar companies that are looking to invest in other parts of the world making the decisions and saying, we want to know that we are using sustainable products to create our end product. And so Umicore chose to set up in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, just outside of Kingston. They will be investing, I believe it's around $5 billion. The government of Canada is also adding to that investment to establish this battery manufacturing plant, which will take the raw materials right to the actual end product that gets delivered to the car manufacturers. So I think that there is a lot to be said about these types of deals, especially as we move into especially as we move and transition into this new green, sustainable economy that we've been entering into for the past number of years. But it's critically important that as we look for other countries and other companies in other countries to do business with, that the rules about investing in Canada are very clear. And so companies like Umicore, who want to invest billions of dollars in Canada, want to know that what the rules are, what they should expect from the government, and I think that's fair. But we also have to have the ability to control our own national security by making sure that we make the right moves at the right time when it might not be in the best interest of Canada. And so ultimately, Madam Speaker, that's what this bill does. It puts us in a position where the minister, whoever that may be, whether it's this minister that is currently there or a future minister under a different government, gives them the tools that they need to be able to make those decisions on behalf of Canadians. And I know that there have been some comments that I've heard in the House today about extending too much responsibility or giving too much power perhaps to a minister to make these decisions. But I think it's important to remember that we elect people and put them in these positions to be able to make these decisions on behalf of Canadians. And sometimes these decisions have to be made relatively quickly. So empowering them with the tools to do this so that they can continue to work on deals and make deals with companies like Umicore, who will be coming to my region, is incredibly important. And so therefore, I think that it goes without saying that I support this legislation. I think that every member in this House should support the legislation. I recognize that, as the member from Louis-Hébert said before me, that he does have some concerns that he wants to raise during committee in the clause by clause. I think that's important. I think that's part of the democratic process, and perhaps our bill could even be improved further by his contribution and contribution of all members. I genuinely hope that all members will come to it with that understanding. So, Madam Speaker, I think you want to interrupt me, but maybe I'm at the end or whatnot. But
actually, the honourable member, I just want to interrupt to ask everybody to please calm down. On est en train d'essayer d'entendre.
We're trying to listen to a speech here, after all, and the noise level is becoming more and more disturbing.
And a half left.
Well, I was just wrapping up, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take some questions now before question period, but I am pleased to support this legislation. I hope that all parties can work constructively together in committee to improve the legislation so that we can offer the best on behalf of Canada to other international companies and corporations that are looking to invest here.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret. St. Margaret.
Madam Speaker, I listened intently to the member for Kingston and the Islands speech, and in my opening speech on this, of course, we said that these micro administrative changes are much needed, but they are likely not to do what is claimed because this government has had the opportunity over the last 8 years to, in the existing act, to reject takeovers by Chinese state-owned enterprises of Canadian assets, like the Tanco mine in Manitoba, where the government actually said no national security view, and Hytera, which took over telecommunications businesses, and the Minister of the Day of Industry said no national security review. So can this member please tell me what in this bill will ensure that those types of acquisitions by state-owned enterprises are reviewed in the future?
Secretary.
Well, I can appreciate the question, Madam Speaker. I think that the premise of the question, when we start off by saying that, there are micro pieces of amendments to the legislation that will not do what they're intended to do, perhaps doesn't start us off on the right foot of that collaborative approach of trying to make the bill better. The member specifically raised, and I've heard a couple other members raise that too, about state-owned purchases, like he's referencing, and I think that there's an opportunity to discuss that in committee. And I think that the member from Louis-Hébert raised that exact same point in his speech prior to me speaking, where the Conservatives would like to dig into that a little bit deeper and to find out if there's a way that the legislation can be improved even more to address that concern. So I hope that comes forward. I hope that the member brings it forward and that the committee is able to satisfy the concerns of the Conservatives as it relates to that particular issue.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard what my honourable colleague had to say. He said it was important to give more powers to the Minister to examine foreign investments. And yes, I agree, we need more powers. They need to be better scrutinised. But what are they going to do with this power once they have it in their hands? I remember one case in 2016, not too long ago. It was in my riding. Rona, an important business, $3.2 billion valuation, was sold for $3.2 billion. An access to information request asked what the government used to determine whether it would be accepted or not, this acquisition, but there was no study whatsoever. How can the honourable member explain this? The government wants more powers, but they're not even using the powers that they already have.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, Madam Speaker, if we start off by assuming that we're looking for, by assuming that a minister is looking for more powers only to be, extremely critical as to how those were used previously, we might not be starting off on the right foot if we're interested in genuinely amending this legislation for the better interest of Canadians. So, similar to my comment to the Conservative member who asked me a question, I would say to the member from the Bloc, if he is concerned about what exactly the minister will be able to accomplish with these legislative changes, then he should bring those up in committee so that those can be discussed. At the end of the day, let us remember, Madam Speaker, that we will all be better off by having better abilities to negotiate, better ability to scrutinize the various different corporations and stakeholders and entities that are looking to invest in Canada if we work together to create the best legislation.
Collaboration. The honourable member will still have 1 minute left of questions and comments after question period. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is deeply disturbing to hear about the growing persecutions of the Ahmadi Muslim community around the world. In recent weeks, the media burst with the news about the unlawful raids, detentions, and killings of Ahmadi Muslims in Burkina Faso and Pakistan. The safety of the community in Afghanistan, Algeria, and Sri Lanka is also deeply concerning. No individual should be persecuted for one's right to freedom of religion. Everyone, alone or in a community, publicly or privately, has a universal right to practice and manifest his or her religion. Here in Canada, we are proudly enjoying the ability to freely practice our faith. Ahmadi Muslims in Canada take this freedom and give back generously by consistently helping those in need, raising funds for local hospitals and other charities. By standing here today with my colleagues, I hope to bring the world's attention to the serious human rights violations against Ahmadiyya Muslims, that community around the globe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Hello, Mr. Speaker. From now through the 12th of February, all Canadians will be able to let loose and have fun at the 69th Quebec City Winter Carnival. Carnival goers are invited to experience a bunch of new activities such as toboggan run at the fortifications, a silent disco, music nights at the Bonhomme Ice Palace featuring many types of music like electronic, francophone music, hip-hop, and new country. You can visit this grandiose palace, which has a 45-foot tower. And the classic activities, we still have them, of course, 2 night parades, the sculpture tour, the famous canoe race, and the snow bath are back. You can even know, Mr. Speaker, that even the Today Show came on site to do 2 live broadcasts and launch the festivities. I invite you to discover or rediscover the Quebec City Carnival, Mr. Speaker, which is the biggest winter carnival in the world. It makes our country and our traditions shine all around the world. Bonhomme Carnaval says he cannot wait to meet you and also can't wait to give you a big hug. Happy Carnival.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
An incredible organization in London, Ontario, Youth Opportunities Unlimited, or YOU. Founded in 1982, their centre has continuously focused on the well-being of youth finding themselves in a variety of challenges. The organization focuses on mid-teens and late 20s, kids experiencing challenges in search of a better future in a way that affirms their dignity. The help takes different forms. Sometimes it's as simple as providing a hot meal. Other times it's more complex, and most times, in fact, is more complex. They run a state-of-the-art youth shelter that makes sure that young people have a second chance when needed. They provide skills and employment training. They also make available affordable housing spaces. Over the years, I've had the privilege of working with the organization and seen the results firsthand. This Friday marks the 17th annual YOU Breakfast, its signature fundraiser. The youth speaker is Cheyenne Vanderwood. Thank you, Cheyenne, for having the courage to share your story. Thank you also to Steve Cordis, the board, the staff, and all the supporters. YOU has made and will continue to do extraordinary things in our community. Thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, from February 10th to 12th, we will celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Valcourt Ski-Doo Grand Prix. The snowmobile is a Quebecois invention. It's a strong symbol of pride and ingenuity for our entire region. The snowmobile has also contributed to the business model of Quebec's SMEs, which has flourished over the years. Moreover, in connection with history, the vintage aspect of the invention of the snowmobile will be honored this year, allowing us to see the evolution of the snowmobile. For 40 years, this Grand Prix event has been a landmark event for regional and even international tourism. In the heart of winter, snowmobiling is important for our economy. It makes the whole Valcourt region vibrate and thrive. The snowmobile is also 40 years of history. Racers of different categories have flown around the oval To the great delight of spectators, young and old, this is why this year the organization is encouraging families to come and enjoy the event, thus opening the doors to the next generation of our current athletes because, Mr. Speaker, we are Ski-Doo.
Speaker, I rise today to honor a long-standing volunteer in my community of Canada, Carleton, Cheryl Gingras. Cheryl has volunteered in dozens of roles in multiple organizations and communities her entire adult life. She is a devoted community organizer, communicator, and contributor in helping shape women's policies. Her leadership through our local Liberal women's clubs has been nothing short of inspiring. Cheryl has had a long and courageous battle with cancer, yet she's remained steadfast in her leadership. Cheryl is now in the loving care of the amazing team at the Rudy Shankman Hospice in Canada. And I am reminded of the quote, "The purpose of life is not to be happy, but to matter, to be productive, to be useful, and have it make some difference that you lived at all." Cheryl, you have made such a tremendous impact. Your life and your dedication for those around you and the causes that matter most have impacted so many. God bless. Thinking of you, Cheryl, Sebastian, and your family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, this week I have a very special member of my community, Chris Morant, who has celebrated his 100th birthday. Chris is a World War II veteran who joined the British Air Force at the age of 18. Training as an electrical technician, Chris served in the 182nd Squadron of the Royal Armed Forces, servicing commandos who repaired planes and equipment near the front line. After landing in France, he supported the front line as they proceeded to liberate France, Belgium, Netherlands, and Denmark. After the war, he stayed in the Netherlands for 2 years to help rebuild the country. As a descendant of Dutch immigrants, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for Chris's service. If it wasn't for the bravery and heroism like men like Chris, I wouldn't be here today. Chris and his family have since moved to Canada and are calling Strathroy home for the last 30 years. Chris, happy 100th birthday, and thank you for your service.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 75th anniversary of Sri Lanka's independence, a country that is both morally and economically bankrupt today. Since independence, Sri Lanka has gone to the IMF for bailouts 17 times. That's more than once in every 5 years. Its leaders stand accused of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. On January 10, 2023, Canada imposed sanctions on 2 former presidents of the island, including Mahinda Rajapaksa and Gotabaya Rajapaksa. If Sri Lanka is to reach its true potential, it must deal with its demons. It must reduce its bloated military spending, address accountability for atrocities committed, recognize the Tamils' right to self-determination, and be a country governed by the rule of law. Continued failure by its leaders will further drive what many have called the pearl of the Indian Ocean into the ground and risk repeating the mistakes of the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with Anna from my riding of Hamilton East, Stony Creek, who highlighted the need to expand the eligibility of the Canada Caregiver Credit. Like thousands of other Canadians, Anna has provided countless hours of care to a loved one at home, much needed support that has allowed her husband to age in place. As Canadians age, they need our support. One of the most impactful ways we can do this is by supporting those who care for them. The Canadian Centre for Caregiving Excellence states that Canadians spend 5.7 billion unpaid hours each year on caregiving. That's hundreds of thousands of spouses, parents, and children taking care of the ones they love at home. At a time when our long-term care and healthcare systems are overwhelmed, we must do more for Canadians who care for their loved ones. More caregivers would benefit by expanding the scope of the Canada Caregiver Credit into a refundable tax credit and by increasing the income cap for claiming the same. Thank you, Anna, and all caregivers across Canada for the value support you provide.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are out of money. They can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. Recently, I received an email from a constituent, a 49-year-old disabled man who lives on $1,100 per month. He states, "It has never been easy, and lately things have gotten much worse. The price gouging has left me with no option but to not eat anything for several days each month. It has literally come to the point where I must decide between food and shelter. And given we are Canadians, I must choose shelter." Mr. Speaker, Canada is a G7 country, but now Canadians are forced to choose between eating or having a roof over their heads. Canadians are hurting. Everything feels broken. The next Conservative government will clean up this mess, will scrap the punitive carbon tax, groceries, home heating, and everything else will become affordable for my constituents and all Canadians. Conservatives will keep the heat on and remove the tax. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Today I'm proud to welcome and acknowledge an impactful and important organization within my constituency of Surrey Centre. The Métis Nation of British Columbia has traveled to Ottawa to continue their work and valiant advocacy in pursuing the realization of their self-governance agreement with Canada. Representing 39 Métis communities and over 98,000 people in British Columbia, the organization strives to develop and enhance opportunities for Métis communities by implementing culturally relevant social and economic programs and services. Their vision is to build a self-governing, sustainable nation in recognition of inherent rights for our Métis citizens. Welcome to Ottawa.
Foothills.
Survey on mental health showed the stark reality facing Canadian farmers. When asked about the biggest source of stress and anxiety, for the first time, it wasn't commodity prices, and no, it wasn't the weather. The biggest threat to their family farm operation for Canadian farmers is Liberal government policy. More than 8 years of Liberal tax hikes and cumbersome red tape has meant the family farm is struggling with their mental and financial health. And when the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition triples their carbon tax, the average 5,000-acre farm will spend more than $150,000 a year on the carbon tax alone. And after 8 years of Liberal overspending and interest rate hikes, food inflation is at a 40-year high, families are struggling to manage their debt, and the family farm is no longer economically viable. Losing family farms hurts every Canadian family. After 8 years of Liberal attacks, Canadian farmers deserve a break from the Carbon Tax Coalition. To Canadian farmers, please know, Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, allow me to paint a picture of Canada after 8 years under the Liberals. It's not a very pretty picture, even if the Prime Minister says that everything's fine. We have the worst inflation in 40 years. Houses are unaffordable. Food banks are no longer able to provide food. People who work full-time can't make ends meet. Those who used to donate food are now the ones who go to get food donations. This is the situation after 8 years of this Prime Minister. In Quebec, 1/3 of requests for food assistance are for children. Well, this is what Canada has come to. We're a G7 country with working poor and children with empty stomachs. The Liberals have been destroying Canada's economy for 8 years. The least they could do would be to cancel the carbon tax, but no, they want to triple it. But there is hope, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the Conservative Party, once in power, will fix our public finances, he will cancel the carbon tax, and he will put Canadians back in control of their lives so that they no longer have to decide between clothing, food, and housing. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, I joined my fellow Quebecers in marking Quebec's 33rd Suicide Prevention Week. This year's theme, Mieux vaut prévenir que mourir, focuses on prevention. It invites each of us to break down the stigma associated with mental health, to open up the dialogue, and to help each other. That's why we're working on a national action plan for suicide prevention. The plan will identify concrete actions and performance indicators to improve crisis support and suicide prevention. Our government continues to work with its partners to improve the mental well-being of Canadians to take steps to help prevent suicide. But each of us has a responsibility to act. Talking about mental health and our struggles can make a difference. I therefore ask you all to be bold, to dare to talk about it.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
As provincial premiers descend upon Ottawa to discuss healthcare funding, debate about healthcare privatization is raging. There are people who say that because there's already some private delivery in the system, we shouldn't be concerned about there being more. But this misses the point. We know that there's for-profit delivery. Like in long-term care, we saw during the pandemic, they had worse health outcomes and higher death rates. The question is whether we want more of that or less of it. Canadians shouldn't trust the advice of conservative governments like the one in Manitoba that plead poverty and call for privatization while closing emergency rooms and giving giant tax rebates. We need provinces to help develop a coordinated strategy to train enough healthcare providers across the entire country. Private centers hire from the same pool. We need a plan to expand that pool of workers, not a plan for discriminatory access based on ability to pay. I exhort the Prime Minister and the Premiers to pay heed as they sit down to chart a course for the next generation of Canadian healthcare.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Yannick Nézet-Séguin won 2 Grammy Awards last night, and when Yannick Nézet-Séguin wins Grammys, the hearts of all Quebecers burst with pride. Orchestra conductors are very impressive people. They are larger-than-life artists with almost intimidating personalities. But Yannick Nézet-Séguin is different, though. He has all the talent and stature of the greats, but he's so down-to-earth that sometimes we forget that he is one of the titans of our time. After winning his first Grammy Award last night he added 2 more Grammys to his list of accomplishments. After winning 3 trophies at 2 galas, we can bet that this young maestro's success streak will continue among music's elite. With a capital M, we Quebecers will never tire of celebrating his achievements. As conductor of the Orchestre Métropolitain de Montréal and the New York Metropolitan Opera and Philadelphia too, Yannick Nézet-Séguin is breathing new life into classical music. He has truly earned his place on the podium. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, congratulations, Maestro.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the toughest Canadian winters ever, not because of the extreme cold. Canadians can handle the cold, but because of the Liberal government's carbon tax. It's minus 30 and freezing in many parts of the country, and after 8 years, the Liberals have made it unaffordable for Canadians to heat their homes. After 8 years, the Liberal carbon tax, home heating bills have risen out of control. After 8 years, Canadians are going to bed cold and hungry while Liberals are warm and comfortable, telling us all we've never had it so good. After 8 years, Liberals don't care that Canadians can't afford to keep out the cold or buy gas and groceries. A shop vac would suck less money out of your pockets than these Liberals. After 8 years, there's no relief. Liberals think the quickest way to get Canadians back on their feet is to make them miss 3 car payments. Conservatives will fight to keep the heat on and take the tax off. We will make life more affordable and warmer for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Highlight the importance of the contribution made from someone in my community, Theodoros Trakas. We lost him in December, just shy of his 100th birthday, but boy did he do so much in those 100 years. He moved to Canada from Greece. He had served in the Greek military, and in fact, when we celebrated the Ohi Day parade along the Danforth, he was there showing his proud contributions of saying Ohi to fascism. But even more than that, he helped build our city, literally helped build Ontario Place with his hands and important places all across our city. He was also a founding member of Maple Leafs Taxi, helped to get us all around the town while making sure we were connected. I am so proud to be able to stand up and to say that we had a wonderful community member in Theodoros Trakas. Thank you to his family for highlighting all of his contributions. Thank you to him for everything he has done.
Bravo. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, Canadians awoke to devastating images from a massive earthquake in Turkey and Syria this morning, and painful to see the lives lost and the damage done. And we send condolences to the families of the victims and pray for a speedy recovery of those injured. Will the Prime Minister update this House on the Government of Canada's response to the tragedy?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her question and assure her that all Canadians, indeed all parliamentarians, stand together in mourning the loss of so many lives in the devastating earthquakes in Syria and in Turkey. And I can assure her that we're working with partners in the region and around the world to see how we can best help in the short term, knowing that there will also be a need for support in the long term as communities rebuild from this terrible event.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 8 years of this Prime Minister's out-of-control spending that even Liberals are starting to notice. Liberals like Bill Morneau, who said the federal government lost the agenda, and Mark Carney, who called inflation homegrown. These aren't just random Liberals, as the Prime Minister says. They were some of the Prime Minister's biggest defenders. They want to know, and Canadians want to know, when will this Prime Minister show some humility, admit responsibility, and end his reckless inflationary spending?
You're right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians remember well in the depths of the pandemic when people pulled together. We stepped up to support people. We stepped up to support our neighbors. Frontline health workers stepped up to support people. These are the things that got Canada through this pandemic with a better record and fewer deaths than just about any of our peer countries. There's a lot of work to continue to do to support Canadians, and this government is unequivocally standing with Canadians to support people who need that help to create better opportunities as we grow the economy for the future.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can talk about the billions they spent all they want, but never in this country has so much money brought so few results. After 8 years, the facts speak for themselves. The highest inflation in 40 years, the highest interest rates in a generation, the highest home prices ever. Mr. Speaker, a new poll suggests that 45% of Canadians with variable mortgage rates will have to sell their homes in under 9 months. They can say it, but Canadians know that everything's not okay. So I'll ask again, will he show some humility and admit responsibility?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing difficult times right now, which is why this government stepped up in the fall with direct support by doubling the GST credit for about 11 million Canadians, by moving forward with dental supports and rental supports for Canadians who needed it, two initiatives that the Conservatives actually voted against. Right. Mr. Speaker, while they are abandoning the middle class, we're going to continue investing and being there for Canadians, not just because it's the right thing to do to support people who need it, but because it's also the smart thing to do to keep our economy growing strongly into the future.
Here, here. Le député de Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, après 8 longs...
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years with this Liberal government, taxpayers are realizing just how badly this country is being run. Everything's costing more, partly because this government is spending money hand over fist. For example, consulting firm McKinsey received $120 million in contracts from this government, but nobody can tell us why. Not the Prime Minister, his ministers, or his officials, no one. In what universe does a government spend $120 million on contracts and drag the country further into debt without knowing exactly why? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians remember full well that during the pandemic, when everything was uncertain, the federal government was there for them. We invested $8 out of $10 in support for Canadians during the pandemic. The federal government did that because not only did we need to be there for people because it was the right thing to do, but it was also the smart thing to do because we saw record growth in jobs and strong economic growth. The reality is that Canadians are suffering now, and we need to continue to be there for them. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer concluded that $200 billion over the $250 billion spent during the pandemic that had nothing to do with the pandemic. Some expenditures included $173 million of taxpayer money into Medicago, which just announced that they're going to close their doors, owned by the Japanese company Mitsubishi. They invested $173 million without figuring out if this company was actually going to lead to long-term jobs. Why are they spending money hand over fist without making even basic checks? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no one's surprised to see the Conservatives once again attacking our policy of vaccination and suggesting we did not do the right thing. by trying to get vaccines, all the different types of vaccines possible, to make sure that Canadians could have access to things that were going to save lives. That's exactly what we did. We were very lucky to have all the vaccines we did because we went through this pandemic in the best way possible. Better than many other countries. We will continue to be there to support Canadians during these difficult times. That's what this government does. The opposition is preaching austerity instead. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It took nearly 2 years for the Prime Minister to meet the premiers for Quebec and the provinces. The issue is health transfers, which we've been talking about since the first time I came to this place. This issue is an issue of speed. There are people who are suffering. There are people who are worried. There are people who are afraid. There are people who are waiting. Can the Prime Minister agree with me and say that what ensures speediness in treating people is a quick check and not conditions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Allow me to correct my honourable colleague and highlight that for 2 years, no Prime Minister has had more meetings with premiers about health. For several weeks at the beginning of the pandemic, we were there to talk with them, to help them to invest $72 billion more in federal money on top of the $40 billion per year that we send to health systems. And I will be pleased to sit down with premiers tomorrow to talk about how we can make our health systems secure for the future. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister must find it convenient that there was a pandemic to claim that he had great meetings over the phone. But those discussions must have been terrible because they've led to no results. Emergency rooms are overflowing. People are waiting for surgeries. We have mental health issues. We have respiratory issues. Is the minister trying to deliver a service through the provinces to the people that are suffering, or centralize health jurisdiction in his hands in Ottawa? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that my honourable colleague will be pleased to know that we agree on the need of getting results from our health systems throughout the country, results for families who can't get a family doctor, results for people who need urgent care for their mental health but have to wait months and months, and people working in emergency rooms. We are there for the provinces. We will invest and we will make sure that results are obtained throughout the country. That's what the premiers want. That's what we all want. And tomorrow, we're going to take an important step in that direction. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, Conservative and Liberal cuts have created a crisis in our healthcare system. When the Prime Minister promised to strengthen our public system, he's confusing privatization with innovation, and he's got it all wrong. The notion of profit must never be part of the conversation when it comes to people's health. Now more than ever, we must invest in our universal public system. More money in the private sector means fewer healthcare workers in the public system. When will the Prime Minister understand that private healthcare is not innovation, it's a step backwards? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we always want to defend our public health care system here in the House, and that's why I'm looking forward to sitting down with provincial premiers and territorial premiers to discuss it. We will continue to defend the Canada Health Act and our public system. We also want to get real results for citizens, whether it be access to a family doctor, mental health support, or help to invest in emergency rooms. That's work that we're going to do hand in hand with the provinces.
Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, that answer may be good enough for wealthy investors, but it's not good enough for those waiting in line at Alberta's ER. And tomorrow, the Prime Minister is sitting down with the premiers. That includes Alberta Premier Danielle Smith, an advocate for slashing the public healthcare system. And while this winter, Edmonton's Children's Hospital was being overwhelmed, The solutions are clear. Hire more healthcare workers and rebuild public healthcare. Will the Prime Minister, yes or no, ensure every single dollar that goes into the province's hands are paid or going to the public coffers for healthcare?
Yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very much looking forward to sitting down with the premiers tomorrow to discuss the future of healthcare in this country, the future of public healthcare in this country. We will ensure that we are standing up unequivocally for the Canada Health Act, ensuring that all Canadians can have access to timely and necessary procedures. We know that's what Canadians expect, whether it's more family doctors, whether it's ending the backlogs on mental health services, whether it's stopping the overwhelming of our ERs. We will be there to invest with the provinces and ensure results for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend Canadians watched as Beijing's spy balloon drifted over North America. For years, the government has supported research with China's military, despite the advice of CSIS against doing so since 2018. Admitted Beijing's military scientists into the Winnipeg lab. It's funding research with Beijing's military university in areas like quantum cryptography, photonics, and space science. Does the government now understand the threat this presents to Canada, and will it now issue a ministerial policy directive to ban research funding with China's military?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Established research security guidelines, and we're very clear with universities, if you partner with the federal government on research, your projects will be reviewed on national security grounds. But Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are just waking up to national security issues. We are working with universities to fill gaps where they exist. Mr. Speaker, we will take the national security issues of this country very seriously. We continue to work with universities, but we did establish a process with universities for research under security guidelines.
For Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of soft on crime Liberals, Canada is seeing a 32% rise of violent crime. Gang murders have doubled in this country. Repeat violent offenders are getting bail over and over again. Once safe neighborhoods have become havens for crime and violence. And in response, premiers, police, Toronto are demanding bail reform from this Prime Minister. And today, the Liberal government can finally take action by voting for the Conservative motion calling for tough on crime bail reform. Will they be voting yes, Mr. Speaker, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe, and they deserve to be safe. Mr. Speaker, bail reform has been on our radar screen since a meeting, at the very least, with provincial ministers of justice in late October. Mr. Speaker, we committed at that point to looking at what we could do at the federal level in terms of reforming our bail laws, but also, Mr. Speaker, looking at how we could better support the provinces in the administration of the bail regime that currently exists. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to that, and we'll continue to work in that direction.
I just want to remind certain members that they have beautiful, strong voices, but this is not the place to really let them loose. So I'm sure they don't want to be identified. They're very modest. They don't want us to see who they are. So I just want to remind them that. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, that answer does not give a lot of comfort that the Liberals are interested in fixing the bail system that they broke.
That's right.
Last week, the Kelowna RCMP issued a public warning about a violent, high-risk, repeat offender who escaped from a recovery home who was granted bail in December despite a revolving door of criminal convictions and a history of disobeying court orders.
Wow.
Will the Prime Minister take responsibility, reverse course, and fix the bail system that he broke?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our bail system is one that creates a number of different balances based on charter rights that individuals have, based on the presumption of innocence until being found guilty, but also, Mr. Speaker, primordial making sure that Canadians are safe. Nobody out on bail, Mr. Speaker, should pose a threat to the security of Canadians. That is, in fact, what the law is. There are a number of reverse onuses in effect already in that law. We're willing to look at other measures within that law. We're working with the provinces and territories in that regard, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to make sure that we keep Canadians safe, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a typical Liberal response where they deflect and blame. There's nothing worth applauding about the Liberals' record on public safety or their record on protecting victims of crime. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, violent crime has increased 32%, gang-related homicides have increased 92%, and every province, territory, and premier agrees that the bail system is broken. So will the Prime Minister fail the bail system he broke, or get out of the way so the Conservatives can?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I assure my colleague and all members in this chamber that we are introducing common sense policies like Bill C-75, which allow us to concentrate on the most serious offenders so that we can protect our communities. I would also point out to my Conservative colleagues that this is a government that has invested hundreds of millions of dollars both to support law enforcement as well as to address the root causes of crime so that we can stop it before it starts. And what have the Conservatives done in each of those instances? They have voted against. Mr. Speaker, if they're serious about taking crime seriously, then they should get serious about supporting this government's policies. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, après 8 ans.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years with this Prime Minister, the numbers are worrisome. Violent crime increased by 32%. Gang-related murders increased by 92%. That's where we're at with the Liberals. And why? Because they're setting up policies that benefit criminals instead of victims. Could the minister please protect victims and leave rapists and gangsters where they belong? In jail. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've invested more than any other government in Canadian history in order to protect victims and to make sure that victims are heard in our justice system. As for the conditional liberation system, no one's going to be released who's a threat to Canadian safety. We're going to work with provinces and territories to make sure that we improve the system and support provinces in administering it. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that this minister is trying to protect this bill. There's obviously a problem with the word justice in this minister's office. Thanks to this new law, a gangster caught with illegal loaded guns and a rapist can serve their sentence at home. The Liberal track record after 8 years, a country where victims' rights aren't a priority. Can the minister admit that C5 is a failure and send criminals back to jail so that victims can get justice? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Serious crimes deserve serious consequences. That's the basis that we're going on to move on from the failure of the Harper-era tough-on-crime policies. What we're doing is dedicating resources to serious crimes and not wasting legal and police resources on less serious crimes. We are improving the justice system, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals from West Island are attacking the Charter of the French Language in committee. You should hear their scare tactics. On Friday, it was the member for Saint-Laurent who resorted to scare tactics. She claimed that thousands of English-speaking seniors are going to lose access to health care, which is completely ridiculous. She claimed that healthcare staff are afraid to offer care in English, when on the contrary, Bill 96 includes the obligation to provide services in English on request all throughout Quebec. Will the minister order her colleagues to stop misinformation when they're debating her own bill? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, we are the first government to recognize the use of the French language in Quebec, and we're the first one to recognize that French is threatened throughout Canada. That is why we have a bill that's ambitious and will give more tools to address the decline of French throughout the country. Once again, I'm hoping to get the cooperation from my colleagues because we want to pass this bill. It will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, In addition to the member for Saint-Laurent, who claimed that seniors will no longer be cared for if we protect French, there's the member for Westmount, who fought for C13 not to recognize French as the common language in Quebec, and the member for Mont-Royal piled on. MPs in West Island are joining forces to attack the Charter of the French language and promote the Anglicization of Quebec. Meanwhile, where's the Quebec Liberal lieutenant? Why is he leaving the field open to those undermining the protection of French? The Honourable Patrimoine Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, C13 recognizes for the very first time that we have to reinforce and protect French in Quebec. It helps Francophones outside Quebec. It gives more power to the Official Languages Commissioner, but in spite of all that, the Bloc is opposed to it. Why? Because they don't want things to work. Because they want an argument. They don't want Parliament to work. But in spite of that, we're going to succeed. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, every step forward to protect French in Quebec is a step too far for the West Island Liberals. Requiring French in the workplace is too much. Recognizing French as the common language is too much. Ask them to name a single step forward to protect French that suits them. They won't be able to do it because they don't even recognize that French is in decline. These are the same Liberals who refused to vote in 2021 to recognize that Quebecers form a nation. Does the Quebec Lieutenant agree? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my colleague just said is false. We are the first government to recognize the decline of French in the country and in Quebec. The language that's threatened in Canada is French. That's why we are going to do our fair share to address the situation. I would dare to say and to believe that the Bloc Québécois would want to see the federal government take this responsibility seriously. That's exactly what we're going to do. We have an ambitious bill. It will ensure that the Commissioner has more tools to do their work. And it will ensure that Francophones within Quebec and outside of it will be able to work in French and be served in French.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians can no longer afford to eat or heat their homes, let alone afford a home. And the Liberals, well, they plan to triple the carbon tax, which is going to cost our farmers more to grow our food and get it to the grocery store shelves. So it's no wonder that food banks in my communities, well, they're seeing record high demand with no end in sight. So, Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister finally stop blaming everybody else for the pain that he's causing, take responsibility, and axe his destructive carbon tax?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many people know, including a number of Conservative on the other side of this aisle, Mr. Speaker, carbon pricing is one of the most effective ways to fight against climate change. And starting April 1st, a family of four will get $386 in Alberta, $340 in Saskatchewan, $264 in Manitoba, and $244 in Ontario, 4 times a year, Mr. Speaker. We can fight climate change and support Canadians. That's exactly what we're doing on this side of the aisle.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, a record number of Canadian families can't even afford to buy basic groceries. Rent has gone through the roof, and the dream of home ownership has vanished for millions. Millions more are struggling just to keep the heat on in this winter. And the Prime Minister's solution is to triple the carbon tax on home heating. The Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for his actions. He needs to recognize the pain that he's causing. So why doesn't he do the right thing and just axe this destructive carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear, that over the last 7 years, this government has been there for Canadians. In fact, from 2015 to 2020, poverty in Canada reduced by 2.7 million Canadians. That's 782,000 children, 178,000 seniors. And you know what happened in 2015, Mr. Speaker? The government changed. The Liberals were elected and the Conservatives were out. Seems like something happened. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
I'll tell you what's happened happened, Mr. Speaker, is millions of Canadians are using food banks every month, and this Liberal government brags about their record. People can barely afford to keep a roof over their heads and put food on their tables, and now the Prime Minister's solution to 40-year highs in inflation is to triple the carbon tax and raise prices even more on things as basic as their home heating. So why won't the Prime Minister finally take responsibility for his actions? Stop blaming everyone else. Do the right thing. Stop making things worse and axe this carbon tax.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
After 8 years in opposition, the Conservatives seem to have not figured out that catchphrases and buzzwords don't actually improve the lives of Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, even worse, their ideology forces them to vote against things that improve the lives of Canadians. They voted against reducing taxes on Canadians. They voted against childcare. They voted against supports for businesses. Mr. Speaker, they vote against just about everything. While they oppose, we deliver. That's our job.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Under this Liberal government, the cost of rent for Canadians went up 60%. Liberals are letting corporate landlords rip off Canadian families by jacking up rent when they bring in a new tenant. Letting corporations and speculators turn our housing market into a casino for the ultra-wealthy is wrong. The Liberals have turned their backs on renters. When are the Liberals going to crack down on the profiteering of corporate landlords that is keeping families from finding a home that they can afford?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the member opposite claims, we have actually made sure that we take care of Canadian renters. We're the government that introduced the Canada Housing Benefit, which is now real in every province and territory in Canada. It is delivering an average of $2,500 to vulnerable renters across the country. In addition to that, we introduced the $500 one-time top-up to the existing Canada Housing Benefit, and nearly 2 million Canadian renters are now benefiting from that payment. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Liberals announced a deal with Alberta to fund the creation of 20,000 private for-profit childcare spaces, even though the Alberta government has not made clear progress on creating the 42,000 nonprofit spaces it committed to build in its agreement with the federal government. In fact, the government's own childcare legislation says that public and nonprofit providers should be prioritized. Why are the Liberals turning their backs on Alberta families who need high-quality, public, nonprofit childcare spaces?
The Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was really delighted to be in Edmonton last week to make that important announcement of an additional 20,000 childcare spaces that are going to be created in Alberta. That's in addition to the 42,500 that were already announced when we signed the agreement. This means that we're delivering more affordable childcare for families in Alberta and right across the country. This is good news for Alberta families. It's good news for the Alberta economy, and I'm so thrilled that we can move forward with this, just like we're moving forward with Bill C-35, which is going to protect childcare for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Prairies Can announced a massive investment in Alberta with nearly $50 million in federal funds and the opening of a local Prairies Can office in Lethbridge. This dynamic hub will offer a direct link for local entrepreneurs and residents, advance new opportunities, drive economic expansion, and help hardworking Canadians create dependable jobs. Can the Minister update this House on the work he is doing in local communities across the prairies?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Calgary Skyview for that very important question and for all his hard work. Mr. Speaker, the prairies have unique needs and priorities, and only local communities know how to best address them. That's why our government is investing across the prairies by opening 7 new Prairies Canada offices across the prairies. And last week, I opened a brand new service location in Fort McMurray that will support the residents of northeastern Alberta in building a strong, competitive prairie economy that benefits everyone. Over the last 3 weeks, I've also announced more than $46 million in federal investments, creating hundreds
for Lakeland.
Years of this Prime Minister, Canadians can barely afford food, fuel, heating our homes. Nicole from Vegreville is struggling because Liberals' carbon tax doubled her gas bill. She says, quote, I don't have an extra $400 to pay. How are Canadians supposed to live? But it's about to get worse when the NDP Liberal costly coalition triples their carbon tax. So when will the Prime Minister stop blaming everyone else, take responsibility and axe his destructive carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, earlier I spoke about families in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba that were going to start to receive the Climate Action Incentive rebate as of April 1st. But as of July 1st, families in Nova Scotia, PI, and Newfoundland will also be receiving the Climate Incentive rebate 4 times a year so that we can together tackle climate change, which is costing billions of dollars to Canadians. It's going to go up to $25 billion by 2025. And these Conservatives have nothing to say. They have no plan. They have nothing to say about climate change, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we will fight climate change, and we will do it by supporting Canadians.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But the Liberals' carbon tax has driven up the cost of everything, as the PM said it's designed to do, while they've missed every single emissions target because it's tax grab, not an environmental plan. And it's hitting nonprofits hard, too. The Lloydminster Ag Exhibition faces, quote, crippling payments that already cost $30,000 a year in carbon tax alone. The building got major energy upgrades, but the carbon tax still hiked bills 30% and taxed away any savings. Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off, but when will the Liberals take responsibility and axe their cruel carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Everyone in this House, I trust, wants to tackle the challenges that Canadian families are facing when it comes to affordability. What confuses me is the Conservatives seem not to understand that the plan to put a price on pollution is actually going to put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is they're going to take that money from families so they can make it free to pollute, and the cost of pollution is extraordinary.
I just want to indicate that when your whip or your deputy whip is going like this, they're not trying to fly. They're trying to keep it quiet. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, please start again.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that every member of this House wants to tackle the challenges families are facing when it comes to affordability. That's why we put in plan a place to put a price on pollution that will put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. Their strategy is to take money from those families so they can make it free to pollute. And there is an enormous cost to pollution. I invite any member of this House to visit my community, see the silos that Hurricane Fiona tore apart, talk to the farmers who've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in their crops. It's hard to understand an argument that's going to do less for the environment and take money from families. I can't understand why the Conservatives doubled down on that strategy.
Foothills.
What is challenging for Canadians, and especially Canadian farmers, is the Liberals tripling their crippling carbon tax, which is fueling the food affordability crisis in Canada. And now the Liberal NDP Carbon Tax Coalition wants to triple that tax. The result of that is a typical Canadian farmer will pay $150,000 a year in carbon taxes alone. What Canadian farmer can absorb those taxes? I'll tell you, none. We are losing farms now due to bankruptcy and insolvency. When will the Prime Minister of misery understand that his tax has to go so farmers can grow?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like the party opposite is worried about cost, but never talks about the cost that we are passing on to our kids and grandkids through the impacts of climate change. Billions of dollars that are accumulating year after year. We have an emergency here, Mr. Speaker, and the party opposite is simply not telling the truth to Canadians. We're already paying for the cost of climate change, and we need to find solutions. They have no solutions to offer, Mr. Speaker, none whatsoever. Thank you.
Member for Foothills.
Do you know who's misleading Canadians, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal government. When they say 8 out of 10 Canadians are going to get more in the carbon tax rebate than they get back. Reality, Canadian farmers get pennies on the dollar in return for the Liberals' farcical carbon tax rebate program. Canadian farmers can't afford fuel, fertilizer, or feed. And when we lose Canadian farms, that impacts every Canadian family who is struggling to put food on the table. Is the Prime Minister prepared that Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, let me tell you some Conservative voices who've historically supported a carbon price. Preston Manning, Stephen Harper, Doug Ford's chief budget advisor testified before the Senate in 2016 saying this was the most effective thing we could do to reduce emissions. We have discovered a way to put more money in the pockets of Canadians at the same time we have an effective policy to reduce emissions. If the Conservatives are concerned about the impact on farmers, come to my community. Come talk to the farmers who've lost silos. Come talk to them about the crops they've lost. The Haver-Eagles Maple Farm has lost so many of their maple trees it will take half a century for them to become profitable again under current conditions. We will be there for families. We will protect the environment no matter what.
L'honorable. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, listen carefully to what the New York Post revealed this morning. Imagine New York is paying for bus tickets for asylum seekers who want to get to Roxham Road. The U.S. National Guard is even helping with the distribution of tickets. The Americans must be laughing when they hear that Canada is negotiating to modernize the Safe Third Country Agreement. Imagine them laughing when we wonder why negotiations have been dragging on for 6 years. The Americans are ridiculing the federal government. Enough is enough. The minister can suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement without the Americans. When is he going to stop being laughed at? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the solution proposed by the MP is not a good solution. It would just change the goalposts. I spoke to my counterparts in Quebec to find solutions and support Quebec. And in order...
domestic and international legal obligations that we are bound by. We will do right by vulnerable people who seek asylum in Canada. We will work with our provincial counterparts to make sure we are there for them so they don't face undue pressures as a result of trying to do the right thing for asylum seekers as well.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, the Americans don't want to fix Roxham Road because they're sending free buses. They're using Roxham to offload their own responsibilities towards asylum seekers. And those responsibilities today are being shouldered by Quebec schools, by our tireless but tired community organizations. Quebec does not have the resources to deal with asylum seekers from all over Canada. We can't add those from New York to the mix. When will the minister suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement, put an end to Roxham Road and distribute the reception of migrants throughout Canada, as the Quebec government has been asking? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. Like my honourable colleague, the Minister for Immigration, has already noted, we have an agreement and principles to protect the rights of refugees and asylum seekers. That's one of Canada's values. We have many examples where we collaborate with the province of Quebec in order to welcome refugees. It's a good system. But yes, we must continue to strengthen our borders so that we can protect the integrity of our immigration system. So we will continue to work in collaboration with the province of Quebec.
South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government's mismanagement, Nova Scotians have to choose each month which bill not to pay. Maynard, a senior on a modest fixed income, is using every free community resource to help pay for his heating, eating, and telephone. The plan to introduce and triple the carbon tax will only make things worse for Nova Scotians. To keep Maynard from starving and going homeless, will these Liberals axe their planned carbon tax for Nova Scotians?
Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and that's precisely why we have been there for Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, who has opposed every single measure that we have put forward to support seniors, or their leader, Mr. Speaker, who gave reckless advice to seniors to invest in crypto. Mr. Speaker, we have been there supporting seniors by doubling the GST credit, by increasing the guaranteed income supplement that has helped over 900,000 seniors, by increasing the old age security, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to have the backs of all Canadians, including seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the Liberals clearly don't know how to fix what they've caused. Maynard made $21,000 last year. That's $1,000 over the allowable limit for their one-off programs. But if he did qualify, the one-time payment, it does nothing for him for the next 11 months. The carbon tax, by design, is inflationary. So here's an easy cure to help make eating and heating more affordable for Maynard. Cancel the Liberal plan to impose a cruel carbon tax on Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I empathize with any member of this House who wants to do more to support vulnerable seniors from a low-income background in my home province of Nova Scotia. The reality is the programs we've been putting in place since 2015 have been designed specifically to help people like Maynard. Look at the increase to old age security. Look at the increase to the guaranteed income supplement. Look at putting a price on pollution that's actually going to put more money in the pockets of someone like Maynard, and I hope that member is not spreading misinformation. Mr. Speaker, every time we've tried to do something to support low-income people or to fight climate change, the honourable member and his colleagues oppose it. I note in particular the plan we put in place to cover the cost of heat pumps, to reduce the monthly cost of bills, which that member opposed.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it's come down to this. While I was at community events this weekend, several people I spoke to were telling me how hard it is to pay their bills. I heard stories of seniors living in cold because home heating costs have doubled. The carbon tax is not helping. Community fridges are being emptied as quick as they're being filled. Working families are using food banks, and moms are struggling to pay to keep the roof over their heads. When will the Prime Minister realize the pain he's causing, quit blaming everyone else for the problems he's created, and do something about it? And he can start by scrapping the costly carbon tax.
Honourable Minister for Family.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, we are actually doing something about it. In fact, since 2015, we've brought in a number of measures to make sure that life is more affordable for the lowest income Canadians, whether that's the Canada Child Benefit that's helping 9 out of 10 families, whether that is decreasing the eligible age for old age security from 67, which, by the way, the Conservatives tried to raise back down to 65, increasing old age security for those over 75 by 10%. Mr. Speaker, we have been there, we'll continue to be there, and Mr. Speaker, I just hope that if the Conservatives were sincere in their care for those vulnerable, they would support us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, every day food is wasted in production, processing, distribution, retail, food service, and in the home. In fact, Canada wastes more than half of its food supply. To counter this, our government introduced the Food Waste Reduction Challenge. This is an initiative with $20 million in funding. Can the Minister update this House on the progress of this programme? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has committed to reducing the economic, environmental and social consequences of food waste. A few days ago, I announced the 6 finalists for the innovative technology streams, who will now receive up to $450,000 to test their technologies to prolong the life of perishable foodstuffs or to transform food waste into new food or value-added products. I look forward to hearing who wins and to see the multiplication of their technology. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this government has spent without any control. The government paid $173 million to a pharmaceutical company that had Philip Morris as a shareholder. Since 2003, the WHO does not recognize research when it is done by a tobacco company. Even better, Canada has signed this agreement. They signed it in 2003. Unfortunately, what happened was expected. The WHO did not recognize the research, and the minister said, well, I'm surprised. And then the company closed its doors. Why did the government even do a minimum level of verification? That is, telling Medicago to get rid of Philip Morris and then they would get help. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Government
is disappointed to learn of Mitsubishi's decision. Recognizing the impacts of this decision we will have on their employees, we continue to be in discussion, and we want to work with the Government of Quebec to assess next steps. Medicago is still an important player in Canada's biomanufacturing and life sciences ecosystem. We expect collaboration from all parties involved to ensure Canadian interests are protected. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to work hard to ensure employees are protected, and our vaccine procurement is incredibly important in this country.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's astonishing to think that we're going to lose $750 million and we should be accomplice to that. It's shocking, sir. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this government has become dependent on outside spin doctors for new ideas because, guess what? They don't have any of their own. They're exhausted and hopefully they've given up. Who's paying the price for all their foolishness? Well, Canadians are, Mr. Speaker. $104.7 million have been spent on contracts gifted to McKinsey, all because the Liberal government can't be bothered to do its own work. When will the Canadian people expect a full accounting for this ridiculous spending?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, all week long, no doubt all session long, you're going to hear ideological talking points, buzzwords, and the latest catchphrases from the leader of the Conservative opposition's Twitter. But, Mr. Speaker, what you will not hear from them is any plan. No plan on climate change. No plan to help on affordability. No plan to actually build the economy and get to prosperity for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, they can keep tweeting. We'll keep delivering. That's our job.
The member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very thankful for that response because we do have an ideology on this side. That's to stand up for Canadians. And after 8 years of spending, this Liberal government is out of money and Canadians are out of patience. Let me cite a few examples of their crazy spending, sir. $2 billion, $2 billion with a B, to a company that doesn't even exist. $100 million to the Liberal friends and, of course, to their buddies at McKinsey. And also up to $750 million, sir, to a company that is now going out of business and shutting its doors. When will this government stop spending and give Canadians a chance to thrive?
The Honourable Minister.
I see once again we have to set the record straight, and when it comes to standing on the side of Canadians and knowing who has invested through the pandemic and after in the lives of Canadians, it is this Liberal government who has done it. What did the Conservatives do when we put in childcare? How did they vote? They voted against. What happened when we tried to increase the workers' benefit, Mr. Speaker? They voted against. What happened when we improved supports for seniors, Mr. Speaker? They voted against. We vote for, they vote against. We're here for Canadians.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells. Okay, it's nice to see people talking to each other, but shouting across the floor is not the way to do that. If I can ask you to just keep it down so we can hear the question and then we can hear the response. The honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ties between Canada and Hong Kong are strong and deep, but we share common values. Among them are respect for the rule of law, human rights, and individual freedom. Our government has launched several initiatives to help Hong Kong residents and their families work and live in Canada. So, could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship inform the House about what more we're doing to support the people of Hong Kong?
Full Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, Canada stands resolutely alongside the people of Hong Kong. In 2021, my predecessor introduced new pathways that would allow Hong Kongers to come to Canada, including an open work permit program for recent graduates. Mr. Speaker, that program was set to expire this week, and I'm pleased to share with this House that I had the pleasure of being in Scarborough earlier today to announce that we would be extending the application period by a further 2 years and expanding the eligibility of the program to any Hong Kong resident who has graduated within the last 10 years as opposed to 5 under the previous program design. This program will bring more talented young Hong Kong residents to Canada, which is good for our communities and good for those seeking to come here.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Alberta energy workers are calling on this government to step up with a major financial commitment to meet the challenge of Joe Biden's massive investments in clean tech. In Alberta, that would be 200,000 jobs alone. No wonder the Alberta Federation of Labour is calling this the biggest economic shift since the Industrial Revolution. Now, we know Conservatives don't believe in a clean energy future, but New Democrats do, because clean tech will pay good-paying union jobs in Alberta, Northern Ontario, and across Canada. So when will this government end their do-nothing approach and commit to major investments in this budget to ensure a clean tech revolution for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Far from a do-nothing approach, Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and to all members that we stand firmly on the side of workers in this country, and the workers who have built our energy industry in Alberta and Saskatchewan and Newfoundland and Labrador, those who have proudly built our oil industries and energy industries. They are exactly the people that we need to lower emissions, create jobs, and ensure the future competitiveness of one of our absolute most important industries. And we have stood with workers every step of the way. More to the point, sir, more to the point, Mr. Speaker, we have made sure that they lead this. They are the ones who built it, and they will continue to lead it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, February 6th, finds us 18 days away from a horrific anniversary. I don't know how the rest of my colleagues in this place feel, Mr. Speaker, but on February 24th, 2022, who could have believed that in this day and age there'd be a land war in Europe and that Vladimir Putin would do the unthinkable, threaten nuclear arms and attack Ukraine? My question to the Prime Minister is, what is Canada doing to press for peace talks, to press for a negotiated solution? Arms won't end the war.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning, Canada stands shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. Since 2015, Canada has trained over 34,000 Ukrainian Armed Forces members. We've put on the table over $5 billion of military aid, and we will stand with Ukraine in its fight for security, solidarity, and sovereignty. And the decision relating to peace and Ukraine's future will come from Ukraine itself, and Canada will be there all along the way.
That's all the time we have for the question period today. Comme il est 15 heures.
It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Dancho relating to the business of supply.
All in the members. Thank you. La question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Moore, move that given that after 8 years of this government's soft on crime policies, 1. Les crimes violents.
1. Violent crime has increased by 32%.
2. Gang-related homicides have increased.
3. Violent repeat offenders are obtaining bail much more easily.
4. Increasing daily acts of crime and violence are putting Canadians at risk. 5. 5 Canadian police officers were killed in the line of duty in just 1 year. the House will call on the government to enact policies that prioritize the rights of victims and law-abiding citizens, namely A, fix Canada's broken bail system by immediately... May I dispense? No. A, fix Canada's broken bail system by immediately repealing the elements enacted by Bill 75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts, and to make consequential amendments to other acts which force judges to release violent repeat offenders into the streets, allowing them to reoffend. B, durcir les dispositions.
B, strengthen Canada's bail laws so that those who are prohibited from possessing firearms and who are then accused of serious firearms offenses do not easily get bail.
C, ensure that Canada's justice system puts the rights of law-abiding Canadians ahead of the rights of violent repeat offenders. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Cheer. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mrs. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
A.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Stroh.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Correction, Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chattel.
Madame Chattel.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Souza.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Sidlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Collins. Got it? Ms. Collins, did you get that vote? Okay, Ms. Collins, can you repeat your vote, please?
No.
She's on the screen.
She said no.
Contre.
Mr. Varani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted using the app, but it indicated I should be prepared to go on Zoom. I just want to clarify my vote was no.
Yes, it came through as no. Thank you. It's confirmed. Mr. Dong.
Thank you, Speaker. I vote no.
Mr. Dong, nay, contre.
Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 205, 205.
The motion defeated. Thank you, sir. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison.
I would like to inform the House that because of the recorded division, the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 14 minutes.
We'll wait a couple of minutes. Order à l'ordre. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Présentation de rapport, rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report. The Canadian section of Parlamerica's 9th Summit of the Americas from June 6th to the 8th, 2022. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam. There we go.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 7th report of the Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, Labour Shortages, Working Conditions, and the Care Economy. And this is pursuant to Standing Order 109 that the committee requests a response from the government, a comprehensive response.
Loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of the Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Saint-Charles.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. That was my mistake. Mr. Jenner, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates presented on Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, be concurred in. debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague and friend from Charlesbourg, Saint Charles. I rise today to speak to the House about the ongoing Liberal McKinsey scandal. This is the affair through which the government gave over $100 million in contracts to their friends at McKinsey and Company. Now, the Liberals' response to this scandal has been to say, don't worry, we're going to have the ministers responsible for Treasury Board and procurement investigate what happened in the context of Treasury Board and procurement. In other words, not only having Liberals investigate Liberals, but precisely having the Liberal cabinet ministers responsible for this issue in the first place investigating themselves. The Prime Minister thinks that an appropriate response to waste and corruption within his own government is to have the ministers responsible for that waste and corruption investigating themselves. Conservatives do not think that that's an appropriate response to scandal, and that's why we are moving this motion today to call for an independent investigation by Canada's non-partisan Auditor General. Of course, we've seen in this House the Auditor General attacked by the Minister of Revenue. Conservatives have faith in our independent officers of Parliament, and that's why we want to bring in the Auditor General and ask the Auditor General to investigate the waste and corruption that we're seeing under this Liberal government. Now, the Liberal McKinsey affair has, I think, three main elements to it. We can speak about corruption, we can speak about control, and we can speak about character. Corruption, control, and character. So the Liberals have given over $100 million that we know of so far in contracts to McKinsey and Company. At the same time as McKinsey was selling their services to this Liberal government, Dominic Barton, who was the managing partner of McKinsey, was leading the Prime Minister's own Growth Council. And although Dominic Barton has said, oh no, I'm not friends with the Prime Minister, I barely know these people, I didn't recognize him in an elevator the first time I saw him. On the other hand, we have the Deputy Prime Minister talking about how close Dominic Barton was to the Prime Minister, how accessible he was, and how they had a relationship of being able to contact each other anytime that was built up over time. So on the word at least of the Deputy Prime Minister, we have a close relationship between the managing director of McKinsey and the Prime Minister. We have the leadership of McKinsey. We have analysts at McKinsey that are doing analytical work for the Prime Minister's Growth Council at the same time as McKinsey is selling its consulting services to the government. And no surprise under those circumstances, when we have these clear conflicts of interest, close relationships, conflicts of interest, no surprise that there was a significant spike in terms of the volume of contracts that McKinsey was getting from the government. So we have conflict of interest driven by these relationships. But let's talk as well, Mr. Speaker, about control. Because Canadians are asking, who's pulling the strings? Who's making the decisions? Who's really deciding in terms of the direction of the government? And what has been happening with this government is they've been bringing in high-priced outside consultants who have been both selling to the government but also making very significant policy decisions, doing work that actually the public service has said, we could be doing this work ourselves. We don't know what these consultants are doing, but the consultants are playing a very significant role setting policy, setting direction, and in fact, they are not subject to the same kind of transparency requirements that exist for the public service. If Canadians want to know what discussions are happening within the public service, they can use the transparency and accountability tools that are available to them. But if Canadians want to know about decisions that are made at McKinsey that are in fact shaping what happens in government, they're not able to access that information. In fact, up until now, McKinsey hasn't even been willing to provide its client list. And that's a huge problem because McKinsey has a history of actually working on both sides of the same issue. In the United States, we had instances where they were working for the FDA that is responsible for approving drugs, and they were working for pharmaceutical companies at the same time. So they're working for the approval body as well as for the companies that are seeking that approval. In fact, the New York Times revealed instances where you had the same analysts, the same individual, working for both the FDA and those making the application. So is that same thing happening in Canada? Do we have decisions being made by McKinsey while they're also working for clients who benefit from that decision? The reality is we don't know because McKinsey won't disclose their client list. So there's a lack of transparency, and there's influence and control coming from these high-priced consultants that are being hired by this government. So there are issues of corruption, there are issues of control, but there are also issues of character. Mr. Speaker, who is this company? Who is McKinsey? And what have they done around the world? Well, most notably, for the impact it's having here in Canada, McKinsey worked for Purdue Pharma. Purdue Pharma is the company that invented OxyContin and that was responsible for fueling and driving the opioid crisis that has devastated our communities. Purdue, in 2007, pled guilty to criminal misbranding of their products, downplaying addiction risk, aimed at marketing these opioids to people so that they could make money, totally with total disregard for the suffering that this caused. Now, after 2007, despite having pled guilty, McKinsey continued to do work for Purdue Pharma. McKinsey put together proposals aimed at helping Purdue Pharma supercharge their sales of opioids with a number of recommendations. Those recommendations included, incredibly, paying bonuses to pharmacists in instances of overdose deaths. They included, in cases where pharmacies, traditional pharmacies, were trying to put in place mechanisms to prevent overprescription, McKinsey proposed that you could have a mail-in process for people to order opioids without needing to go to traditional pharmacies and thus be able to circumvent the checks that existed. So with no regard for basic ethical or moral norms, you had McKinsey doing this kind of work for Purdue. And that was at a time when Dominic Barton was leading McKinsey, and I asked him about it at committee last week, and Mr. Barton said he had no idea that Purdue was doing this, that McKinsey was doing this work for Purdue. They were a client for 10 years, and the managing director claimed he had no idea. But McKinsey has done other work around the world. They've done work with with Russian state-owned and affiliated companies. They've done work with a Chinese state-affiliated company that's building militarized islands in the South China Sea. So these speak to the character of this company. And you want to talk about conflict of interest. You have a company that's doing work for the Department of National Defense here in Canada while they're working with Russian state-owned and affiliated companies, while they're working with a Chinese company that's building militarized islands in the South China Sea. McKinsey did a report for the Saudi government in which they identified influential dissidents who were driving criticism of Saudi economic policy. And not surprisingly, after those accounts were identified, these dissidents were subject to various forms of harassment. One of them actually lives in Canada and was subject to harassment on Canadian soil. So we have corruption, we have conflict of interest, we have control, we have a lack of character from this company. But this is the company that the Prime Minister keeps. This is the company that has gotten over $100 million in contracts. While Canadians are suffering, Mr. Speaker, well-connected Liberal insiders have never had it so good, and especially the well-connected Liberal insiders at McKinsey. And in the context of this scandal, the government's response is we're going to have the cabinet ministers responsible for procurement and for Treasury Board do their own investigation. That is clearly not good enough, Mr. Speaker. We cannot trust these Liberals who have made a complete mess of governance, who are wasting taxpayers' dollars, giving money to their friends at the same time as the public service is growing. The public service is growing, they're giving money to more and more money to outside consultants. We can't trust these Liberals who are responsible for these scandals to then come in and say they're going to investigate themselves. And that is why, as an urgent matter, we are saying it is time to ask the Auditor General to come in and get to the bottom of what happened here. We need the resources and the ingenuity of the Auditor General to get to the bottom of what is happening, to assess value for money. Now, there are many different aspects of this scandal. Canadians need to decide at a basic character level, is this the kind of company that they want to see their Prime Minister doing business with? But the Auditor General is well positioned to assess value for money, to say, what did we actually get for this $100+ million. How much money was actually spent, by the way, because we can't get a straight answer from the government on this. But moreover, was there value for money? The public service has said, many public servants have told the media, we don't know what work was done here. They brought in PowerPoint slides. They said they were going to change everything. Nothing got done. Mr. Speaker, it's time to bring in the Auditor General. Conservatives want this motion adopted so that the Auditor General will help all of us get to the bottom of what happened between the Liberals and McKinsey.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll get the opportunity to explain why I suspect the Conservatives might be bringing forward this motion when I address it on the floor. But the question I have for the member is, in regards to Dominique Barton or McKinsey, has Stephen Harper ever issued a contract, or his government ever issued a contract to either?
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the motion that is before the House asks for those records from 2011. So we are quite open to the Auditor General doing that work as well. My understanding of the record is that there has been dramatic growth, some 50-fold has taken place under this government, that there were very small volumes in that earlier period, and then there's been 50-fold growth under this government. And I will just say that some of the ethical scandals that I've mentioned, the collaboration with state-owned and affiliated companies around the world, the work with the government of Saudi Arabia, the work with Purdue Pharma, all of that has come out subsequently. All of that has come out since. So this government's been in power for 8 years. We've seen what they've done, dramatically increasing spending on outside consultants, McKinsey in particular, and this government has to be accountable for their record.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable colleague. This motion does raise an issue that is of concern to Greens as well. Contracting out is always a subject of concern. The Federal Civil Service needs to have a fully robust capacity for policy advice, nonpartisan advice, and contracting out so very much to one specific consulting firm does raise concerns for us as well. And as noted by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, it's not the first time also the Conservatives contracted out to McKinsey. There are a lot of issues that we want to continue to seek out and find out why certain firms have special access. So I just want to throw in to ensure that the Conservatives know that Greens will continue to press for a full investigation of the SNC-Lavalin affair that was dropped without answers.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly on this side of the House, we're prepared to work with any individuals and any parties that want to help us get to the bottom of these scandals we've seen under this government. There has been a ceding of control by Liberals to outside consultants. There's been waste of money, duplication of efforts. There's been conflicts of interest. There are significant concerns about what McKinsey is up to around the world, the conflicts of interest that exist, where they're working for both sides of the same issue, like working for Canadian Department of Defense while working for hostile interests around the world. These are all issues that we need to get to the bottom of, and I hope that this House will support the value for money audit that we need to see happen from the Auditor General, as well as some of the other ongoing work that's required to get to the bottom of this Liberal McKinsey scandal.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his speech. It's very enthusiastic. It's great. I like the motion that's been put forward. I think we need to shed light on the relationship between McKinsey and the government since 2011. I find that the Conservatives are able to put forward a good motion because they're dating it back until when they were in power. There are questions raised about McKinsey. We know that Dominique Barton was at the start of this initiative to triple Canada's population by 2100, and that's supported by Brian Mulroney. So I was wondering with the Conservatives, if Mr. Mulroney, by supporting that initiative, if it's the voice of the Conservative Party and their vision on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, today we're having a discussion about McKinsey, and I spoke in my remarks about the issues of control. Now, we can have debates in this House about how we approach immigration policy, various aspects of that policy. I think what we should agree on is that those decisions should be made by the people's representatives, that they should be made in a transparent way. And if there's conversations happening within the bureaucracy, those should be subject to the same kind of transparency and accountability mechanisms that we have come to expect from our government. On the other hand, if we have decisions that are being made outside of the public service by consultants that are in fact directing the country on very fundamental issues of the values and the character and the immigration policies and other such things in terms of our country, we would not want to see those kinds of decisions being made through outside consultants. We'd want to see those decisions made by the people's representatives.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, today we're talking about the 5th report of the Government Operations Committee. The motion is the following: that the Auditor General be called upon to conduct as soon as possible a performance and value for money audit of the contracts awarded to McKinsey & Company since January 1st, 2011 by any department, agency, or Crown Corporation. Why are we at this point, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's a context in which Canadians, millions of Canadians, are struggling financially. The cost of living has gone up, everything's expensive, people are short of money. And on the other hand, we have multinational companies receiving contracts, including McKinsey. McKinsey, since 2015-16, has received over $120 million in contracts. Contracts to conduct studies, make proposals on topics like immigration, national defense, CBSA, public services, millions of dollars to make recommendations. But we're unable to know what those studies went towards. The Prime Minister is keeping this totally secret. We're trying to be told that 2 ministers, the Treasury Board Minister and the Public Services and Procurement Minister, will go get answers, and I think they're taking us for fools on the other side of this House. We know what nobody wants to say. And that's what's at the root of what's happening now with McKinsey. There's so much secrecy around what they've done for Canada. And yes, Mr. Speaker, our motion calls for going back to 2011 when we were in government. We're doing that because we know we have nothing to hide. Contracts on that, during that time, it was consulting on very specific topics. They weren't exorbitant contracts, but since in 2014 there were no contracts, 2015 none, and then in 2016 it skyrocketed. It's as if all of a sudden nobody knew what to do in departments anymore, as if all of a sudden when we talk about national defense, immigration, border services, nobody knew what to do internally. There needed to be tens of millions of dollars going to McKinsey to get answers. And we don't know what was proposed. It's been 8 years, Mr. Speaker. In the 8th year of governing, that's rather centered on conflicts of interest. We went through SNC. There were reports on ethics directly concerning the Prime Minister, and then once again, today. It's a pretty clear, obvious situation. There's a conflict of interest here. Dominic Barton, who was the director of McKinsey at the time when the Liberal government took power in 2015. Mr. Barton appeared before committee and said he hadn't done anything, he didn't know anything. In one of my questions at the Government Operations Committee, I said, "You're fascinating." I looked at him and I said, well, this is really someone who's able to not answer questions, who can pretend that didn't exist, it was all made up. But the facts are there. When the Liberals took power, we saw, well, there was advice, it's pretty clear, hire a company, we'll give you the tools because you don't know what to do. And so that's where we're at. It's clearly an issue. There's an ethical problem around this, but in the end, the priority for our motion is that the Auditor General an independent party who can conduct audits and prepare a report for Parliament of what happened with the different contracts that were granted since 2011 to McKinsey. Taxpayers who pay those bills have a right to know, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, the government over 8 years has lost control of public finances. Everybody knows it. Debt has been doubled. We'll be having to pay interest on the debt. It'll be $40 billion a year. Money that would have been going to normal operations, that'll be going to interest to the banks. $15 billion went to contracts, including to McKinsey. And there are questions to be asked. And that's why the Auditor General needs to shed light and tell us what we got for $120 million. Are these contracts that were done correctly? Was this information that was necessary? The staff who already works for the government, the public servants, were they not able to answer these questions? We have a lot that we need to know. Another example, the Business Development Bank of Canada. There's a new chair who is named. And a contract was given to McKinsey for the Business Development Bank of Canada. People internally think, what, there's a new CEO, and rather than consulting us and preparing a long-term strategic plan for the bank, McKinsey is called upon. Why? We need answers to these questions. Because there's a reason this is in the news. There's a reason people are asking questions. We know there's something that's up. And a problem that exists with McKinsey is the history of the company. McKinsey's involvement in countries, secret contracts, their involvement with opioids, McKinsey's influence on pharmaceutical companies. They said what to do to continue to sell products, and on the other hand, they advised governments to try to resolve the problem. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Ethically, there are many questions to be asked about this company. In addition, we know that McKinsey worked with public Chinese companies building militarized islands in the South China Sea, and Uyghur concentration camps, worked with Russian-affiliated companies. So information like that, it's public, it's known, and we have a choice to make. Once we know that information as a government, what is to be done? Should contracts continue to be awarded? To say, in the end, to our public service what to do on different strategic issues like defense or like immigration, the famous Century Initiative. We saw the influence of McKinsey reports when the immigration minister before Christmas in November announced new targets for immigration for Canada, that we want 500,000 people per year starting in 2025 to reach 100 million people in Canada. But when we ask questions, we see that it comes from elsewhere. That information wasn't even assimilated by the minister. Numbers are given. It's not looking at francophonie or the capacity to integrate people. And in Montreal, I am taking a number from the Bloc Québécois. I want to give them the credit. It would be 12 million people in the area of Montreal, etc. So where is this coming from? There's a government that doesn't know what to do, that turns to McKinsey, which asks McKinsey what to do. They take a plan and they put it in place. But it doesn't work. So our motion is simple. We hope that the government will accept it and understand that we need the Auditor General to shed light on this. That we need to see what happened, and especially in a time when the economy is difficult, when Canadians are paying taxes and want their government to manage it responsibly. And over 8 years, we see a lot of waste, and we see contracts being given to friends to advise on things that should be done at lower cost at least. And we should know what was the presentation and see if it makes sense or not. That's the goal of having consultants. If they have good ideas, we'll take them. But if we don't know what the idea was, and then we see some things, there might be something fishy.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member could be very clear and indicate whether or not Dominic Barton has ever met and sat down with Stephen Harper.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Of course, the Conservative government at the time, with Minister Flaherty, worked with Dominic Barton. We've never hidden that. You can try to say what you want on the Liberal side. We were clear. We know there are contracts that were awarded. We know that Mr. Barton spoke with Mr. Flaherty. But what we know currently is that in 2014, there were no more contracts awarded to McKinsey when we were in government. And then with the transition in 2015, there was no contracts. And in 2016, it took off. And we want to know why.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles for his speech. He named the ethical issue in his presentation, and it's huge in relation to McKinsey. A private company is hired to make recommendations in place of the public service without having been legitimately elected, but for private interests. These are conflicts of interest that are serious, and these are obvious issues. He mentioned the Century Initiative, and it doesn't take into account the dignity we could have in welcoming people. This is because of a private company. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear him talk about the importance of this ethical issue. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague from Shefford for her question. So that's at the heart of the matter. When there's secrecy surrounding all of the studies, $120 million to a company that gives strategic plans on how to direct the destiny of Canada, we have a right to know. And the secrecy surrounding all of this, the way things are done, for example, with defense. When the Minister of Defense, and defense is strategic, the Department of Defense receives strategic advice from McKinsey, and then the same company gives strategic advice to defense companies like Lockheed Martin or others. Well, we clearly see a conflict of interest. And when I asked Mr. Barton the question in committee, he answered, yes, but we keep a wall between the two. But the wall, we have it because the department has information, private companies have information, and those who know everything, it's McKinsey. Parliamentarians here, well, we don't have that information.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawadanokaski.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague, well, it's rather a comment. We know that Canadians are going through hard times with inflation, the cost of living. Life is becoming more and more difficult. And on the other hand, they see that the Liberal government is sending money towards their friends and contacts with Canadians' money, with the money of taxpayers. What does he think of that injustice in these difficult times that many Canadians are experiencing? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for her question. That's the preamble of my speech. We are in tough times. People are working hard for their money. Many don't have enough because inflation means that everything costs more. And now we have a government blowing through public money for issues that deserve answers. And so we're calling on the Auditor General to be called upon to conduct audits on the McKinsey contract.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very intently to my colleague, and I have to say that as a taxpayer and as a shareholder of this country, I think it is our responsibility to explain to the taxpayers why and when this money was spent and how it was spent. Because after all, there's only one taxpayer in this country, and we deserve them there. We deserve to give them that answer. That's why we were sent to this House, to keep us honest and loyal. And I would like a comment from my colleague on how we can do that or how we can encourage the Liberals to provide us with that information.
The honourable member. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the main reasons we are elected to this House when we run to become federal MPs, we're doing so to work in the interests of citizens. We all represent our constituents, around 100,000 people approximately. These people are trusting us to represent them and work in their interest. But what we've seen over the past 8 years is that members on the other side are not working on behalf of citizens, and that's why here in the opposition parties we're asking for the government to be held accountable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's an interesting process that we're going through today, and I do plan on speaking on the issue. But I think we need to have a bit of a sense of why it is we're debating it today, Mr. Speaker. I'd say that I'm surprised, but I'm not. It's more of a sense of disappointment. One would think that the Conservative Party at some point in time would recognize that what Canadians are looking for is leadership. And the Conservative Party, virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker, and today it just is another continuation of the amplification of what it is the Conservative agenda is really all about. Not to talk about their own plans, their own policy ideas, cryptocurrency being the exception. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, they're more focused on the issue of character assassination. And this is the reason why I posed the questions that I had asked earlier of the opposition, both members. Because the image that they try to portray is one of corruption. Yet, in the answers that they gave, one would then have to try to make the connection in terms of Stephen Harper. After all, Stephen Harper and his government were probably closer to the company in question and the individual in question. Yeah, I would say that there's a very good chance, just based on the answers that were being provided. And the Conservatives are very good at that, stating something inside the chamber, even outside the chamber, that is factually incorrect, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect what we see today is another attempt by the Conservative Party to look under all the different rocks and try to find something in which they can attack the individuals on the government side, Mr. Speaker. To try to give a false impression, scenario, as if this government is corrupt. And, Mr. Speaker, this is the type of thing in which we have witnessed now for 8 years, coming from the Conservative Party. You know, today we are supposed to be talking about C-34. C-34 is all about, as I spoke about it earlier, Mr. Speaker, is all about investing in Canada and protecting Canadians from a security point of view. That's what it is that we were supposed to be talking about. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is an actual opposition day. Why is that important? Because I believe that the Conservatives are once again using a motion, and this time they're taking a motion that was passed in a committee. And I'd like to take a look in terms of how it is that the motion actually passed in committee. I wasn't even in the committee, Mr. Speaker. So I will have to speculate because I take a look at the report. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's not a very complicated report. I would summarize it by saying a majority of the individuals on the committee got together and said, hey, let's see if we can pass this motion so that the Conservative Party could bring it into the House to have a concurrence motion. And as Conservatives across the way heckled, hear, hear, that's what it is that actually had taken place, as confirmed by the Conservative opposition, Mr. Speaker. So in essence, what they're doing is they're taking another day of debate where we are supposed to be talking about C-34,
And they're hijacking that so that they can talk about this issue. Well, Mr. Speaker, they would say, well, gee whiz, we should be able to talk about this issue. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? The rules do allow for that. We do have opposition days. We have an opposition day tomorrow. You would think that the Conservative Party, if they were genuine in wanting to deal with this, they didn't need to coerce the Bloc and the Democrats, and I'm not too sure about the Greens, in terms of bringing forward this detailed report, Mr. Speaker. And I say detailed report, I could read it and have it read in a minute. That's how detailed the entire report is. You know, I've been on standing committees, not too many, Mr. Speaker, but I have sat on standing committees. And they do some fantastic work. But at times, they get a little too political, I would suggest. When you don't even have any sort of a backgrounder, there's no details, no real explanation, all you have is a statement and that's the report, I have to question what the actual motivation was. And I believe that the Conservatives have conned the other opposition parties. After all, they've now come up with a way in which they can get a bonus opposition day. And the ironic thing is, Mr. Speaker, they are going to be criticizing the government for not calling Bill C-34 in the future. They're going to be crying, saying, we want more debate time on C-34 or other government legislation, and why won't the government allow for it? Yet, on this hand, they're wasting government time. You know, there is absolutely, it's truly amazing in terms of how the Conservative Party is so focused on the issue of corruption and don't care about the average Canadian and what Canadians are having to go through. Really and truly, Mr. Speaker, you know, let me read the motion. I stand correct. Let me read the report, Mr. Speaker. This is the entire report. That the Auditor General be called upon to conduct as soon as possible a performance and value for money audit of the contracts awarded to McKinsey & Company since January 1, 2011 by any department, agency, or Crown Corporation. I figure the 2011, that's the entire report, Mr. Speaker, but I figure the 2011 was probably a compromise. The Bloc probably said, well, you know what, we got to go beyond just the Liberal years to include some of the Conservative years. So maybe they had to compromise a little bit in order to get the agreement to ultimately get it to pass so that the Conservative Party could have another bonus opposition day at the expense of debating government legislation. That's what I suspect. And the member across the way says, well, we're not nervous. He didn't hear the answers from his colleagues. You know, we know the current Prime Minister doesn't have a relationship with Dominique Barton, Mr. Speaker. We know that. Dominique Barton himself has said that. The former Conservative member just spoke and gave me an answer, and he said that Dominique had a relationship with Jim Flaherty. Who was Jim Flaherty? He was the Minister of Finance under Stephen Harper. Really? I thought this is all about Liberal friends. You know, Flaherty was not a Liberal. That is true. And Dominique and Flaherty met. But that doesn't fit the agenda that they have, Mr. Speaker. You know, I asked in terms of were there contracts under Stephen Harper? And what was the answer? Yes. So there were contracts with the company, and the Stephen Harper government knew Dominic, yet they're saying that it was a friendly Liberal company, and we gave them all these contracts. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that that is a gross exaggeration to try to give the impression that this company received contracts from this government because of a friendship or because of a political affiliation. And the Conservative Party knows that, Mr. Speaker. But it doesn't matter, because the facts is that the Conservatives want to focus their attention on the character assassination. And that's really what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. I think that at the end of the day, we need to recognize that at times there is a need to have outside contracts. This is not the only government that has outside contracts. Whether it's provincial governments, municipal governments, Indigenous governments, whether it's private sectors, many of the different corporations, nonprofit groups, all at times go outside in order to get contracts. As Stephen Harper did with the very same company that they're asking the public accounts to look at, Mr. Speaker. They talk about, well, there's been growth. Well, no kidding, there's been growth. Have they not been around for the last 3 years? They did not realize that we've been going through a pandemic, Mr. Speaker? Do they not understand that there has been a great deal of pressure on Canada's civil servants and our public sector? You know, we develop programs virtually from ground zero. CERB program is a good example, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know what contracts were actually awarded offhand, Mr. Speaker, to McKinsey and Company. But I can tell you that many of the programs that we established didn't exist prior to the pandemic. And of course, you're going to be doing some work outside of the civil service when you have those type of demands that are there. I would hazard a guess that you will find that not only did Canada as a nation, but so would the United States and European countries have done likewise. I suspect you will find that over the last 3 years, there has been an increase in the contracting out of consulting and so forth. And I would challenge the Conservative brain thrust to clearly demonstrate that I'm wrong with that assertion, Mr. Speaker. But I don't believe you'll be able to find that. I'm not talking about the brain thrust, I'm talking about the examples, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I do believe that governments around the world were put into a position over the last few years because of the worldwide pandemic to reach out and different times dictate different forms of actions. I'm not too sure in terms of why it is that the debate today had to be sidetracked with C-34, because it seems to me that at least the majority of the House was in favor of it. And I would like to have seen that bill ultimately even considered for passage, or at least have more time for debate, Mr. Speaker. And it'll be interesting to see and get the feedback from the official opposition in particular as to how many more hours they feel should be debated on that piece of legislation. I would have thought that on the issue that we're talking about today or this afternoon right now would have been a better discussion to have at the committee stage, and an actual report that provides a few more details. So I can honestly say, Mr. Speaker, as when I had posed the questions I did earlier, when I had asked about Stephen Harper, for example, I didn't know what the answer was. I went to the table to ask, Mr. Speaker, if I could get a copy of the report, because I was told earlier that it's a very short report. Because I would have thought maybe there might have been some thinking that went into the process of having the motion brought forward based on a discussion, some sort of an explanation, other than just an instruction. I think there's a lot of relevant issues that could have been talked about. You know, the issue of procurement process. and what it is that we have to go through in order to be able to procure, to get the type of contracts, the many different types of contracts that we acquire, Mr. Speaker. How does that actually differ from previous years? If you do a comparison between, let's say 2008 compared to 2016, or 2021, Mr. Speaker, I would have anticipated, because of the pandemic, that yes, there would have been an increase. But the years prior, everything depends in terms of what is on the agenda, what is actually taking place, not only here in Ottawa, but also around the country and indeed around the world. But having some of that background information, I would think would be far more fruitful than just a simple motion that appears in the report. As I indicated, I wasn't sitting at the committee, but based on the fact that I suspect that it wasn't a unanimous motion that was brought forward, and if there was, I'm sure the members across the way would tell me that I'm wrong on this, that it was done in such a fashion that it didn't allow for a proper study inside the standing committee. And I would question the rationale and the reason behind that, Mr. Speaker. Because we have had very clear indication from the Prime Minister that the issue is being looked at by the Minister, I believe the two Ministers of Procurement and Treasury Board, Mr. Speaker. And they will be looking into the matter and ultimately reporting back. There is a high level of accountability on contracts that is issued out, Mr. Speaker, and that will continue. But to what degree did the Standing Committee actually ask the questions that needed to be asked and provide some background information for the report before it comes to the committee, as opposed to making one demand and one demand only? I don't quite understand the rationale behind it. And that's something in which I would have expected to have heard something when the mover of the motion brought it forward. You'll find, Mr. Speaker, if you review concurrence motions, the mover of this motion is not new to this. He has likely moved more motions of concurrence than anyone else. Mischievous little guy, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, I really do think it's a legitimate question to ask of the committee. Why was there not any sort of opportunity to get some sort of a background analysis in terms of to justify the position that the committee has actually taken? And I would hope that members in addressing this motion will see it for what it is. Because I see I'm running out of time there, Mr. Speaker. 2 minutes, yeah. I'm hoping that that members will see it for what it is. And this is not a genuine attempt for more transparency and accountability. That is what it is not, Mr. Speaker. What it is an ongoing attempt by the official opposition in particular to try to engage in personal attacks, character assassination, anything that can be perceived as making the government look as if it's corrupt. They will bring it up and they will hammer it, Mr. Speaker, because they don't want to talk about policy. If we weren't debating this, Mr. Speaker, we'd be debating investments into Canada, the type of investments that create thousands and thousands of jobs. We'd be talking about the many good things that are happening and providing constructive criticism, no doubt, in terms of where it is or how it is we can change public policy, Mr. Speaker. But I don't believe the Conservative Party is interested in public policy. Not at all.
I believe they're only interested in one thing. And I've made reference to that, Mr. Speaker, and I find that unfortunate. And I would leave it, Mr. Speaker, at the point of just saying to the opposition that when it comes time, when a time allocation happens to come in on some piece of legislation, I hope each and every one of you will reflect in terms of the way in which you chose today, as opposed to debating government bills. You want to stay the course of character assassination and to usurp government business and take it as another opposition opportunity for debate, as opposed to debating government legislation. And I think this is legislation C-34 ultimately is a good piece of legislation that would have been nice to have continued that debate, have those additional 3 hours of debate. Through that, Mr. Speaker, you know what, we lost 15, 20 MPs that could have had the opportunity to contribute to that actual debate. But we'll have to wait and see. I see my time has expired. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one of the questions that my friend across the way asked is, why do we insist on talking about Liberal corruption? Why do Conservatives think that Liberal corruption is an important issue to debate in this House? And let me give two principal reasons. Number one, because it speaks to the character of this government, that the Prime Minister has on multiple occasions been found to have violated ethics laws. That matters in terms of our evaluation of who is running the country and the implications that it has for really whose side he is on. But also, let's talk about the waste that's associated with Liberal corruption. Canadians are struggling. Canadians are paying higher taxes. Canadians are struggling with inflation that's being driven by government spending. So when they see this ballooning of spending on McKinsey, but on consultants in general, when they're seeing that the public service is growing on the one hand, but on the other hand, there is more work being taken out of the public service with compounding increases in spending. That's very frustrating to Canadians who are struggling, who are saying, why am I paying so much in tax when the government is essentially duplicating these functions by having a bigger public service and by contracting work out? Now, the member asks why this motion is important. It's important because the adoption of this motion by the House asks the independent Auditor General to conduct this investigation. Now, that's the issue. The member opposite clearly doesn't want the Auditor General doing this work. He doesn't want the Auditor General getting to the bottom of this. But I think a majority of this House wants to hear from the Auditor General about this Liberal corruption. That's why we think this motion is important, to bring in the Auditor General to get to the bottom of this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a time-sensitive motion. The member could have brought forward this motion tomorrow in an opposition day. But the opposition decided, no, they don't want to talk about policy ideas, because the only policy idea they have is that cryptocurrency stupid thing, Mr. Speaker, where the Conservative leader says, you know, cryptocurrency, that's the way to go. You fight inflation, cryptocurrency. You know, that's their only policy idea that I've detected. They don't want to talk about policy. They have nothing about the environment. Their focus is strictly on character assassination. It's been from day one, Mr. Speaker. Even the moment that the leader of the Liberal Party became leader of the Liberal Party, they were after him, Mr. Speaker. Just take a look at the SO 31 statements before 2015, Mr. Speaker. That's been their priority. It's sad.
Question et commentaire. Questions and honourable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Parliamentary Secretary speaks, he's so passionate, and it's interesting, but we don't always agree with him. Now, he always says we have to talk about pertinent issues, but there are plenty of pertinent questions that have been raised in the House, for example. With respect to the McKinsey situation, there are some troublesome facts. When the contracts were granted, the company was already facing serious ethical questions and issues across the world. It's associated with the opioid crisis, with immigration, that was already mentioned. So these are very pertinent questions. It's important to discuss that here in the House. This is what democracy is all about.
Mr. Secretary to the Government House Leader.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I do believe, as the member says, that these are important issues. And that's the reason why I would have suggested that you don't need to do it in a concurrence motion. There's many different reports, Mr. Speaker, that we would have concurrence motions on. And you could never, ever have a day of government business for the rest of the year if we just did concurrence motions on reports.
We have an opposition day in which the opposition, who is tomorrow, could have had that same very debate. But instead of using an opposition day, they wanted to double down. And by doubling down, that means it's less time on government bills. We saw the Conservatives, they don't like to sit late in the evening either to have debate on government bills. We've seen that. We've asked for more debate. So you can't have it both ways for the Conservative Party. I agree, we can have a good, healthy debate on the type of issues and concerns that the member from the Bloc has raised, but there's a time and place. And I would suggest to you that now isn't necessarily the time and place when there are alternatives.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments on why we're having this debate here today. And I arrived here today ready to debate the matter on hand, and the feedback I got from my constituents was, where did this $100 million plus go that the government has wasted on one consultancy over the handful of years? This is something that Canadians are seeing right now, and I hope the honourable member across the way will see that addressing the way government is spending or wasting taxpayers' funds is part of our job in the opposition here. It's risen to the level where the public is very concerned about where the government is spending all their taxpayer money. Will the member across the way address how high this number has to go before he thinks it should be of concern to Canadian taxpayers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't say a dollar figure, and let me give the member an example. You know, Stephen Harper flies to India. He wanted to have his own personal car. So he spends $1 million Canadian tax dollars to fly a car from Canada to India so he would have a car to drive in. Now, I would argue that that was an absolute total waste of tax dollars. So I raised the issue, but I didn't think in terms of going to a committee and passing a report saying, well, let's investigate why he spent $1 million to have a car flown from Canada to India. The point is, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt when you spend billions of dollars, of tax dollars, there's always going to be questionable dollars that are spent. And there are many opportunities for us to be able to look at ways in which we can investigate and make sure that the taxpayer's dollar is, as much as possible, not being wasted. But I don't think that that's necessarily what it is that this issue is about. For the Conservatives, this issue is more about character assassination than it is about how much money has gone out. After all, they had given contracts to the very same company. The relationship with Jim Flaherty was a whole lot stronger than what it was with this government.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find myself in sympathy with the Parliamentary Secretary up to a point. It is true that although the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary did say that somehow the Conservatives had conned the opposition parties into letting them do this, we didn't have a choice, right? This is what happens when, on a concurrence debate, our debate for the day is hijacked. But this is an important issue, and this is what I want to raise. Again, we don't need to just pick on McKinsey and Company. As we dig into this, it appears to me that outside contracting out to numerous large global multinationals like IBM and others is a big chunk of our taxpayers' dollars that should be getting done within the civil service. So I point to a very useful comment from the Professional Institute of the Public Service, our high-level union within the Government of Canada, that contracting fees and outsourcing has doubled since 2011. I've been in this place that long, and the doubling of outsourcing to large private corporations bothers me. It bothers me that, as Kevin Page, our former parliamentary budget officer, described it, it's basically a discussion we should have right here in Parliament between where taxpayers' dollars get spent on consumption or investment. The government shouldn't be out consuming a lot of private contractors at high levels that creates waste. The Government of Canada internally should be able to do most of the work. Sometimes there'll be an emergency. I understand that, a workplace shortage. But in general, since I last worked as a member of a minister's staff, which was back in the 80s, we didn't rely on McKinsey and Company, nor did we rely on IBM. We had top-notch civil servants who could do all the work the Government of Canada needed done.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I respect what the member is saying. The only thing I would add would be that today, if you take a look at IT industry as an example, the amount of expertise that is required in order to be able to advance IT, computer systems, data banks, and all this kind of stuff. I think that I can't imagine any government in the world actually having it all insourced. That there's got to be outsourcing that goes in that in terms of contracts. When I think in terms of the pandemic and the amount of outsourcing for contracts might have increased. That's why I'd be very much interested more so in the percentage, let's say in 2015, 2016. And I suspect that the amount of outsourcing might actually go down over the next year or two. Possibly, I don't know. I don't have the background analysis because there was no background analysis done on this report. All it was just a very simple statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Calgary Centre on carbon pricing, and the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill on health. Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. This is a passionate debate. We can hear that it's hitting people's beliefs, and there is a famous quote that says, "Villains do not do the most harm in the world. It's those who are clumsy, gullible, careless. Villains would be powerless without good people." So here we have to look at who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, the villains. Now, only fools judge these types of situations without adequate information. And it's important to look into the information in order to not be considered a fool. This McKinsey soap opera offers us daily twists and turns. There are contracts without calls for tender, contracts running until 2100, the absence of a registration with the lobbyist as a lobbyist. There are so many angles where we have doubt that whether we want to or not, and even in good faith, we're suspicious. On the contrary, government action should lead to confidence. But we have the opposite situation here, and it's not normal, not abnormal to do business with consultants. That's a normal thing to work with consultants. And there are often valid reasons to work with consultants. And I have three or four examples, if you're incompetent, but three. If there is an immediate lack of expertise without having time to develop it internally. So you need to seek out a transfer of expertise. And so that's a valid reason for using a consultant. Secondly, we're facing a unique situation. So there needs to be a temporary Band-Aid solution. That's a valid reason. Or thirdly, because there's a lack of expertise and a consultant will cover off the role for a limited period of time. Those are three valid reasons. But there aren't other reasons for using a consultant except for incompetency, I guess, the fourth one. But let's look at some examples. One that was raised earlier. The BDC. There was a new CEO appointed to the BDC on August 10th. And it wasn't just any old person. It was a former ambassador to France and Monaco. She was at the Chamber of Commerce before that, at Sun Life. She has quite a pedigree. And this person did everything that people who are appointed do. She asked McKinsey what to do. You know, I thought that expertise came with the appointment. I thought that was part of the situation, a part of the deal. No, I think in order to be in charge of BDC is to be in a position to be, you must be able to contact McKinsey. And it seems to be a reflex for this Liberal government now. But no one elected McKinsey. Now here, we're talking, if we look at a private company, but it's one that's putting forth public policies in the place of a government. And if it's McKinsey, well, it's a done deal. They have an excellent research system, and it was built when it did pro bono work at the expense of others, and it leads to a number of questions. What does McKinsey do? They can't know more than everybody about everything at all times across the world. That's not possible. So the only possibility is that McKinsey has made itself indispensable in the eyes of many. Now, there are some issues that were raised, and last year in France, I met with representatives from the French Senate, and they prepared a report, and I could show you it, but it's astonishing. There are a lot of parallels that can be drawn here, because it was shown there that, or the French Senate, in fact, showed that McKinsey would settle into a position with weak leaders, carry out pro bono mandates. And they found ways of getting around all kinds of measures, and then they take charge of creating public policies. And they put forth their version of the world, McKinsey's world of the world, and they haven't even been elected. Now, it's quite interesting because by subcontracting some responsibilities, the government has privatized the Privy Council, and that's problematic because McKinsey isn't accountable to the Canadian public, to anyone, and that's not ideal. The French Senate held scores of meetings, questioned witnesses, and what they found was an unhealthy situation. Over the years, this obsession with a zero deficit has shown certain things, and my three reasons that I mentioned earlier are very important. But what we saw was that they needed to publish open data on the nature of the contracts, on the costs, and the accountability framework. Now, what happened? What did they do? And what was the impact of that? Now, they even recommended having a better framework as well as strengthening ethical rules. Now, the ethical rules sometimes are quite scary because for a consultant, the first commandment is ensure that you'll make a profit. That's the first commandment. The second is ensure that it's renewed. And the third is number 1. So hiring a consultant isn't in and of itself a problem, but subcontracting public policy to unelected people who suggest the terms of this policy, and when we can't contradict them, is unethical. There is no accountability from McKinsey, and McKinsey, to my mind, isn't the enemy. Somewhere, I think we need to focus on government management. When we look at the reports, what we're concerned about, there's a lack of transparency. Why were these contracts awarded without a tender? We'll need to look into that. Maybe there was a reason. But this comes back to the issue of subcontracting, and there are problems there because McKinsey worked with all, Russia, Ukraine, China, the United States. All countries deal with McKinsey. So that makes it a supranational government. It has more data in its hands than most countries do. And McKinsey has never been elected. And we need to be very clear when discussing this. If we can't put in place our own policies, well, there's a name for that. It's called incompetency. And I think that today we're facing a government that's worn out, that isn't even bothering to govern. the Liberal government wanted to be a majority government, but it's not. And I would have liked to have been an artist. I'm not. Maybe I should ask Mackenzie. Maybe they could help me become an artist. Maybe they would help me. But, you know, we need to stop. And I'd like to say that there's something talking about a saying. If, in order to succeed, we need to be in the dark, it's probably unethical. Then something that. So if we need to do something in the dark, it's probably unethical, more so than something that can withstand the light. And I think that when it comes to Mackenzie, what we're seeing is a lot of obscurity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, procurement has regulations, and there's a process when you have to look at letting out contracts. And I think there's wonderful opportunities that can fairly easily be provided, especially from a parliamentarian's point of view, when we have standing committees that could take a deep dive into the issue and look at ways in which we can improve how contracts are let out, when it's good to sole source a contract, for example, in what situations, in emergency situations, as another example, where it could potentially be used in a rather quick fashion. My question to the member is, would he not agree to be able to look at the types of issues that the member is actually raising, that there would be a great deal of benefit in terms of taking that deep dive at a standing committee and just reviewing how contracts are put together and issued out, making sure that our regulations keep up with the times.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you to the member for Winnipeg North for his question. Of course, there's work that's already being done in committee, so we'll let the committee do its work. However, the revelations that are piling up worry me, and I think it goes beyond the Procurement Committee, which will be looking at contracts, but my concern today is about the integrity of the state itself. And I think there are other committees that will do more work, but that's a concern I'd like to present in the House because it goes beyond procurement. Procurement is one thing. There are rules. Have they been followed? We'll see. But subcontracting public policy to non-elected people, that concerns me. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for a very important speech because he points out the difference. Okay, so for procurement, there is a certain something that is getting received. But with the McKinsey situation, it's about advice. And we have some of the best public service members in the world. And when they were questioned about this, they said, we can't even find what was offered to the Canadian population by these contracts. I was wondering if you could comment on the issue of accountability, because obviously the government gave out these contracts. What do you think you can do to help improve the confidence in the situation? Because Canadians, what I'm really worried about is they're losing trust in our institutions with each scandal that comes from this Liberal government. What can we do to regain that trust in our institutions?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you to my colleague for his question. He's touching a sensitive topic. This goes beyond procurement. This is about trust in the state, the integrity of the state, and that's a problem. I'll go further than my colleague. There are a number of consulting firms that deal with the Government of Canada. There's Deloitte, KPMG. Those two last ones sell advice. McKinsey sells influence. That's not the same thing. Influence is something that should be better guided. And I think it's a little bit of an open bar. Nothing is being done to know what McKinsey is doing, what the results are, how much it cost, and why we couldn't do it otherwise. There's zero accountability for now. And once again, it's influence and not advice being sold.
Altar, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kawatinuk-Aski.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the points he raised in the House. I'd also like to ask him for his comments. I shared the fact that we know that ordinary Canadians are experiencing major difficulties, the cost of living, inflation, and we see that taxpayer money, the money of Quebecers and Canadians, that the money they pay is being used by the Liberals to go to their friends and contacts, those who have hidden power. Could he share his thoughts on the injustice that Canadians are experiencing with the scandal? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank my colleague for her question. This is a sensitive topic. When I was in Trois-Rivières over the weekend, people were talking to me on the street. They know my background in ethics, and they're saying, why is this a whole gang of, well, I'll spare you the terms they used. But people are concerned with what's happening because they say there's inflation, there's all of this. What can we do? Please do something. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I hadn't planned to begin like this, but the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader is leading me to do this. I heard his speech, and he spent his whole speech saying that we shouldn't debate the Conservative motion, that it wasn't the right place. He even told us you could have used an opposition day. It's always the same thing with the Liberals. When they don't want to talk about a topic that scares them, they say we should be talking about something else. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. On the last opposition day, one of our most recent ones with the Bloc, when we talked about the monarchy, all of the Liberal MPs, the whole day, from the beginning of the end of the debate, they said we should be talking about something else. We're not here to talk about the monarchy. We should be talking about X, Y, or Z. Every time that it doesn't suit them, when a debate is awkward for them, rather than debating the motion, they say, we shouldn't be debating this motion here, it should be done elsewhere. So as I've said, the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader gave us the idea that we could have had an opposition day on this. But even when we hold an opposition day motion, well, that whole day, they'd tell us what topic should have been discussed. Well, even worse, Mr. Speaker, not only do they tell us what to say and which topics to raise during opposition days, but when we succeed in voting on a opposition day motion, when it passes, for example, when the Bloc Québécois on the 50 weeks for special employment insurance, it passed, but the government didn't respect the vote from the House of Commons. They haven't applied it. So it's important that I make this preamble, Mr. Speaker, because it's to show to what point they don't respect this House. They have a particular vision of democracy. If they have respect for this House and for the people whose money they're spending, well, this Conservative motion is very relevant. Rather than say it should be debated elsewhere, they should pull up their socks and really debate. I'd like to get into the real debate now, and I hope we'll be able to continue debating the topic and not the relevance of the debate. That would be a good start. That's democracy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Globe and Mail, we saw that McKinsey's contracts skyrocketed under the Prime Minister, $2.2 million under Harper to over $100 million for the current Prime Minister. So I'm going to talk about the Conservatives' motion that calls on the Auditor General to conduct an audit on the relationship between the government and McKinsey. So here's the wording of the Conservative motion: that the Auditor General be called upon to conduct, as soon as possible, a performance and value for money audit of the contracts awarded to McKinsey & Company since January 1st, 2011 by any department, agency, or Crown Corporation, including the Business Development Bank of Canada, since 2021. This was a request by the Bloc that the Liberal government make public all information necessary and all of the contracts, so we know the nature of those contracts and the related amounts. Currently, Mr. Speaker, and since far too long, McKinsey has an influence on Canada and its departments and the Department of Immigration, and that doesn't seem ideal to me. From Roxham Road to unacceptable delays, we have a right to ask what the McKinsey advice really is for at IRCC. We look at the results, notwithstanding the opacity of the contracts, their length and how much it costs and all of that. Well, the result currently is, perhaps they should have hired someone else. Or perhaps deal with the real public service. But look, I see that as a failure of the Liberals. I could use other terms. But I'll let the Auditor General do her work. I hope she'll be able to do it. The Bloc Québécois is pleased with this motion. It's true that it's time to shed light on McKinsey and its dealings with Canada. I won't talk about interference in Canadian policy because as a member of the Bloc Québécois, perhaps I'd go on for too long and I don't have enough time. But don't worry, I'll mention it a couple of times. In a press scrum earlier today, a Conservative colleague, the member for Sherbrooke-Haut-Saint-Charles, said that the Auditor General has the power and the tools to obtain answers to questions by Canadians. The Auditor General has the power and the tools to obtain answers to our questions. Mr. Speaker, I have a few questions to ask. And I could even address a few to the Conservative Party while we're at it. Dominic Barton was one of the initiators of the Century Initiative, and the former director of McKinsey. You'll have understood the connection. So to triple Canada's population over 75 years. One of the biggest supports for Century Initiative, there's the Liberals, but of course there's the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. So I have questions. Is that the vision of the Conservative Party? In 75 years, it would be the plans of the Century Initiative. That's a question that could be asked. I'm glad that the Conservative motion leads us to ask this type of question. When the Conservative government dealt with McKinsey with contracts, was McKinsey registered as lobbyists? These are questions we can ask, and perhaps we'll obtain concrete answers. I'm not defending the Liberals. It's just that I have questions for the Conservatives. They were in government before. I just want to show that Canada is a long-standing friend of McKinsey. The Government Operations Committee of the House of Commons opened up a study on the contract since 2015 of a cumulative value of over $100 million. Probably a lot more than that. When there's $0 for an 81-year contract, well, it must be a bit more. Recently, we found out about the existence of that contract until the year 2100. Mr. Speaker, you and I won't be around. I would have hoped for it, but we need to be honest with ourselves. We don't know all of the details of that contract. So a contract over 81 years, that doesn't seem above board. I wouldn't, even if it was a contract to my best friend, I wouldn't have someone sign a contract for 81 years to clear the snow from my driveway. No entrepreneur in the world gives 100-year contracts, but the government does, with taxpayer money. Isn't that something? For managing the pandemic, is it any better? What did they do? At what price? When the government spends, it's taxpayer money they use. We should know if we got value for our money. But when it's $0 over 81 years, it's hard to know. Look, I'm trying to go as quickly as I can. There's a surprising item that was revealed this morning, that McKinsey isn't registered in the lobbying registry. All of the other major firms like KPMG, Deloitte, Accenture, and others, all of the others are registered as lobbyists, but McKinsey isn't. Why not? Because they say they don't have any lobbying activities. The Prime Minister says that his friend Dominic Barton has a real list of contacts. So I guess they don't need any lobbyists because Dominic Barton has a long list of contacts, according to the current Prime Minister. So at the Bloc Québécois, we're not asking for much. We're just asking for all of the contracts to be revealed, all of the documents produced for different departments, and a public inquiry. McKinsey has played a role in many recent scandals here and around the world. The opioid crisis was mentioned earlier. That's fascinating. The parliamentary secretary said, we could do it. It was done in the United States. It was done in other European countries like France. Well, yes, there are inquiries in the United States, in France. So if I've understood the parliamentary secretary correctly, if someone hires a firm and there's an inquiry because questions are being asked about contracts with that firm, well, we would be reproducing the same thing here. They've done it there. We should do it here too. That's how the government of Canada, the Liberal government, thinks, led by people who clearly are afraid of a public investigation, because if we base ourselves on their current reactions, all I'm noticing from the other side of the House is a feeling of fear. If they have nothing to hide, well, they shouldn't be afraid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no fear. The member makes reference to an 80-year contract, and that's been made reference to before. This is not a contract. It is a supply arrangement, and there is a difference, Mr. Speaker. It does not guarantee any monetary agreement, but rather pre-selection of supply from hundreds of suppliers have this arrangement. It is a long-standing practice that saves time and money. I would ask the member, would he not at least acknowledge that? Yet people will still go out and try to give a false impression that we have this 80-year contract, which is going to be costing millions of dollars every year. There's a big difference, but it feeds into the conservative spin. So when the member from the Bloc stands up and says there's an 80-year contract, he's reinforcing something that's very misleading.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You see, this is why we should be voting for this motion, to shed light on this type of thing, this type of question we have. Is it a contract or is it an arrangement? Well, there's a good reason to vote for this motion, Mr. Speaker. He's just given us the demonstration. He's just shown us, the parliamentary secretary of the House Leader has shown us why this motion is relevant and why an investigation is relevant. Mr. Speaker, to get back to his question, when I tell my mechanic it's not a contract, it's an arrangement, he'll look in my eyes and he'll laugh.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government has given tens of millions of dollars for consultants, $100 million for McKinsey, and at the same time, we see a major increase in the number of employees of the government. They don't understand why this money is being given to consultants. What would the Bloc member say about that waste and this, what's happening here for the Friends of the Liberals? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'm not the one who said it. It's our colleague, Mr. Speaker. Look, I agree. I think it's a lack of respect towards public servants who want to work to the best of their abilities, and what they've been told by hiring external consulting firms, they're being told you're not able to do the work. That's a major lack of respect. Perhaps, however, some firms were used by the Liberals in the past because there were too many cuts by a former Conservative government to that same public service. And perhaps the Conservatives need to do some reflecting and be careful. When you cut too much, sometimes we lose some expertise and some motivation within our departments, within the public service. But very sincerely, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. It's a total lack of respect to the public service. They're able to do the job. They just need the means to do the job. And there needs to be respect towards public servants. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean for his excellent speech. it's hard not to agree with what he's mentioned. At the outset, he said that the Liberals, when they're not happy about a topic, when they're scared that it will make them look bad or lose political points, they say it's not the time to debate it. You know, Mr. Speaker, the last time there was something about contracts and they wanted to hide things, well, it was the We Charity story. The same government, in the middle of the pandemic, prorogued Parliament, closed the doors, said, let's move on to something else. And today it's not the time to debate this motion. Contracts until 2100, $100 million in contracts without calls for tender. They say we could have been passing bills. The same government that had 4 bills in the last parliamentary session. They're not even able to table their own bills. And today they say we don't have time to debate this because they'd be tabling bills. Well, Mr. Speaker, people shouldn't be taken for fools full time. Not just parliamentarians, but everyone in this country. My question for my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, what is the Liberal government hiding if they don't want to debate topics? Will they be telling us how to eat, how to dress? What's the next thing that they'll be asking? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, regarding how we dress, I wouldn't mind because I'm colorblind, and so sometimes I have a hard time getting dressed. But I, once again, really agree with my colleague. A refusal to debate is really concerning with this government. And you know, the last time they refused to debate, there was a useless election with the result we have today, and so that's what the Liberals do. When it doesn't suit them, they hide.
Prise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's not often that I have a 20-minute runway to be able to unpack on a speech, and so I'm going to take my time to kind of meander through, the most important points of this, which I think we've begun to touch on when it comes to the motion, but I do see the narrowing of the scope of this particular motion to be indicative of a refusal of both Liberals and Conservatives to unpack what is really and truly happening here. Mr. Speaker, before I was a member of Parliament, I was a very proud city councillor in Hamilton, and I was amazed at the amount of work that would fall in our budgets under consultants. Now, the scale obviously isn't quite the same as this, but names like Deloitte would pop up quite frequently. And it became a process where when I was elected, having seen their names pop up so frequently in our own municipal reports, the money spent on outsourcing decision-making and advice to the consultant class, when I had the privilege of being a member of government operations and public accounts, that name would continue to pop up. In fact, it became such a prominent feature within many of the studies. Myself and a good friend of mine from the Conservative Party would joke, we would laugh every time the name Deloitte comes up. But yet when it comes to this particular motion, and in fact this particular scandal, I have to say I'm amazed at the Conservatives' lack of willingness to expand the scope beyond McKinsey. Why is that? And I think there are some important questions to be asked. And of course, like all Canadians, New Democrats are concerned with the significant increase in contracting out to McKinsey over the past several years. In fact, as the only Labour Party in the House, we're concerned with all public sector contracting out. This is a scenario where you have, Conservative governments who tend to be the hatchet when it comes to the public sector, and then you have the Liberal government who would rather starve the public sector through a death by 1,000 cuts. If the Conservatives are wielding a hatchet, the Liberals are holding a scalpel, and year after year, the capacity within our public sector is eroded and replaced with these high-paid consultants. And the rapid increase in the use and the value of McKinsey contracts over the last several years raises serious concerns about just why that's happening. What advice is McKinsey providing to the government? When Canadians go to the polls and they elect a government, when they elect a member of parliament, indeed when they follow the platforms of a party that present ideas. You'll recall back in 2015, it was the Prime Minister and the Liberal government who talked about sunshine being the best disinfectant and talked about ending the Harper government's habit of contracting out. And so there's been, lots of talk in the House about just exactly who is making decisions at the highest levels of our ministries across the country. And let's not forget, there is a significant ethical component to this. Not only is it that they're contracting out to McKinsey in these ways, but it's McKinsey's reputation, quite frankly, that I think originally raised the alarms at the outset, and we'll get into that. But prior to doing that, I want to talk about the practice of both Liberals and Conservatives in contracting out, and why it is, I think, that this particular official opposition, under this particular official opposition leader, don't have the courage to extend this conversation beyond the parameters and the scope of McKinsey. Because I think if Canadians were to do just a little bit of research, if they scratched the surface, if they went back to 2011, they would find obscene increases in a global scale for the Big Six, the $100 million club of the wealthy and well-connected insiders between the consultant class in this country, the new Laurentian elites of these lands, Deloitte, $680 million. PricewaterhouseCoopers, a big friend of the Conservative government, $564,182,221. Accenture, $283 million plus. KPMG, $174 million plus, almost 175. Ernst & Young, a fan favorite of the Bay Street elite between the Liberal and Conservative governments, $127 million. And lastly, McKinsey & Co., $68 million from 2005 to 2022. So from 2011 to 2021, under both Conservatives and Liberals, this federal government went from $54,355,132 in 2011 to $418 million plus in 2021. That's not even accounting for this most recent boondoggle. And so when you look at these massive consultancies and their relationships between both parties, I have lots of questions. I would imagine if we were to do just a quick poll, even within this House of Commons, we might find in LinkedIn profiles people who actually worked at some of these consultancies. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to have answers. There is a deep cynicism in government, and the revolving door between the consultant class, senior public servants, and partisan parties in Canada needs to end. Now, when we talk about procurement and the ethics in procurement, it should be noted that what is legal in this sense is not always ethical. In fact, as New Democrats, we've tried time and time again to ensure that we have ethical practices within our procurement. And yet it is widely known that McKinsey was a key advisor in the Purdue Pharmaceuticals opioid crisis. They advised them on how to unleash this drug onto the public. Mr. Speaker, you only have to take a visit to Hamilton Center to see just how successful they were. where the advice they provided allowed for a drug crisis, an overdose, a toxic supply crisis of the likes that we haven't seen in generations. They were named in a $600 million lawsuit, McKinsey was, against Purdue. Why we as a country haven't also pursued a lawsuit against Purdue Pharma and all of the pernicious pharmaceutical companies that were involved in the opioid crisis is for another conversation. But I do think that significant attention must be paid to their role in this manner. Now, when I talked about the Big Six, the $100 million club, we also need to know precisely who these consultants are contracted with. How can you provide advice on healthcare when within your client list is Purdue Pharmaceuticals? How can you provide consultant advice for the Department of National Defense when your clients include Lockheed Martin and many, many others? On the face of this, just on the first scratch, this is a conflict of interest. It is a conflict of interest to outsource these decisions and decision-making around procurement to a company who has a vendor list that could very well benefit and profit from the very contracts they're advising on. If that's not illegal in this country today, Mr. Speaker and members of this House, it ought to be. It ought to be a consideration of this study. We should take a deep dive in this study beyond McKinsey to get the contract lists on all of these massive consulting companies. When I talk about Deloitte, $680 million? That's a giant. Why aren't the Conservatives talking about that? Why has the scope of this been narrowed so much? I have my thoughts, but perhaps the leader of the official opposition, when he gives his remarks, will show some courage that he is willing to take on the broader issue at hand and not just chase another ambulance. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the Ethics Committee. I know what conservative ambulance chasing looks like. We need to open up the scope of this study, and we need to include all of them, and we need to go back to 2011 because it's quite clear that there is a correlation between the cuts to the public sector and contracting out. Let's review. Under Harper, who started the vicious cuts to the public sector, by the time his government was through, 37,000 jobs were lost by 2014. 8% of the government's workforce. Squeezing the public sector wages, complaining about their pensions, only to turn around and pay these pigs at the trough almost $1 billion? That is absurd. We have good people working in the public sector. We should be training and investing in their knowledge. And you know what? The parliamentary secretary to the House leader, who wants to quibble about a contract and an agreement, refuses to acknowledge that past behavior often determines future outcomes. So if for the last 10 years we've had liberal and conservative governments continuing their habit of outsourcing, ramped up, by the way, by this liberal government, like, let's be clear, numbers got real big for consultants under the Prime Minister, under Prime Minister Sunny Ways. It's been sunny ways for the consultant class in this country. And it's time for us, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the second time it happened today. The previous time was from a different member, but there seems to be this desire to start calling people based on names when people use terms like Prime Minister Sunny Ways, or as we heard from the Well, this is my point of order, actually.
Then I'll decide here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
My point of order is that we're supposed to be referring to members of this House by either their constituency name or their title, not made up names like that, despite the fact the member might like it.
I want to thank the member for his intervention. I don't think it's really a point of order, but I will remind individuals that we are to recognize each other by either our ministries or, of course, our riding names. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would concur that was not a point of order. Although it is good to see him, the honourable member, carrying the extra weight for the Prime Minister who ran on a platform of sunny ways, who ran on a platform of ending precisely what it is his government, well outpaced Harper. Like, let's be very clear. The Prime Minister did a job here when he ballooned these payouts from, $99 million. It was actually, in Harper's last year, $75 million to, in 2021, $418 million. He'd make Harper blush, Mr. Speaker, with the work that he's done lining the pockets of the ultra-wealthy, knowing their record. Because let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and this cabinet, they either knew who they were dealing with or they didn't. If they knew who they were dealing with when they hired a company like McKinsey with their atrocious record, and they procured them anyways, shame on them. If they didn't know, absolutely incompetent. I have a hard time believing they didn't know, because not only did they get these contracts under Dominic Barton, they made him an ambassador. You want to talk about national security? Like, where's Dominic Barton now? Last time I checked, he was working with the former chief of staff of the Prime Minister in Eurasia Group. There are incestuous relationships on the Hill within the consultant class, within partisan politics, that need to end, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve answers. And it's not just about McKinsey. So, to my Conservative colleagues in this House, will you have the courage to expand the scope of this to include the other big five pigs at the trough? Yes or no? Oui or no? That's the question here today, and in doing so, hopefully we can finally get to the bottom of this. Hopefully we can find a way where we have ethics embedded into procurement. Mr. Speaker, hopefully we can find a way where we can ensure that the conflict of interest, which I believe is real when you have consultants who both work for the purchaser and the vendor, particularly when it comes to the military, particularly given the global uncertainty of war that we're facing right now and the obscene profiteering of war that we're seeing right now. We spend a lot of time talking about the suffering of the victims in this House, quite rightly so, but I don't think anybody spends enough time talking about the absolute obscene profiteering of war. When people go to war, Mr. Speaker, it's not the rich who go there. It's not the private school kids who go to the front lines to die. It's working class people. It's Bay Street and the ultra wealthy, Wall Street and the likes, who make money no matter who dies by funding both sides. So I don't know that I need the other 5 minutes to recapitulate the points that I've already made. I do appreciate having 20 minutes to go in on this very important topic, Mr. Speaker. I am interested to hearing what the Parliament Secretary to the House Leader has to say when it relates to agreements and contracts. When you look at the last 10 years, and maybe, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Liberals do see an opportunity to expand the scope of this to include the other five pigs at the trough, so we can get a real sense for just who's making money, who's making the decisions around this country, and who's benefiting on the backs of good public sector jobs and taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll concede the rest of my time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I'm wondering, in the last question the member poses, is that, and I made reference to this a little bit earlier, is the whole issue of taking a deeper dive into the area of regulations and how tendering contracts are issued, I think would be a wonderful discussion topic where you can actually do a bit of a study and an analysis. What we have before us today, the entire report is like one paragraph. And I do think it's more politically charged than it is to try to resolve or come up with real solutions or even a real critique. And I'm wondering if the member would not agree that having that deeper dive in the bigger picture and having the standing committee looking into that and then possibly doing a follow-up would be far more productive.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't happen often. Let the Hansard reflect that I rise to agree with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader on one point, that this needs to be expanded. I also will go on the record to agree with the comments that have been made by the opposition sides that I don't believe, or nor do I necessarily have faith, that this government is equipped to run an investigation that's fulsome enough that'd be able to provide the answers that Canadians need. So that's why it's important that we acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot in this House direct the Auditor General. Let's be clear that their role is independent, and we can ask them to undertake an audit. That audit needs to happen, Mr. Speaker, but it needs to be expanded to include the other 5 pigs at the trough.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
I thank my colleague for the questions and the comments he's made in a very scintillating speech here. But what I really want to ask him, and because he's asking the opposition as opposed to asking the government about this question, when he asks about if we'll expand this to include the other consulting firms that are involved here, I think that answer from the opposition side is we have spent so much since this government has been in power, the Canadian government spent so much in this power, we would look at that expansion of how much they've spent on consulting and where that money went, and especially where that money has been spent egregiously with no results by this government. That would be an entertaining study, but it would take years, I think. Right now we have one where we've got one consulting firm that spent the government spent 50 times more on it than they did in the entire term of the last government. We need to say that is an egregious expansion to one firm with well-connected friends. Can we drill into this and get it checked out very quickly? Would the member agree with that, please?
For Hamilton Centre.
Scintillating indeed, Mr. Speaker. But again, it appears to me they're a little bit gun-shy on the Conservative side to expand to include consultancies like Deloitte. Deloitte would make McKinsey look insignificant in comparison when you look at how Deloitte went from, in 2015, $17 million to $173 million. So let's look at where that waste goes. And let's expand to allow the Auditor General to do this. I'm not here for entertainment. I'm not here to be entertained at committee. I often work closely, Mr. Speaker, with members of the opposition side, and I would remind the member that I remain firmly as an opposition member and work very closely with opposition members at every committee I'm on, including Conservative members and Bloc members. We work very closely to hold this government accountable, but I would challenge them to stand up and name the other 5 pigs to trough and go back to 2011, where they too are culpable of this, where their cuts to the public sector, where their squeezing of public sector wages has resulted in these gross taxpayer expenditures on the private sector outsourcing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for the presentation. I would like it to say that I've listened to the other parties. They talk about the situation. There's a Liberal government on that side that doesn't understand that it received a minority mandate. We had the wheat charity situation. It ended up with the same result. Now we're seeing contracts with private companies to replace the public servants. And now the government's making policy through the private sector. All of this is scandalous. And this dates back to Brian Mulroney and with after that, they started cutting in the public servants. There were austerity plans. And then we have the NDP saying, well, they propose a lot of expenditures. And I'm trying to find a balance between austerity measures and overspending if we're not careful. And we'll face more cuts if that were the case. So there's a great deal of debate. This is about public financing, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague on this issue, on the importance of it, of respecting public financing. We need to ensure that we don't end up back in the austerity measures of the Conservatives. So we need to know whether what happened under Mr. Mulroney continued under Mr. Harper. So we can see that there's a lot that needs to be clarified in all of this scandal. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member from the Bloc for paying me perhaps the highest compliment I could be paid in this House by referring to me as the Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre, for whom I have a great amount of respect for. I will take that for how it was intended. And I want to appreciate the fact that the Honourable Member brought up a very important phrase, which is austerity, Mr. Speaker. Not only is it important for us to recognize exactly who's making decisions, but what ideologies do they hold? How is McKinsey and Deloitte and KPMG and Accenture and these others, how are they advising the government in terms of pathways towards austerity, cutbacks, cuts to the public sector, cuts to public programming? It is true, Mr. Speaker, that as New Democrats, we encourage the government to provide social spending on behalf of Canadians and Quebecers across the country. That is true. But it ought not come at the cost of the almost $1 billion in outsourcing to consultants. We believe that by paying competitive wages to public sector talent, we have some of the best in the country working within our public sector, to allow them who have the bureaucratic knowledge, the memory, right, to be able to present to the government sound decision-making advice that ultimately, and I think this is what's been lost in all of this, ultimately, governments are elected to make decisions. So when they outsource their decision-making to unelected and unaccountable, nameless and faceless supranational corporations who have insidious ties to unsavory characters all around the world, to corruption, to campaign financing violations, to narcotics dealing, that we need to absolutely hold them to account.
We have time for a short question and answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member, based on his comments, would have one believe that no government should be doing any outsourcing, which I find to be very difficult to fathom. Given my time even at the municipal level, I knew for a fact that outsourcing for various different projects was not only a necessity, but a benefit to municipalities. Now, I know this member actually happened to serve on the Hamilton City Council. I'm wondering if he can comment on whether or not, when he was on City Council, that he objected to every single proposal to have an outside firm do work on the basis or on the assumption that all that work could be done by public servants.
In about 45 seconds, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I thank the Honourable Member for standing up to exemplify what is called the ratchet effect, wherein liberal ideology takes the conservative cuts and amplifies it and always holds it in place, Mr. Speaker. This is the beautiful symbiotic relationship about having Coke and Pepsi within this House, where they will always rail against conservatives for making cuts to public sector, for austerity, and for everything else. But when it comes time for them to govern, Mr. Speaker, they hold firm on the neoliberal ideologies of austerity and cuts to public sector services. So I thank him for exemplifying that, and let him rise on another false point of order.
Actually, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Senate.
Well, thank you to the member from Hamilton for that brief lecture there. It would have been much more preferable if he had just answered my question. I'm sure that on a number of occasions he had voted in favor, including Hamilton budgets that would have included spending money on employing outside firms, despite the fact that he will grandstand in this House and suggest that no such thing should ever happen. But in any event, I will move on with my speech, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if it's okay with you, I'd just like to take a moment before I get into my speech to recognize somebody from my community, Mary Louise Benson, who just turned 100 years old yesterday. Thank you. Mary Louise was actually born in the Netherlands, was 17 years old when the Germans invaded Holland, made her way over to Canada, and years later ended up marrying the former Member of Parliament from Kingston and the Islands, Edgar Benson, who also served in the ministry of Pierre Elliott Trudeau as a finance minister for 4 years. So Mrs. Benson, through you, Madam Chair, to Mrs. Benson, I congratulate her on 100 years. And in her words from yesterday, she said, "I'm 100 on the dot and starting a new year tomorrow." If we all could have such a great outlook on life, I think it would be such a tremendous place to live in. But thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to stand in this place today and speak to the 5th report on the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Federal Government Consulting Contracts Awarded to McKinsey & Company. At the outset, I would like to thank the committee for undertaking this very important issue. Madam Speaker, contracting for goods and services is a regular part of how the government operates to deliver programs and services to Canadians. The use of professional services complements the work of Canada's public professional service. For example, professional services might be needed to acquire special expertise or to meet the unexpected fluctuations in the workload. Time-limited projects, shortages in certain employment groups, and shortages in certain geographic locations may also require the use of professional services. Consultants can also provide independent verification of decisions, offer another viewpoint, or establish a set of options for consideration. Madam Speaker, allow me to share some examples of why professional services are needed. Take, for instance, the firefighters who were brought to help quell the forest fires in British Columbia. Another example is the services needed to operate and maintain our assets and facilities, things like cleaning our buildings, repairing our vehicles. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that sometimes the use of external services is necessary. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, we have robust systems and mechanisms in place to ensure that contracts are awarded in a manner that is fair, open, and transparent. With that in mind, I would like to outline the policies and processes in place for government contracting. As my honourable colleagues will know, the Treasury Board sets the administrative policy for federal procurement, guided by the principles of fairness, openness, transparency, competition, and integrity, all while ensuring the best value. The Directive of Management of Procurement sets the expectations and requirements that departments and agencies must follow so that their procurements are managed in a way that supports the delivery of programs and services to Canadians, demonstrates best value, and is consistent with government and Canada's socioeconomic and environmental objectives. This directive was updated in the last 2 years, and there is now an explicit requirement that every department have an appointed senior official responsible for procurement. This official is responsible for establishing, implementing, and maintaining a departmental procurement framework which consists of processes, systems, and controls for procurement. The framework supports the management of procurement so that it is fair, open, and transparent. There are also clearly defined responsibilities for government departments when conducting procurements, including those for services. First and foremost, government departments and agencies are expected to maintain the integrity of the procurement process and protect government spending from fraud and unethical business practices. This is done through internal processes and controls, such as the standard contract clauses, and by effective mechanisms for disclosure of any wrongdoing. Second, government departments and agencies are responsible for clearly defining the intended outcomes of a procurement, including operational requirements, expected benefits, and how those outcomes align with the government's strategic direction and total costs over the life cycle. The third, departments are responsible for ensuring that government gets the best value. In that regard, it should be noted that the lowest price is not always the best value. Best value is defined in policy as a balance between pricing and outcomes, so it includes concepts like socioeconomics and environmental considerations. In addition to these controls, the Treasury Board also sets contracting limits, dollar thresholds, which determine which contracts will require Treasury Board authority to allow entry into the contract and which ones are fully delegated to a minister. Under these thresholds, individual departments may enter into contracts by themselves. Public Servants and Procurement Canada and Shared Services Canada, as common service providers, can be the contracting authority for other departments and can provide additional due diligence to the department. These departments have higher contracting limits than other departments, so will typically handle large-scale procurements. Transparency and accountability are core throughout all of these processes, Madam Speaker. For instance, government opportunities are posted publicly online at Canada Buys. Perhaps more importantly, Madam Speaker, the contracting activity of the department is accountable to Parliament and to Canadians through the disclosure of contracting activity, which is reported quarterly. This, in addition to the annual departmental results report, which provide detailed accounts of which department's activity to parliamentarians and to Canadians. The fact is, Madam Speaker, every government has an obligation to be transparent and responsible with taxpayer money, and it is an obligation that we take extremely seriously. Unethical business behavior by suppliers has numerous consequences. It undermines fair competition. It threatens the integrity of markets. It is a barrier for economic growth. It increases the cost and risk of doing business, and it undermines public confidence in government institutions. Departments have a responsibility for protecting government spending from fraud, corruption, unethical business practices, and collusive behavior. And that is exactly what the Public Services and Procurement Canada's integrity regime aims to address. The integrity regime sets out guidelines that help Canada avoid entering into contracts with suppliers that have been convicted of certain offences like fraud, bribery, and bid rigging. Another critical tool is the Conflict of Interest Act. As honourable colleagues know, the Act establishes conflict of interest and post-employment rules for public office holders, which include ministers, ministerial staff, and governor-in-council appointees, such as deputy heads. It plays an important role in maintaining public confidence in the integrity of public office holders and government decision-making. Madam Speaker, the Conflict of Interest Act has strict guidelines to minimize the possibility of conflicts between private interests and the duties of public office holders, including when it comes to external contracts. The Act also provides a stringent vetting process, Madam Speaker, with critical safeguards in place to address potential or actual conflicts of interest. They are standard contract clauses, a requirement for proposals to be reviewed through a conflict of interest lens, and the need for evaluators to recuse themselves in the event of real or possible conflicts. In addition, Madam Speaker, all contracts can be subject to review by internal audits and the Auditor General of Canada. Madam Speaker, I would like to also mention the Open and Accountable Government, which sets out core principles regarding the roles and responsibilities of ministers and ministerial exempt staff. For example, exempt staff may ask departmental officials for information, relay instructions from the minister, or be informed of decisions in order to address communications and strategic issues. But let me be very clear on this issue, Madam Speaker. Exempt staff do not have a role in departmental operations. In fact, they are prohibited by law to exercise the delegated authority of a minister. Furthermore, they are prohibited from giving direction to departmental officials on the discharge of their responsibilities or on issues relating to the management of departmental resources or operational matters. As public office holders, exempt staff members are expected to act with honesty and uphold the highest ethical standards. That means complying with the ethical guidelines outlined in the Open and Accountable Government, as well as conflict of interest and post-employment obligations under the Conflict of Interest Act and Lobbying Act. They may also not knowingly or intentionally encourage or induce other governmental officials, including parliamentarians, ministers, public servants, and other exempt staff to act in a manner contrary to the law. Madam Speaker, exempt staff are required to make themselves aware of ethical standards, expectations, and obligations of public servants set out in the Values and Ethics Code for public sector and departmental codes of conduct. This means that they must not engage public servants in any activity that is inconsistent with their ethical and legal obligations. For public servants, the Values and Ethics Code of Public Sector outlines the values and expected behaviors that guide them in the activities related to their professional duties. The code is wide-ranging, but importantly, it provides a platform for employees to report any wrongdoing that they witness. Taken together, these measures play a critical role in ensuring accountability, Madam Speaker, and they are part of a larger system in place to ensure that the government is open and transparent to both parliamentarians and Canadians. Madam Speaker, in our parliamentary system, the government provides Parliament with detailed financial information throughout the year. The estimates document, the departmental plans, the public accounts and departmental results report play a critical role by presenting parliamentarians and Canadians with details on the government's activities and spending. And all of the latest financial information, including planned spending authorities and estimated expenditures, is publicly available on the Government of Canada Infobase and Open Government. This wide range of financial reports supports Parliament's scrutiny of public funds. That said, Madam Speaker, there is always room for improvement, which is why the government committed to taking steps to strengthen our procurement policy by integrating human rights, environment, social and corporate governance, and supply chain transparency principles into government procurements. There is no denying that we have a world-class public service, Madam Speaker. Whether from a formal worksite or at a home office, public servants across the country continue to provide Canadians with the services they rely on. Like all of us in this place, they are dedicated to serving Canadians, and providing the services Canadians rely on sometimes requires additional support. That said, we know a strong federal public service is the best way to deliver for Canadians. The government is developing a long-term government-wide public service skills strategy, including increasing the number of public servants with modern digital skills and improving external recruitment. As we modernize legacy systems and further digitize operations and services, increased investment in IT is essential. Where it makes sense, we use internal resources, and where we need to, we supplement those with external resources. The Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat is developing government-wide digital talent and digital skills strategies designed to identify and fill critical digital skills gaps while advancing learning and recruitment. The TBS is also developing new guidance for departments on digital talent sourcing to help plan for its digital talent needs, increase the volume of ready-to-hire talent in pools, and ensure recruitment is aligned to priority areas. It is intended to reduce dependency on contracting and to fill digital talent gaps. These efforts are expected to result in improved business intelligence, interdepartmental collaboration, and access to digital talent. Clearly, Madam Speaker, Canada has robust policies and tools in place to ensure that contracting is done in a professional and nonpartisan manner. As an extra level of assurance, the Prime Minister has asked the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and the President of the Treasury Board to undertake a review of all procurements by government departments with McKinsey and Company. The intent of the review will be to verify if these procurements were conducted in accordance with Treasury Board policies and directives. Madam Speaker, the government takes its responsibility as stewards of public funds very seriously and is committed to ensuring that government spending stands up to the highest levels of scrutiny. To that end, Madam Speaker, the government welcomes a performance and value for money audit by the Auditor General of the contracts awarded to McKinsey and Company since January 1, 2011 by any department, agency, or Crown Corporation. It will therefore be my pleasure, Madam Speaker, to vote in support of this motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Iyuk, Nunavik. I thank my colleague for his speech. However, we have questions about McKinsey We know that there are deliverables and contracts, even though he says they're not contracts. Are they quantifiable? And there's a history of deliverables that aren't verifiable with this firm. So they can do what they want without being accountable to parliamentarians and journalists. Can my colleague respond to this question?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the member starts off by saying that she has questions about the contracts, and what this motion does, Madam Speaker, is specifically ask for those questions to be answered. I don't have the answers to those specific questions. I told the member how I would be voting on this, and I think that if we let due course occur, she will get the answers to those questions. And I hope that the manner in which they're presented to her satisfies the questions that she has.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton's Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary who spends quite an amount of time in the House on all debates, but on particular to this one, I just have one question for him. It's a simple one. He just spoke at length. Did McKinsey prepare his speech today, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to know the government will be voting for this motion. I will as well. But does the government member and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary agree that really McKinsey's the tip of the iceberg, as the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre said moments ago? We got $17 million this year for McKinsey, a total of about $100 million since 2015. That's a lot of money. But in this year alone, it's $22 billion. Quick math. It takes 1,000 million to make a billion. So in that context, should we not be looking more broadly at the IBMs and the Deloittes and the defense contractors and all of the outsourcing that occurs to foreign corporations in this country?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, despite the fact that the member from Hamilton decided to use that limited time that he had a question for me on such a frivolous question, I actually think that he had a really good point earlier in his speech, Madam Speaker, and that's when he brought up this issue of why it's not expanded. I personally don't have a problem with that. I spent a great amount of my time talking about the openness and transparency of government and what our commitment was to that openness and transparency. And so had this motion been brought forward in a way that addressed that as a more holistic scale, because I think the member from Hamilton Centre has a good point. Why just limit this to one? Why not make it more open? I don't think that anybody on this side of the House is afraid to hear the answers that come out of that. Unfortunately, to the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands, we're debating this motion that is very specific in nature, and I think that it's a topic for another day. Perhaps the responsible committee for this will perhaps open the scope up to address that concern.
Comments on Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands that in all my time in this House of Commons, that is the best speech I've actually heard him give when I actually was in the House of Commons here. Thank you for that. Thank you for all the terms you got. And thank you for supporting the bill we're putting forward here and getting exposure on these contracts in particular. And thank you for not bending to opening this up so we're boiling the ocean, as people used to say in consulting work, where we're going to have to look at things that will take us years to look at. This is one specific contract, and I'll ask the member if he will actually commit to doing this as efficaciously and quickly as possible. Get this done within the next few weeks so we can totally expose the amount that McKinsey has taken from this government and what results the government has actually gotten from that $100+ million of advice over the last handful of years.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member said you on a number of occasions. You haven't indicated how you're going to be voting yet, so I would hate to put that in your mouth to suggest that you're voting in favor of this. But to answer his question, how quickly, I can guarantee him of one thing. We will vote on this much sooner than the Conservatives let the average piece of government legislation pass through this House.
Then comments. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
That's okay. That's my neighbour.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And since my colleague's being so transparent, I'd like to ask a question. Is it a conflict of interest that McKinsey was receiving millions while Dominic Barton was on the Economic Advisory Council. Could he answer that for me?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I indicated in my speech, Madam Speaker, we have a number of various different acts that can address that. We have a conflict of interest commissioner who oversees government or order and council appointees, as well as parliamentarians and others. I will leave it up to those particular professionals who we as a collective body have tasked to oversee that to determine whether or not somebody has acted in a manner that is against our conflict of interest. I think that the problem is, and you know, despite the rhetoric between the member from Hamilton Centre and I a few minutes ago, I think the problem is that the Conservatives continually their only objective with this motion, Madam Speaker, is to try to, create a new, they're trying to create a new conspiracy out there for people to believe in something brand new, whereas actually, you know, when I listen to the Green and the NDP, they actually have reasonable ideas, and it's unfortunate that the Conservatives can't follow suit.
And comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
You would have heard in my remarks referencing that under Harper, the public sector was... Madam Speaker, do I have the floor? Okay, thank you. You would have heard me reference in my remarks about the cuts under Harper to our public sector, cutting our public sector by 8% up to 2014. And we heard the honourable member, and in the spirit of maybe some fairness, I'll give to him, I'll throw him this bone. Will he respond to his government's plans to restore capacity within our public sector by paying our public sector's market rate, or will he stand by his defense for contracting out and to continue to pay the private sector consultants at 3 times that rate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then I actually thought I heard in a question after that to the member from Hamilton, from our bloc member in here, I thought I heard her say that we had actually cut the public service, had scaled back on it, which is not true. So to the member from Hamilton, I, through you, Madam Chair, I do agree that when we can, we should be utilizing our public service. That's what we pay them for, and when we pay them well and treat them well, they're going to want to continue to stay and work for us. But I also respect the fact, Madam Speaker, that there are times when contracting something out just makes more sense. It might be something extremely specialized. It might be something that we know is going to be a short-term increase in the workload. So I think you have to be willing to be flexible in your approach, and you have to use all options that are available.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
In the vein of reasonableness, I have a question to my colleague, and I'll agree with my friend from Calgary Centre. That probably was one of our Liberal colleagues' best speeches. But we know, and I don't think you have decreased the size of public service, it's gone up by about 30%, I think. And also the third-party contracts have gone up by 30 to 35%. So my question to my honourable colleague is, with public service being increased and the amount of third-party contracts being increased for consulting, does he believe Canadians are getting fair value for their dollar? If they're paying more, are they getting better services?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, 2 Conservatives have now told me this was the best speech I ever made. However, about 3 months ago, I made a speech on the environment and how Conservatives used to be such great champions of the environment, Madam Speaker. I thought that was a pretty good speech. Actually, Brian Mulrooney sent me a letter afterwards congratulating me on that speech. But if they think this is a good speech, then I guess I'll take them for that. To his question, Madam Speaker, we have actual processes in place to make sure that we get the best value for money. I spent great length on my speech going into the details of how that's done. I trust the processes. I also trust the fact that sometimes the processes might not be properly followed, in which case we have rules and processes in place to correct that behavior and to deal with it appropriately.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member.
Resuming debate. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you.
always like to fill the room with suspense. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore. After 8 years, we've had an opportunity to assess the results of the latest grand experiment. We know the experiment we're always told we need to conduct. The experiment is that socialist parties come along and tell voters that life's not fair, that there's too much greed, and the solution to greed is for government to get big and powerful, take the people's money, and spread it around in a way that's fair, so everybody gets their rightful due. Now, of course, the question is who actually gets to carve up the spoils and decide who gets what? Well, the answer, of course, is government itself, and government makes its decision based on politics. Of course, politics is based on, unfortunately, influence, and those with influence tend to be those with money. And as a result, those with money can convert that money into political power, and that power back into yet more money, and that money back into more political power, and the cycle goes and goes and goes. And so while the promise was that the government would get grand and powerful and take from the rich to give to the middle class and those working hard to join them, remember those people? We don't hear about them very much anymore after 8 years. In fact, in practice, the game is played very differently. Let's talk about the question, the very simple question of public finance. From whom to whom? So from whom has the money come, and to whom is it going? Let's start about from whom. The money is coming from the working class people of this country who are under a siege not seen in at least 40 years. Inflation has reached a 40-year high as the cost of government has bid up the cost of living. $500 billion of inflationary deficits have increased the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. So the real human impact of this highly predictable economic phenomenon is that 67% of Canadians now agree that everything feels broken in Canada. We have 9 of 10 young people who don't own homes say they never will. We have students now, according to media reports, living in homeless shelters while they study. We have 1.5 million people eating at a food bank in a single year, some of whom asking food bank presidents for help with suicide, with medical assistance in dying, not because they're sick, but because the poverty that they experience after 8 years of this Prime Minister is so insufferable that they would rather end their misery altogether. We have mortgage payments. The average mortgage payment has doubled from $1,500 to over $3,200. The average rent payment in our 10 biggest metropolitan centers has doubled as well. So the people, by the way, food prices are up 12%, energy prices have off and on experienced inflation of at times 100% year over year. And by the way, these are the commodities that make up a much larger part of the budgets of the low-income and working-class people. So and the answer to the question of from whom is, of course, Canada's working-class people, the people who get out of bed every day, who do the nation's labor. They are the ones who are paying the bills for this experiment. So the second part of the question is, to whom? Who's getting all this benefit? Because I think when we look around our communities, we don't see a lot of people putting up their hand and saying, boy, I sure have received a windfall. I don't know how many constituents of the members in this chamber here today are getting $1,500 an hour contracts from this government. No, zero. We're talking about a very small group of people who are getting these benefits. And who are they? Well, let's start chronologically. Let's go back. Let's start with SNC-Lavalin, right? This is a perfect example of the experiment of which I speak. They went to a socialist country called Libya. Libya, the word socialist is actually in the republic's name. And so you would think they'd want nothing to do with a multinational. Well, of course, that multinational bought influence and stole over $100 million from the poorest people in Africa. Now, the Prime Minister was not going to let a company like that face criminal charges, so he actually fired his Attorney General because she refused to have those charges dropped. So we see the Prime Minister protecting a corporation that had stolen from Africa's poorest people, a corporation that of amongst the most privileged people on planet Earth. After that, we saw the Prime Minister give grants, multi-million-dollar grants to Loblaw to pay for fridges, to credit card companies, highly profitable credit card companies, to provide them with corporate subsidies. Recently, his finance minister was confronted about the plan in the budget to fund $2 billion to a company that does not exist. And the finance minister, when she heard that allegation, said that is absolutely false. It's not $2 billion, it's $15 billion. But we can imagine who's going to benefit from that. And now, McKinsey. Now, the Prime Minister gave a glowing speech about his non-friend friend, the non-friend he likes to hug, Dominic Barton, who said that he had hired Mr. Barton for $1 a year. Somehow $1 became $50 million, and then it became $100 million, and then it was $120 million. And because the price tags keeps rising, I actually asked the Prime Minister now, close to a dozen times in the House of Commons, what is the total dollar value of all the contracts the Prime Minister has paid this company after 8 years, and he still can't answer the question. But we know that they're making a lot of money, and according to the government departments that hired them, in many cases did no work of any value. And so the public servants who could have done the job themselves say this company came in with a bunch of fancy charts and graphs and the latest MBA-isms and made off with millions, and no one can actually figure out what they did for the money. That's to whom the money is going. In fact, this government has increased the budget for high-priced consultants by nearly 100% to over $15 billion. For context, we have 15 million families in Canada. So that means each family is spending $1,000 in federal taxes for high-priced consultants. That's to whom your money is going. So if you are sitting at home wondering why your paycheck evaporates in federal taxes and asking where it all goes, well, that is one answer to the question. Now, should we be surprised that these are the people that are getting all the money? Well, wouldn't you expect it? This is the circle this government travels in. These are the friends that they hang out with at Davos. And none of my members went to Davos. That's right. We're not going to Davos. We stayed in our communities while the meeting in Davos was happening recently. We work for our people on the ground, the common people. This is the House of Commons, and the common people deserve to have a voice in the House of Commons. You know, and so we learn the lesson here that just because the state takes over the economy doesn't mean it transforms human nature. It doesn't mean that it abolishes greed. It just redirects greed. You know, as Macaulay might say, if I might paraphrase him, wherever you throw the carrion, the raven's croak is loud. Wherever you fling the honey, the buzzing flies will crowd. Wherever down river garbage floats, the greedy pike you see, and wheresoever such lord is found, such client soon will be. Macaulay referred to the flies chasing the honey. Flies don't make honey, they take honey. Bees make honey. And that's the kind of difference we have. When the government runs the economy, you get rich by taking. When you have a free market economy, you get better off by making. Bees make honey through voluntary exchange, through pollination with plants, voluntary exchange of work for wages, product for payment, investment for interest. Millions of these voluntary exchanges are what make people better off. So instead of a state-controlled, crony capitalist economy, we want a free market economy with small government and big citizens that empower individuals to do what they want with their money. That's how we put an end to this kind of crony capitalism, put people back in charge of their money and their lives. Thank you very much.
Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To be clear, all capitalism is crony capitalism. The question is, does the Leader of the Official Opposition have the courage, Madam Speaker, does the Leader of the Official Opposition have the courage to expand the scope of this study, to investigate all the pigs at the trough, including Deloitte, including Ernst & Young, including the Conservative favorite PricewaterhouseCoopers, KPMG? Why stop at McKinsey when we can go for all of them, Madam Speaker? Does the Leader of the Official Opposition have the courage to do that?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Yes. Is that clear? Yes. But let's be clear about something. The member believes in capitalism. He just believes that capital should be controlled by bureaucrats and politicians. Because he believes that you take the same human being out who's a CEO and move him over to make him a top bureaucrat or a top politician, suddenly he'll become an angel. Now, he believes in allocating a capital. He just wants it to be done by force of the state rather than the free enterprise and voluntary exchange of customers, workers, and entrepreneurs. He believes in the ultimate crony capitalism, which is controlled by the state and directed by people with power. That's what he believes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I find that answer to be very interesting, Madam Speaker, because it begs the question of why didn't the Conservatives bring forward a more holistic motion? I mean, if the Leader of the Opposition is genuine in the opposition motion today to be one that opens the books up, as he said, and looks at everything, why would he bring forward a motion that is centered on one specific company if it wasn't for anything other than political gain?
Here, I just want to remind members that I'm sure that the Leader of the Official Opposition is able to answer the questions without any help from the colleagues. And so I would ask members to please hold on to their thoughts. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can finish his question.
So he admits that he wants to open this up, but yet his motion is specific on one particular company. So the question is, was the Opposition Day motion motivated from a genuine interest in looking into an issue, or was it motivated for political gain where the Leader of the Opposition and Conservatives think they can drum up an issue to exploit fears and anxieties within people?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The former. It was a desire to look into the issue. But we also know how to set priorities, and we need to, because when you're examining Liberal wrongdoing and corruption, it's like drinking from a fire hose, right? So you have to start. The question we always ask is, where do you start? Where do you start? So we started with McKinsey, because that's where most of the smoke is, and that's where we're likely to find the first flame. But we are prepared to examine all of the $15 billion plus of massive high-price contracting out that this government does, and I can tell you we will cut that waste when I'm Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If my colleagues watched OCO recently, they will know that a motion was tabled to study all documents having to do with consultants from 2011 to the present. And that motion, we should see what its fate is next week. My question is the following. We know that the population is aging, and this is something that affects all professions. But from the beginning of the study on McKinsey, it's been remarkable to see how no one seems to want to talk about this topic. No one seems to have seen anything. No one seems to have heard anything. When it comes to these contracts, I'd like to hear from my colleague on this. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, the Conservatives want to investigate McKinsey, but we're also completely ready to investigate all contracts about businesses that received enormous sums. We're talking about $15 or more billion. We're ready to work with anyone in order to cast light on all of these contracts. We don't want Canadians to work hard just so that they can end up sending checks to people who are ultimately charging taxpayers $1,500 an hour.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
It's certainly an honor to serve with the member for Carleton, and always very difficult to have to follow his speeches, but that's what I'm going to have to do here today, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bottom line, the main reason that we have brought forward this opposition or this concurrence motion here today is for one reason, and for one reason alone. And that is, Madam Speaker, we don't trust this government to audit themselves.
You're here.
So I say to you, Madam Speaker, call in the auditors. That's what I say, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why should we have any faith in this government to audit themselves after the horrific things that we have seen in the time that this Prime Minister and this government have been in office? We've seen things such as SNC-Lavalin, terrible scandal. We've seen things such as the We charity, just millions and millions of dollars being spent without any idea as to where they're going. Madam Speaker, as a woman, I find it especially offensive, all of the women that have been thrown under the bus. The former Justice Minister, for example. Yep. The former Health Minister, for example. We've seen, of course, Selena Cesar Chavez, who has now come out and said that she was not treated well by this government or by this Prime Minister. And sadly, most recently, the former Minister of Sport, who actually had to take a leave of absence in an effort to have to deal with this government. Madam Speaker, we don't trust this government to be ethical or to audit themselves. So I say to you, Madam Speaker, call in the auditors. All right, Madam Speaker, they won't admit to how much money they have spent. Madam Speaker, on January 4th, 2003, CBC published an article showing the Liberal government has spent over 30 times more in contracts with McKinsey & Company than under the previous government. But on January 17th, 2023, the Globe and Mail published an article stating the actual value of the government contracts with McKinsey since 2015 actually amounted to $101.4 million, much higher than previously reported. But, Madam Speaker, it didn't stop there. On January 31st, the Globe and Mail published another article based off of documents in a court case in Puerto Rico. Federal contracts awarded to McKinsey are now estimated to be at least $16.8 million, Madam Speaker. And we've asked the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, several times in this House to tell us the amount that he has spent on McKinsey and Company. They won't even admit to how much they spent. So, Madam Speaker, call in the auditors. Madam Speaker, major policy decisions are being made by McKinsey and Company and not public servants. We've seen the influence of McKinsey and Company throughout this government, specifically, for example, with immigration. We've seen that Dominique Barton's influence on the immigration project, along with his new Century Initiative. Really, this is influencing immigration policy within our country, in addition to other policy. We've seen, I actually just came from government operations, Madam Speaker, where we found out there where the current CEO of the Infrastructure Bank admitted to one of our fantastic members here, the Member of Parliament for Haldimand Norfolk, that the Canadian Infrastructure Bank was actually a product of Dominique Barton and McKinsey. He actually admitted to that. And it's not surprising, because if you look at the order paper questions, which we received, the outline of their goal there, McKinsey's goal there, was consulting advice and recommendations on decision criteria to screen and evaluate potential investments, including objectives, terms, and principles, and benchmarking review of these criteria with other infrastructure banks around the world based on their mandate. And it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. Other projects included McKinsey was hired for by the Infrastructure Bank, consulting advice and recommendations on strategy-related matters to advance the CIB's mandate and increase in public impact. Sounds like they were hired to try and convince the public it was a good thing, Madam Speaker. Facilitating expert advisor workshops and recommendations to advance the CIB's mandate and increase the public mandate. So, Madam Speaker, once again, we can't trust this government because their major policy decisions are being made by McKinsey and not by public servants. Madam Speaker, call in the auditors. Madam Speaker, there is a consistent lack of transparency and accountability that we have seen by this government. Madam Speaker, when we had Mr. Barton at Government Operations Committee last week, he tried to create the illusion of no relationship, no friendship between himself and the Prime Minister, but good friends embrace when they greet each other. Good friends have friends over for dinner, as we saw Dominic Barton do with the current finance minister. He was over at her house for dinner with other influential people. So, Madam Speaker, in addition to all of the other things I previously mentioned, there is a clear lack of transparency and accountability with this government and their relationship with McKinsey and Company. And we've also seen it from the former finance minister, Bill Morneau, who actually makes reference to it in his book. We've seen the glowing welcome that the Prime Minister gave Dominic Barton at Davos, at the World Economic Forum, and 2016. Madam Speaker, there is a clear lack of transparency and accountability and proximity of the relationship between this government, the Prime Minister, and McKinsey and Company. So, Madam Speaker, do you know what we need to do? We need to call in the auditors. That's right. That's right. Madam Speaker, a government should not be doing business with a company with such low ethical standards. And, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't even know where to begin there. I could start with the campaign financing in France that we've seen. We could talk about McKinsey's contributions in the opioid crisis with Purdue Pharma. We could talk about the criminal charges for insider trading, which their former employees have been implicated in. We could talk about the consulting work that they did for ICE in the U.S. immigration. They're creating terrible conditions for refugees there. We could talk about McKinsey strategizing for Russian missile producers, Madam Speaker. We could talk about McKinsey's implication in China, where, of course, it is. Well, I thought it was public knowledge, but unfortunately, the Minister for Procurement and Public Services had never heard of this. That their retreat in China in 2018 took place only 7 kilometers from an internment camp, holding thousands of ethnic Uyghurs. And this was just a week after a United Nations committee had denounced the mass detentions and urged China to stop. McKinsey also consulted for China Communications Construction, which has built militarized islands in the South China Sea in violation of international law. And, of course, their ties with the Russian bank. In August of 2018, VEB Bank, which is owned by the Russian state, known to be intertwined with Russian intelligence under United States sanctions, hired McKinsey to develop its business strategy. So once again, a government, the Canadian government in particular, where we have such high ethical and moral standards across our country with our citizens, should not be doing business with a consulting firm with such low ethical standards. Madam Speaker, we need to call in the auditors. Madam Speaker, finally, they are not producing good value for money. It has been reported, Madam Speaker, that McKinsey has in fact increased their contracts by up to 193% over market value, 193%. In this government alone, Madam Speaker, we saw that 20 out of 23 contracts were not placed in competitive bid environments, that many of them were sole source, in fact, 20 out of 23, which once again makes us question the influence. We have seen the bad use of money, the example coming out of the Business Development Bank of Canada, where we saw lavish events where we saw chauffeurs being flown to the other side of the country. We see public servants that are completely demoralized as a result of their not being consulted with these projects, and that all of the authority is being handed over to McKinsey. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to just simply look at everything that the evidence shows that we should not trust this company or trust this government, to audit themselves. We don't know how much they've spent, how they've made their major policy decisions, the lack of transparency and accountability. Working with a company that has no strong ethical or values or moral standards, not producing good value for money. Madam Speaker, what do we need to do? We need to call in the auditors. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if the member is aware, but this side of the House will be voting in favor of this motion. We don't see a particular issue with it. But my question for her is, specifically, we do have guidelines and policies that are put in place for department heads and various different public servants to follow. We have processes to ensure that those have happened. Does she believe that the processes that are in place are being properly administered by our public service?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for that. It's apparent that they are not being followed, because even public servants are coming forward and expressing their discontent with the implication of McKinsey and Company to policy decisions, to outcomes, to policy direction, to execution of policies within the government. So they're clearly not being followed. And the fact that the government would propose that they themselves investigate these policies, which they have not themselves followed, is really quite ridiculous. And so that's in fact the reason that we're here today, Madam Speaker, is to have this motion to bring in an objective third party, the Auditor General, to do a thorough verification. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. And you know, Madam Speaker, I also want to thank her. We just came from the OGO committee, and the Conservatives demonstrated that they're willing to support the NDP and expanding, looking at all of the outsourcing, especially the $100 million plus procurement club, including, companies that benefited greatly under their government. In fact, under the Harper government, PricewaterhouseCoopers went from $9.8 million to $44 million a year in outsourcing, a 450% increase. So I guess my question through you, Madam Speaker, is when they initially looked at McKinsey, which is the small player of the $600 million plus procurement club that are getting outsourcing contracts that are literally running away from Canadians, why didn't they put forward a motion to look at Accenture, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, KPMG, and PricewaterhouseCoopers? I'd like to learn, Madam Speaker, why they neglected to look at those companies. And again, I do want to commend her for supporting the NDP's call to expand the scope and the probe of these companies. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. As a relatively new member of the Government Operations Committee, I do know that we have an outsourcing study which is continuing, and I certainly look forward to continuing to evaluate many of the other outside companies which do consult to this government. But I think we're here because it really was the Canadian public, and I even think our media within this country, that really turned Canadians and the official opposition onto what was going on here in this House and with this government relative to the unique relationship between McKinsey and Company with this government. So certainly, while I think those points are very important, our leader himself has said that he looks forward to empowering the public service once again by eliminating the use or reducing the use of consultants. I really think it was the Canadian people that drove us to really push on the McKinsey file, Madam Speaker.
for a brief question. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Niget.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Niget-Témiscouata-Lébasque. I'd like to tell my colleague I'm happy for her speech, and we are calling for full transparency by the federal government in the Bloc Québécois. There was a look into in the French Senate with the influence of these kind of consulting firms and their influence worldwide, and their recommendations discuss transparency, openness on the contracts, but also accountability, because at present they aren't accountable. These consultancies aren't accountable. And I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that's a valid point. It is something that we've seen with McKinsey. It's not just one department or two. There are several that are involved. The government has worked with McKinsey extensively, and I'm open to looking into the situation in all departments that are dealing with McKinsey. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and I'm just letting him know that unfortunately I will have to interrupt him at one point.
Madam Speaker, I'm quite heartbroken. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I do want to recognize a life well lived. And that was the life of Mr. Rex Rankema of Kamloops. He passed away over the holidays. Mr. Rankema was a mentor to me. He was somebody who was a pioneer in the legal field, in my view. He was well respected by his colleagues, both at the bar and in the community. He had an incredible impact on my career and the careers of others. And I obviously wish his family all the best in this difficult time. May perpetual light shine on Rex Rankema. With that, Madam Speaker, I have just a few minutes to speak on this topic. And one of the first places I want to start is when it comes to money. As the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition just eloquently pointed out, when we break down the amount of money that went to consultants, it would equal, if I understand the math correctly, about $1,000 per family. Now, this is a Liberal government that frequently does cartwheels over the fact that we're giving $500 for people to help them with a mortgage, or we're giving $600 for this or a few $100s for that. And they frequently accuse Conservatives of really not caring about the middle class, and yet here they are giving the equivalent of $1,000 per family to outside consultants. Now, that to me, Madam Speaker, is something that deserves a measure of inquiry, and a significant measure of inquiry at that. But let's go one step further, Madam Speaker. The reality is that the public service has grown by 30% approximately under this Liberal government. So, not only do we have a ballooning public service, we have a government that is intent on spending as much as it can, as quickly as it can, on whatever it can. Part of that spending, wherever it can spend, is on these consultants. Consultants really should be a mechanism of last resort. We shouldn't be calling external people in on contract, and generally contracts are paid at a much higher level than a salary is paid, when we have people who can do the job already. I'm mindful of the fact that on occasion there needs to be an external contract. There might be somebody with a significant area of expertise that the government needs to retain. The problem is this. When we are spending literally billions of dollars on contracts, in this case $120 million on one firm, one has to ask, why are we not going through our public service? Why is it that with a public service that has expanded by 30% in the last few years, We in Canada cannot take care of these things. These are fundamental questions that we need to ask. After all, if every Canadian family were to open their wallet, $1,000 of that money would be going not to the salaries just of the public service. Above and beyond that, those salaries or that money would be going directly to pay external contractors. Madam Speaker, in my view, this requires an independent inquiry by somebody like the Auditor General, not the government itself. As has been raised before, this government has done whatever it can to shirk responsibility. When it came to Jody Wilson-Raybould, who was prepared to blow the whistle on this government, to say things weren't right, to say things weren't fair, and as the Attorney General, in my view, as an independent Minister of Justice, that was her job. She stood up to the Prime Minister, supposed to be this country's highest lawyer. And what happened? She wasn't in the job very long afterwards. SNC-Lavalin shows us that we need a measure of independence here when we consider where this money went and how it got there. I see you rising, Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante, Monsieur.
The questions is the following, Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, presented on Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, be concurred in.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to request a recorded division at this time.
Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, February 7th, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are now under the rubric of motions. Motion. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Yorkton Millville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have 3 petitions to present this evening. The first, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, draw the attention of the House of Commons to the following. Whereas the Liberal government has promised in its 2021 platform to deny the charitable status of organizations that have convictions about abortions, which the Liberal Party views as dishonest. And this may jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations who don't agree with the Liberal Party on this matter for reasons of conscience. Many Canadians depending upon and benefiting from the charitable work done by such organizations, and the government has previously used a values test to discriminate against worthy applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program, denying funding to any organization which was not willing to check a box endorsing political positions of the governing party. Madam Speaker, charities and other non-profit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values, and should not be subject to politicized values tests. And so all Canadians have a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to freedom of expression without discrimination. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another values test, and affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. The next one, Madam Speaker, the individuals who've presented this, although Canadians Michael Spavor and Michael Korvik have recently been released after 1,000 days of unjust detention in China, there are at least 115 Canadians still being detained in China, including Hussein Liu, who has been detained for over 5,000 days. So the Chinese government has refused to accept his Canadian citizenship and denied access to lawyers, family, and Canadian officials, while he was coerced into signing a confession and underwent an unlawful and unfair trial. Evidence now makes clear that the Chinese government's treatment of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide as outlined in the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. And Canada cannot remain silent in the face of the unjust suffering of a Canadian citizen. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call on the Government of Canada to take the following action to address the situation. Excuse me. Number one, demand that the Chinese government recognize Hussein Salil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal service in accordance with international law. Number two, formally state that the release of him from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of this Canadian government, of equal concern as the unjust detentions of the two Michaels. Appoint a special envoy to work on securing his release and seek assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in obtaining his release. And finally, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable member and all members when they're presenting petitions, it should be a summary of the petition and not verbatim on the petition. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, and I respect that. Unfortunately, these are issues that I'm not as familiar with, but they were asked of me to present, so I'll do my best to shorten this particular one. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw the attention of the House of Canada, Commons of Canada to the following. Whereas Abdul Rahman Khan of the Emir of Afghanistan, who was installed by the British government and received a subsidy from them, waged a genocidal campaign against the Hazars from 1891 to 1893, wiping out the vast majority of this ethnic group. Whereas tens of thousands of Hazaras were forcibly displaced from their lands, while many other thousands were forcefully proselytized, raped, and enslaved from 1891 to 1993. So it goes on to talk about whereas even as late as in August 1998, hundreds if not thousands of men, women, and children and elders were slaughtered in cities of Mazar al-Sharif and Bamiyan, where they continue to face systemic and targeted persecution in post-2001 Afghanistan. Clearly a serious issue. Whereas Canada has expended $3.6 billion in assistance to Afghanistan, and we lost 158 brave men and women in uniform in the fight against the Taliban. Whereas Afghanistan remains one of the largest recipients of Canada's international financial assistance, therefore, we, the undersigned, call upon the Government of Canada to take the following actions. Formally recognize the 1891 to 1893 ethnic cleansing perpetuated against the Hazaras and to designate September 25th as the Hazara Genocide Memorial Day and support Bill 287 to ensure that all development assistance and sent from Canada to Afghanistan is contributing to the peace and security of the region for all peoples. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Speaker, it's timely that I table this petition given that we're on the eve of a critical meeting with the premiers and the Prime Minister to talk about health. And the petitioners here are talking about the health crisis right now, Madam Speaker, about the poison drug supply and the toxicity of those drugs that are killing valued citizens, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, family members of people in our communities. They cite that the war on drugs has allowed organized crime to be the sole provider of most controlled substances that has resulted in widespread stigma. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to reform current drug policies, to decriminalize simple possession of drugs listed in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, to provide a path for expungement of conviction records for those convicted of simple possession. And third, Madam Speaker, and lastly, with urgency, implement a health-based national strategy, which is urgent, for providing access to a regulated, safer supply of drugs and expand trauma-informed, just-in-time treatment, recovery, harm reduction services, and public education awareness campaigns throughout Canada to save lives, to take this epidemic head-on. Thank you.
Petitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this government's drive to dismantle the military, it is demoralizing the existing troops and preventing people from signing up. through its implementation of systemic racism and its removal of Christianity from the forces. And it's doing that by taking away the military's chaplains. So the people in this petition want to overturn that decision to take out the Christian religions from the military.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be tabling a number of petitions this evening. The first petition highlights the human rights situation in Afghanistan. In particular, it draws the attention of the House to horrific violence that has been visited on the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan. It highlights various specific instances and calls on the government, both the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to do all they can to support the Sikh and Hindu community in Afghanistan. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights the ongoing horrific persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners note that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline that consists of meditation exercises and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. They note that information has been uncovered about various forms of persecution, including forced organ harvesting and trafficking targeting Falun Gong practitioners. They call on Parliament and the government to condemn these measures, to call for the end of persecution of Falun Gong, as well as to continue to strengthen efforts to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Next, I am tabling a petition that raises concern about the proposed values test, the second proposed values test that we've seen from this government. This was in the Liberals' 2021 platform. They proposed to deny charitable status to any organizations that had views with respect to abortion that they consider dishonest. Of course, the Charities Act already contains a prohibition against dishonest conduct, but this was targeted against those who hold views that the Liberal Party doesn't agree with. This proposal could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that do not agree with the Liberal Party on these things. This follows a similar values test associated with the Canada Summer Jobs Program that we saw in the past and was rescinded in response to significant public criticism. So petitioners are calling on the House and the government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a political and ideologically neutral basis without the imposition of another values test. And also petitioners want to see the government affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. And next, I'm tabling a petition with respect to the ongoing detention of Mr. Hussein Chalil, a Canadian citizen who's been detained in China for well over a decade. Petitioners share a little bit of Mr. Chalil's background. He is a Canadian Uyghur human rights activist who was detained because of his work supporting the political and religious rights of Uyghurs. He is a Canadian citizen. He was taken from Uzbekistan, and this is happening in a context where this House has determined that the government of China is committing an ongoing genocide against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to fight for the release of Mr. Chalil, in particular to push the Government of China to recognize Mr. Chalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law, to formally state that securing the release of Mr. Chalil from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of the Canadian government of equal concern as the unjust detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor was. Petitioners want to see the government appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Chalil's release and also to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in obtaining Mr. Chalil's release. The next petition is dealing with the human rights situation of another minority in Afghanistan, this time the Hazara community. Petitioners share some of the history going back to the 19th century of violence targeting the Hazara community, and also highlights Canada's close connection with Afghanistan and the work that was done over a long period of time, and the lives lost to try to establish and preserve freedom and democracy in Afghanistan, which makes it, of course, particularly sad to see what is happening in that country right now. Petitioners want to see the government recognize the genocide that Hazaras were victim to, and to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights a proposal in the 2022 report of the Minister of National Defence's Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination, a proposal that ironically was itself discriminatory. It calls for the exclusion of clergy from religions that have a different view on gender and sexuality from the Department of National Defense. Petitioners call on the government to reject those recommendations to affirm the right of all Canadians, including the Canadian Armed Forces chaplains, to freedom of religion. And Madam Chair, I gather from your hand signals that my time has come.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that a motion has been presented to adjourn the House. The question is the following: that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, as I said last week on Groundhog Day, is that I would be back again every week to drag the government here to have a discussion about the need for mental health parity in this country, Madam Speaker. Here I am again on the eve of what will hopefully be a historic meeting tomorrow of the Prime Minister and the Premiers of the 10 provinces and 3 territories in this country, Madam Speaker, to talk about health care in this country. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that mental health will be at the front of that conversation. The last 3 years, as we know, has been extraordinarily difficult, and it's taken its toll on the mental well-being of many Canadians. No one's untouched, Madam Speaker, by the impact of the mental health crisis that's taking place in this country. Last fall, a joint report by the Mental Health Commission of Canada and the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction found that almost 35% of respondents reported moderate to severe mental health concerns, and fewer than 1 in 3 people experiencing mental health concerns were actually accessing services. That financial constraints were noted as a key barrier to obtaining support, while financial concerns were identified as the top stressor across most of Canada. And we know, Madam Speaker, this is difficult economic times for many, so things are getting worse. As Canada navigates through these difficult economic times, it's more essential now than ever that we get support for those who are struggling, that they can access mental health care regardless of their ability to pay. And recently, the Douglas Caldwell Leighton Foundation commissioned Abacus data to conduct a survey, Madam Speaker, of 2,000 working Canadians to explore the impact of working conditions and personal finances on their mental health. Not surprisingly, it found that work is a regular source of mental health distress for 1 in 3 workers, about 6.5 million working Canadians, including burnout, anxiety, and depression. And the survey revealed 4 in 10 workers say negative emotions caused by their workplace are increasing. The most troubling finding, Madam Speaker, is all of this is that 9.4 million respondents to this survey, almost half of working Canadians, described their mental health as less than good. The evidence is in, so what to do, Madam Speaker? What actions must be taken to address the mental health needs of Canadian workers? Well, we know that the promises of the government during the last election about the good sense of establishing the Canada Mental Health Transfer haven't happened. You know, it was comfort to many millions of Canadians and to many millions of Canadian workers that they would have access to service, that the life was going to improve. It was, after all, the second commitment listed in the Minister of Finance's mandate letter from the Prime Minister. Marching orders had been given and help was on the way. Regrettably, while the fiscal and costing plan presented that election campaign indicated that $875 million would be committed towards this transfer by 2023, no funds have been allocated of this new money to date. Now, they're going to pat themselves on the back, Madam Speaker, tonight and talk about old money. What we want to hear about is their promise and them fulfilling it. So instead, we read in the media that direction has been given to ministers that new programs must be funded in part through cuts. This is alarming, Madam Speaker. It's incredibly short-sighted when it comes to mental health. It can't happen here, Madam Speaker. And in 2011, a study commissioned by the Mental Health Commission of Canada estimated that poor mental health of Canadians cost our economy at least $50 billion annually, not including at least $6 billion in lost productivity of workers. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping the government will make a commitment, especially on the eve of tomorrow's meeting with the Premiers and the Prime Minister. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to thank the member for Courtney Albania for this very important question and for the member's continued work. I had an opportunity to visit the member's riding, and I can tell you that it is it's a beautiful place with a very positive vibe and very great people. So thank you very much for the member for raising this. Speaker, we're following through on measures to better protect the mental health of workers in federally regulated industries. Members can see this commitment is not only reflected in the Minister of Labour's mandate letter, which states that the Minister will move forward with and secure passage of amendments to the Canada Labour Code to include mental health as a specific element of occupational health and safety, and to require federally regulated employers to take preventative steps to address workplace stress and injury. But also we have taken concrete actions since this government has been in power since 2015. Speakers, the steps we've taken to meet this commitment are numerous. We've moved forward on 10 days of paid sick leave for all federally regulated workers in Canada. And we recognize that mental health is health, period. We've also worked closely with unions and employers to make sure they understand our commitment to this question. And, you know, I had an opportunity to be in British Columbia this summer talking with the building trades and the BC Federation of Labour. And, you know, we had excellent dialogue on this very subject, and they had some really good ideas as well that we are looking at incorporating. So we're also looking to push the right to disconnect in this new economy. And we're going to prioritize the fight against violence and harassment at work. Last week, in fact, the Minister of Labour ratified Convention 190 of the International Labour Organization, which aims to fight violence and harassment at work in every jurisdiction around the world. Speaker, we're leading this fight. Addressing mental health is a complex issue, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to changing policy and regulations. It takes a lot of research and consultation with stakeholders to get this issue right. And that's exactly what we're doing. We had consultations with stakeholders between spring of 2020 and the fall of 2021 to get their views on how the Government of Canada can better support the mental health of federally regulated Canadian workers. Speaker, we held virtual engagement sessions with a number of key stakeholders and partners, including the Mental Health Commission of Canada, the Canadian Centre of Occupational Health and Safety. We met with the Canadian Mental Health Association and the Centre for Addictions and Mental Health, who are experts in this field. We're engaged with Indigenous partners, employers, unions, non-governmental organizations. We've also invited interested Canadians to provide feedback. During our virtual sessions, we talked about various aspects, including barriers and, of course, solutions. Solutions that went from clarifying legal requirements and increasing expertise to addressing the stigma and improving data and research. In other words, Speaker, work is well underway, and we will continue to move forward to make mental health a priority for federally regulated Canadian workers. Work is also ongoing to develop a right to disconnect policy, which would clarify the expectations around answering emails and texts outside of work hours. So you can see, Speaker, that we have done a lot in this field. We continue to be committed to Canadians, and we are leading the way, and I look forward to continuing working with all parliamentarians as we move forward on this important issue. Thank you.
For Courtney Albany.
Speaker, you know, I appreciate the comments from my colleague. I appreciate my colleague, you know, addressing, you know, workers and the needs of workers. What I don't appreciate is the government made a promise in 2021 to deliver a mental health transfer. They haven't done that. Madam Speaker, our overall healthcare spending on mental health is between 5 and 7%. In the OECD, the average is 12. This is unconscionable that they haven't delivered. We need parity when it comes to mental health and physical health in our country, Madam Speaker. This is costing lives. It is unconscionable that they've delayed on this promise, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't want to have to drag everyone here at the end of the day. I don't want to drag you here. I don't want to drag the Parliament secretaries here. I don't want to keep all the staff here late at night. But every week, I will continue to bring them back here until they deliver on their promise on a mental health transfer, because it's costing lives. This is critical. I hope tomorrow they deliver on the promise, and I hope it's a historic day for all of us.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for the continued work in this area. And as I mentioned in my speech, I highlighted a few things that we have undertaken, but there certainly are more. So we are taking action to protect the rights and well-being of workers. This is a top priority for us. You know, we're going to make sure we do things the right way. We're going to work in close collaboration with our partners and stakeholders, including the Mental Health Commission of Canada, the Canadian Centre for Occupational Health and Safety, the federally regulated employers and labour groups, just to name a few. Speaker, in order to get this right, we need to talk to people. We need to know about their lived experiences, the barriers they face, and their perspectives. That's how we're going to get this right, and this is how we're going to move this important issue forward. Thank you very much, Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. On November 22nd, I rose in this House and I asked a question of the government linking taxes, carbon taxes in particular, with the rate of inflation we're experiencing in Canada. I used the example of Japan and the decisions they were making to address inflation in Japan versus the ones we were making here. Got a response from the Associate Minister of Finance, the member for Edmonton Centre, which was more of a song and a dance than a reply. So I hope I get a better response from the government tonight. But let's address this. Japan is experiencing in November 4.2% inflation. Canada, on the other hand, was experiencing 6.8% inflation. As a result of the inflation Japan was experiencing, they canceled their increase in the carbon tax, which is expected to take effect in April of this year, but it's been canceled. Canada, on the other hand, is increasing their carbon tax by 30%. Now, notably, Canada's carbon tax right now is $50 per tonne, rising to $65 if this government continues on the path it's on. Japan's carbon tax is about $3 Canadian per tonne of carbon. So there's a significant difference between what we're doing here, and you can see why inflation is much more of a problem in Canada. Carbon tax this year is expected to bring in $8.27 billion into Canada. But not to be outdone, when pressed on the issue, the Governor of the Bank of Canada actually admitted, after some study, that the carbon tax itself was contributing 0.4% to the inflation rate in Canada. So instead of 6.8%, without the carbon tax, we'd have an inflation rate of 6.4%. Now that amount is going to increase by about 1.3 times, so about 0.52% of our inflation rate is going to be part and parcel of the carbon tax. Let me bring home what that means. So this summer, we had oil prices rise. West Texas Intermediate, our grade that we measure our oil on, was about $110 per barrel in the world. That equated to about $2.10 per liter when you're filling up in Calgary. Think about the last time oil was that high. It was actually $1.40 per liter. So there's an extra 70 cents per liter it's gone up. Part of that is inflation. Part of that is the price inflator. So, but apples to apples, it should be about $1.72 per liter versus $2.10. Where's the extra 40 cents? Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, it's in the form of taxes on gas. It's excise taxes. It is carbon taxes. It is clean fuels taxes. Now, I know the narrative on the other side is going to tell me that, you know, X% of the economists around the world believe that a carbon tax is the most effective way of pricing carbon and reducing carbon emissions. And I could agree. So let me ask, if so, why are so many other taxation mechanisms required? The clean fuels standard, the clean electricity standard that's on its way, emissions caps, some targeted at specific industries, vehicle mandates, massive subsidization of chosen paths forward. Billions of dollars the government's spending needlessly, all of which are by design inflationary. This is inflation built upon inflation. The savings of Canadians is at risk. The energy security of Canadians is at risk. Will the government come clean and provide Canadians clarity on what the future looks like in the designed inflationary spiral that they are designing here? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Labour.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Unfortunately, what the member from Calgary Centre failed to identify is something that has become quite obvious. Climate action is no longer a theoretical political debate. It's an economic necessity. A few months ago, the Parliamentary Budget Officer published an analysis showing that climate change has and will continue to negatively impact the Canadian economy. The reality, Speaker, is that we can lead the fight against climate change, and we can do it in a way that creates good-paying jobs and new businesses for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Our government also understands and appreciates the fact that a national price on pollution is the most effective and the least costly way of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And let's make it very clear that our price on pollution does not make life less affordable for the large majority of Canadians. In jurisdictions that do not have their own pricing system consistent with the federal benchmarks, such as Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, approximately 90% of the direct proceeds from the fuel charge that are being directly returned to the residents to those provinces through the Climate Action Incentive Payment are very significant. In 2023, for instance, these increased payments mean a family of 4 will receive $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,101 in Saskatchewan, and $1,079 in Alberta. In addition, families in rural and small communities like mine are eligible to receive an additional 10%. So the reality is that most households are getting back more than they pay. Speaker, when it comes to the higher cost of living Canadians are dealing with, our government understands that, and it's difficult for people to put food on the table. So that's why we took action. We took action through many measures that were recently passed, including making life more affordable through the doubling of the GST, through dental and rental relief, through our childcare plan, which I am on the phone all the time with my constituents that tell me are making a real difference. On inflation, there's some good news. In Canada, it was 8.1% in June, and now it's down to 6.3%. While that's still high, it's lower than what we have seen in many of our peer countries. For example, Speaker, in the United States, just south of the border, it's 6.5. In Euro areas, it's 9.2. The United Kingdom, 10.5. Still, inflation at 6.3 in Canada is too high, in my opinion, and we continue to take measures to help reduce that. Well, the targeted investments we made to support Canadians' economy through the pandemic have meant Canada has experienced a strong rebound like no other from the pandemic recession. We do understand that the coming months will continue to be difficult times for many Canadians, for our families, for our friends, and for our neighbours. And that's why we continue to support the Canadians who need it most when they need it right now. So I spoke about some of our measures. So for instance, our affordability plan has been providing up to $12.1 billion in new supports, with many measures continuing in 2023 to help make life more affordable for millions of Canadians. So just on the GST credit, which we are doubling for 6 months, well, this is delivering 2.5 in additional targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families. Many of these are seniors. Many of them are young people that are getting that relief right now. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his responses. And as I said, he was going to talk about the price on pollution, how everybody agrees that that's the way to go forward here, except when you're addressing inflation. So there's certain mechanisms here that you have. The government has tools to actually address. It's going to have to choose which path it's going to have here. But inflation is a real concern for all Canadians. I will also point out to him that inflation is measured differently in different jurisdictions. If people believe that our inflation rate is lower in Canada than the United States, take a look at the way we measure it versus the way they measure it in the United States, and they'll find that it's that housing deflator that is actually the difference between the two. It actually is lower inflation in the United States. However, we do measure it, and I appreciate his reading the statistics that says we're lower. In fact, we're not, though. He did talk about the parliamentary budget officer. If he's going to talk about the parliamentary budget officer, then he's going to have to pay attention to his other report that actually says this is the carbon tax is costing Canadians a lot more than he is giving it credit for. This is a problem. It needs to be considered in his inflation adjustments, and we have to address it going forward. No more narrative. Let's address the inflation.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Our support is targeted, and it is fiscally responsible. Our government wants to help Canadians get through this challenging economic time marked by high inflation. That is why we are continuing to provide inflation relief through our affordability plan and other targeted measures to Canadians who need it the most vulnerable. Canadians can count on us to continue supporting those who need it while also carefully managing our finances and protecting our environment. That's what Liberals do best. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So last week, I found out that the government had spent $6.7 million in fiscal year 2022 to house 10 people at a Calgary area quarantine hotel. So that works out to about $670,000 per person. And I asked a very simple question in the House. Was anyone fired for this? And the government didn't even acknowledge that this was a problem. I want to say why this is a problem, just so that before I ask the question again, my colleague opposite understands. First of all, fiscal year 2022, so April 2022 onwards, this was after most of the world had already lifted virtually all COVID restrictions. This was after the Government of Canada and most provincial governments and municipalities had eased COVID restrictions. This was after the government's own panel of experts said that the quarantine hotel was not necessary. And this was after months of the government refusing to show any data that home quarantine was couldn't provide the same capacity of preventing the spread of COVID than hotel quarantine did. So there was no justification for this expense. This expense was also incurred even though the government had the option to end the contract with these hotels with a 30-day notice period. They didn't end these contracts until after this outrageous amount of money had been spent. So to me, this boils down very simply to an incompetent government that isn't doing their job. They're not monitoring public expense. And in a time when inflationary spending is creating a cost of living crisis, every penny counts. And this government can't afford to be spending the same price as a beautiful 2-bedroom home just 5 minutes away from this hotel on a program that there's no justifiable reason for. There was no justification to spend that amount of money, particularly in fiscal year 2022. When I asked the question in the House, Madam Speaker, the government, the minister, and I remember it vividly, he didn't even say, look, this was a problem. We should have ended it. I'm looking into it to make sure that this isn't happening at other hotels. And I assure the Canadian public that we want to be good stewards of the tax dollars. I will fire somebody over this. Somebody deserves to be fired over allowing waste like this to happen. And in the ensuing weeks since this exchange happened, we found out that it's not just at this one Calgary hotel, that there are dozens of hotels across the country where this type of waste happened in fiscal year 2022 after COVID restrictions had been lifted. So my question again, I'm just going to ask my colleague here, the Parliamentary Secretary to Health, has somebody been fired over this waste? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to come here tonight to talk about some of the measures that the government took earlier in the COVID-19 pandemic to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And my friend and colleague opposite is doing her job well, and I appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you for her doing her job well. She knows that I don't work in HR here, so I can't comment on any specifics in regards to people's employment, but I can speak to some of our measures that we took throughout the pandemic to keep Canadians healthy. Notre gouvernement a toujours travaillé.
Our government has always worked to protect Canadians by tailoring our COVID response on the basis of solid scientific evidence, recent evidence. According to experts, without our public health measures and vaccination, 30.7 million additional Canadians would have contracted the virus. 1.85 million of those people would have been hospitalized. And 760,000 additional people would have died.
Truly troubling. Gratefully, we didn't get to the worst case scenario, Madam Speaker. The Public Health Agency of Canada had arrangements with hotels as part of their designation as quarantine facilities under the Quarantine Act, and these facilities were there as an important measure to stop the spread and to save lives. At present day, there are no designated quarantine facilities in operation in Canada. These facilities were part of our overall efforts to reduce and manage risk. The various waves were very, very unpredictable. Nobody knew when they were coming, and over 22,000 travelers were admitted to designated quarantine facilities between March 22, 2020 and the 30th of September 2022. The costs associated with the program were not just for the rooms, Madam Speaker. There was lodging, meals, security, transportation, all sorts of public health measures, and several other countries that had quarantine hotels for travelers like New Zealand and Hong Kong, as well as Australia. Some of those continued their programs well into 2022. And our government has always worked to protect Canadians, and we've adapted our COVID-19 response based on the latest science and evidence. Designated quarantine facilities met public health guidelines for the purposes of accommodating travelers to quarantine as required by emergency orders under the Quarantine Act. Madam Speaker, it was a huge challenge for everybody in Canada and around the world over those couple of years, but we did our best to stand up for Canadians and make sure that there was a safe place for them to go when they got back home after a trip. So once again, I want to thank my friend and colleague for doing her work and for her diligence, and I'll be glad to take a rebuttal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member of Calgary to Nose Hill.
But, Madam Speaker, that $670,000 a person on 10 people, that happened after restrictions had been lifted. Long after restrictions had been lifted. This program should have been canceled. They should have phoned up the hotels and said, we can't afford to waste the same amount of money that it would be to gift a family who's struggling with a house. Nobody did that, and it cost our country millions and millions of dollars unnecessarily that could have been used on health care, that could have been used on anything else. This was flat out waste. And somebody needs to be held to account for it. So my colleague said that he's not HR, that he can't say who would be fired. Does he at least agree that someone should be fired for wasting this money? And will he commit to holding his government to account to make sure that there's consequences for their waste?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, my friend and colleague across the way from Calgary Nose Hill, I appreciate her work, and I appreciate her work over the last couple of years, because she's been a really, I'll say, unique voice of reason from the other side, opposite. There's been some times where we've really had to shake our heads and say, like, my gosh, what are people reading on the internet? And just recently, the former leader of the Conservative Party did an interview and talked about, actually, I'll quote him, he said, with respect to his caucus, that a bunch of them were spending a lot of time on the internet. There was a section that went right down the rabbit hole of COVID, ivermectin, the whole 9 yards. And I'm glad that, that group doesn't include my friend from Calgary Nose Hill. She's been an extraordinarily rational and cogent voice in this House throughout the pandemic, and I thank her for her work in holding the government to account. Our government remains committed to evolving our public health response as situations change and as public health demands change. We'll adapt to the needs of Canadians and apply appropriate measures at the border and monitor compliance of public health measures to prevent infection and to ensure that we continue to be a safe country.
Unfortunately, that's the end of the time, so the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.